Section 35 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street dust of London and the loss and injury occasioned by it. The daily and nightly grinding of thousands of wheels, the iron friction of so many horses' hoofs, the evacuations of horses and cattle, and the ceaseless motion of pedestrians, all decomposing the substance of our streets and roads, give rise to many distinct kinds of street dirt. These are severally known as 1. Dust, 2. Horse dung and cattle manure, 3. Mud, when mixed with water and with general refuse, such as the remains of fruit and other things thrown into the street and swept together, 4. Surface water, when mixed with street sewage. These productions I shall treat severally, and first of the street dust. The detritus of the streets of London assumes many forms, and is known by many names, according as it is combined with more or less water. First, in a perfectly dry state, so that the particles no longer exist either in a state of cohesion or aggregation, but are minutely divided and distinct, it is known by the name of dust. Second, when in combination with a small quantity of water, so that it assumes the consistency of a pap, the particles being neither free to move nor yet able to resist pressure, the detritus is known by the name of mac mud, or simply mud, according as it proceeds from a macadamized or stone-paved road. Third, when in combination with a greater quantity of water, so that it is rendered almost liquid, it is known as slop dirt. Fourth, when in combination with a still greater quantity of water, so that it is capable of running off into the sewers, it is known by the name of street surface water. The mud of the streets of London is then merely the dust or detritus of the granite of which they are composed, agglutinated either with rain or the water from the watering carts. Granite consists of silex, felspar, and mica. Silex is sand, while felspar and mica are also silex in combination with alumina, clay, and either potash or magnesia. Hence it would appear to be owing to the affinity of the alumina or clay for moisture, as well as the property of silex to gelatinize with water under certain conditions, that the particles of dry dust derive their property of agglutinating when wetted, and so forming what is termed mud, either mac or simple mud, according, as I said before, to the nature of the paving on which it is formed. By dust, the street cleaners mean the collection of every kind of refuse in the dust-bins, but I here speak, of course, of the fine particles of earthy matter produced by the attrition of our roads when in a dry state. Street dust is, more properly speaking, mud deprived of its moisture by evaporation. Miss Landon, L.E.L., used to describe the London dust as mud in high spirits, and perhaps no figure of speech could convey a better notion of its character. In some parts of the suburbs, on windy days, London is a perfect dust mill, and although the dust may be allayed by the agency of the water carts, by which means it is again converted into mac, or mud, it is not often thoroughly allayed, and is a source of considerable loss, labour, and annoyance. Street dust is not collected for any useful purpose, so that, as there is no return to be balanced against its prejudicial effects, it remains only to calculate the quantity of it annually produced, and thus to arrive at the extent of the mischief. Street dust is disintegrated granite, that is, pulverized quartz and felspar, felspar being principally composed of alumina or clay, and quartz silex or sand. It is the result of the attrition, or in a word it is the detritus, of the stones used in pavements and in macadamization. It is further composed of the pulverization of all horse and cattle dung, and of the almost imperceptible, but still, I am assured, existent powder, which arises from the friction of the wooden pavement even when kept moist. In the roads of the nearest suburbs, Even around such places as the Regent's Park, at many seasons this dust is produced largely, so that very often an open window for the enjoyment of fresh air is one for the intrusion of fresh dust. This may be less the case in the busier and more frequently watered thoroughfares, but even there the annoyance is great. I find in the reports in which this subject is mentioned but little said concerning the influence of dust upon the public health. Dr. Arnott, however, is very explicit on the subject. It is, says he, scarcely conceivable that the immense quantities of granite dust, pounded by 100,000 or 200,000 pairs of wheels, working on macadamized streets, should not greatly injure the public health. In houses bordering such streets or roads, it is found that notwithstanding the practice of watering, the furniture is often covered with dust, even more than once in the day, so that writing on it with the finger becomes legible, and the lungs and air tubes of the inhabitants, with a moist lining to detain the dust, are constantly pumping in the same atmosphere. The passengers buy a stage-coach in dry weather when the wind is moving with them so as to keep them enveloped in the cloud of dust raised by the horses' feet and the wheels of the coach, have their clothes soon saturated to whiteness, and their lungs are charged in a corresponding degree. A gentleman who rode only 20 miles in this way had afterwards to cough and expectorate for 10 days to clear his chest again. In order that the deleteriousness to health incident to the inhalation of these fine and offensive particles may be the better estimated, I may add that in every 24 hours an adult breathes 36 hogsheads of air, and Mr. Erasmus Wilson, in his admirable work on the skin, has the following passage concerning the extent of surface presented by the lungs. Quote, "The lungs receive the atmospheric air through the windpipe. At the root of the neck, the windpipe or trachea divides into two branches, called bronchi, and each bronchus, upon entering its respective lung, divides into an infinity of small tubes. The latter terminate in small pouches, called air cells, and a number of these little air cells communicate together at the extremity of each small tube. The number of air cells in the two lungs has been estimated at 1,744 million, and the extent of the skin which lines the cells and tubes together at 1,500 square feet. This calculation of the number of air cells and the extent of the lining membrane rests, I believe, on the authority of Dr. Addison of Malvern." End quote. What is the amount of atmospherical granite, dung, and refuse dust received in a given period into the human lungs has never, I am informed, been ascertained even by approximation, but according to the above facts it must be something fearful to contemplate. After this brief recital of what is known concerning the sanitary part of the question, I proceed to consider the damage and loss occasioned by street dust. In no one respect, perhaps, can this be ascertained with perfect precision, but still even a rough approximation to the extent of the evil is of value, as giving us more definite ideas on the subject. Table showing the several divisions of the metropolis cleansed by the scavengers and parishmen, the names of the contractors, the number of men and carts employed in collecting, the quantity of dust and mud collected daily in the streets, in dry and wet weather, with the annual value of the whole. Kensington, contractor, parish. Number of men employed at scavenging in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 5. Number of carts used daily in scavenging, in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 5. Number of cart loads annually collected by the scavengers, 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected by the scavengers, £187, 16 shillings. Chelsea, contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234 15s. Chelsea, Handstown. Contractor Mr. C. Humphreys. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cart loads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16s. St. George's, Pimlico. Contractor Mr. Redding. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,878. Annual value of dirt collected £281 14s. St. George's, Hanover Square. Contractor Parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 1.5, in wet weather 2.5. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93 18s. St. Margaret's, Westminster. Contractor Parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 2, in wet weather 3. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 8, in wet weather 10. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,817. Annual value of dirt collected £422 11s. St. John's, Westminster. Contractor Mr. Hearn. Number of men employed in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 8, in wet weather 10. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,817. Annual value of dirt collected £422 11s. St. Martin's. Contractor Machine. Number of men employed in dry weather 6, in wet weather 9. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 4, in wet weather 4. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234 15s. Hungerford Market. Contractor Mr. J. Gore. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93 18s. St. James, Westminster. Contractor Parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,878. Annual value of dirt collected £281 14s. Piccadilly. Contractors, Parish and Machine. Number of men employed in dry weather 20, in wet weather 28. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 8, in wet weather 12. Number of cartloads annually collected 3,130. Annual value of dirt collected £469 10s. Regent Street and Pall Mall. Contractors, parish and machine. Number of men employed in dry weather, 8. In wet weather, 12. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234, 15 shillings. St Anne's, Soho. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234, 15 shillings. Woods and forests. Contractor, machine. Number of men employed in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 5. In wet weather, 7. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,878. Annual value of dirt collected, £281, 14 shillings. Paddington. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 6. In wet weather, 8. Number of cartloads annually collected, 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected, £328, 13 shillings. Marylebone, 5 districts. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 20. In wet weather, 35. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 4. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 15. In wet weather, 25. Number of cartloads annually collected, 6,260. Annual value of dirt collected, £939. Portland Market. Contractor, Mr. Tame. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140, 17 shillings. Hampstead. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140, 17 shillings. Highgate. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed at scavenging in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in scavenging in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected by the scavengers, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140, 17 shillings. St Pancras, South West Division. Contractor, Mr. Stapleton. Number of men employed at scavenging in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in scavenging in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234, 15 shillings. Somerstown. Contractor, Mr. Starkey. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 7, in wet weather 9. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,504. Annual value of dirt collected £375, 12 shillings. Southampton Estate. Contractor Mr. C. Starkey. Number of men employed in dry weather 4, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187, 16 shillings. Bedford Estate. Contractor Mr. J. Gore. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Brewer's Estate. Contractor Mr. C. Starkey. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Calthorpe Estate. Contractor Mr. C. Starkey. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Cromer Estate. Contractor Mr. C. Starkey. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Doughty Estate. Contractor Mr. Martin. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Foundling Estate. Contractor Mr. Martin. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Harrison Estate. Contractor Mr. Martin. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Skinner's Estate. Contractor Mr. H. North. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93, 18 shillings. Union Estate. Contractor Mr. J. Gore. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93 18. Islington District. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 6, in wet weather 8. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16. Battle Bridge. Contractor, Mr. Starkey. Number of men employed in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,878. Annual value of dirt collected £281 14. Hackney. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of cartloads annually collected 939. Annual value of dirt collected £140 17. St Giles in the Fields and St George, Bloomsbury. Contractor, Mr. Redding. Number of men employed in dry weather 7, in wet weather 9. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 6, in wet weather 10. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,504. Annual value of dirt collected £375 12. St Mary le Strand. Contractor, Mr. J. Gore. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234 15. Savoy. Contractor, Mr. J. Gore. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 3. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93 18. St Clement Danes. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 3 wagons. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16. St Paul's, Covent Garden. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2 carts. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16. Covent Garden Market. Contractor, Mr. Stapleton. Number of men employed in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 5, in wet weather 6. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 9, in wet weather 12. Number of cartloads annually collected 3,130. Annual value of dirt collected, £469 10s. Holborn. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 6. In wet weather, 9. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234 15s. St Sepulchre's. Contractor, Mr. J. Gore. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140 17s. Hatton Garden. Contractor, Messrs. Pratt and Sewell. Number of men employed in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 3. Number of cartloads annually collected, 626. Annual value of dirt collected, £93 18s. St James's, Clerkenwell. Contractor, Mr. Dodd. Number of men employed in dry weather, 5. In wet weather, 7. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 8. In wet weather, 10. Number of cartloads annually collected, 2,817. Annual value of dirt collected, £422 11s. St John's, Clerkenwell. Contractor, Mr. J. Gold. Number of men employed in dry weather, 5. In wet weather, 7. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 6. In wet weather, 8. Number of cartloads annually collected, 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected, £328 13s. St Luke's, Clerkenwell. Contractor, Mr. Dodd. Number of men employed in dry weather, 7. In wet weather, 10. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 8. In wet weather, 10. Number of cartloads annually collected, 2,817. Annual value of dirt collected, £422 11s. Goswell Street. Contractor, Mr. Redding. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234 15s. Liberty of the Rolls. Contractors, Messrs. Pratt and Sewell. Number of men employed in dry weather, 2. In wet weather, 2. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 3. Number of cartloads annually collected, 626. Annual value of dirt collected, £93 18s. Blackfriars Bridge. Contractor, Mr. Jenkins. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3. In wet weather, 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather, 1. In wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather, 4. In wet weather, 6. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234 15s. City Division, Eastern, A. Contractor, Mr. G. Sinnott. Number of men employed in dry weather, 10. in wet weather 16. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 12, in wet weather 16. Number of cartloads annually collected 4,382. Annual value of dirt collected £657 6s. City Division North Middle B. Contractor Mr. T. Rook. Number of men employed in dry weather 9, in wet weather 13. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 8, in wet weather 12. Number of cartloads annually collected 3,130. Annual value of dirt collected £469 10s. City Division Western C. Contractor Mr. C. Redding. Number of men employed in dry weather 12, in wet weather 14. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 14, in wet weather 18. Number of cartloads annually collected 5,008. Annual value of dirt collected £751 4s. City Division South Middle D. Contractor Mr. J. Gould. Number of men employed in dry weather 10, in wet weather 12. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 4. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 9, in wet weather 11. Number of cartloads annually collected 3,130. Annual value of dirt collected £469 10s. Shoreditch. Contractor Mr. Dodd. Number of men employed in dry weather 6, in wet weather 9. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 8, in wet weather 12. Number of cartloads annually collected 3,130. Annual value of dirt collected £469 10s. Norton Folgate. Contractor Mr. J. Gould. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234 15s. Finsbury Square District. Contractor Mr. J. Gould. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 6, in wet weather 8. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected £328 13s. St. Botolph. Contractor Mr. Westley. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234 15s. Spitalfields District. Contractor Mr. Newman. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16s. Spitalfields Market. Contractor Mr. Parsons. Number of men employed in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234, 15 shillings. Bethnal Green. Contractor Mr. E. Newman. Number of men employed in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 4. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 8, in wet weather 10. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,817. Annual value of dirt collected £422, 11 shillings. Whitechapel. Contractor Mr. Parsons. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 6, in wet weather 8. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected £328, 13 shillings. Commercial Road. Contractor Parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234, 15 shillings. Mile End. Contractor Mr. Newman. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187, 16 shillings. Mile End Newtown. Contractor Mr. Parsons. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187, 16 shillings. St. John's Wapping. Contractor Mr. Westley. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of cartloads annually collected 939. Annual value of dirt collected £140, 17 shillings. Shadwell. Contractor Mr. Westley. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187, 16 shillings. St. George's in the East. Contractor Mr. Westley. Number of men employed in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 2, in wet weather 3. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 6, in wet weather 8. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected £328, 13 shillings. Stepney. Contractor Mr. E. Newman. Number of men employed in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of carts used daily in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected £1,565. Annual value of dirt collected, £234 15s. Poplar. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140 17s. East Borough. Contractor, Mr. Redding. Number of men employed in dry weather, 4, in wet weather, 6. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 5. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected, £187 16s. Westborough. Contractor, Mr. Redding. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140 17s. Borough Clink. Contractor, Mr. W. Sinnott. Number of men employed in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 5. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 4. Number of cartloads annually collected, 939. Annual value of dirt collected, £140 17s. Bermondsey. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 4, in wet weather, 6. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 9, in wet weather, 15. Number of cartloads annually collected, 3,576. Annual value of dirt collected, £563 18s. Newington. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 4, in wet weather, 6. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 3, in wet weather, 5. Number of cartloads annually collected, 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected, £187 16s. Lambeth. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 12, in wet weather, 16. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 8, in wet weather, 10. Number of cartloads annually collected, 2,817. Annual value of dirt collected, £422 11s. Lambeth Christchurch. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 14, in wet weather, 20. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 3. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 6, in wet weather, 9. Number of cartloads annually collected, 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected, £328 13s. Wandsworth. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 2, in wet weather, 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather, 1, in wet weather, 3. Number of cartloads annually collected, 626. Annual value of dirt collected, £93 18s. Camberwell and Walworth. Contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather, 4, in wet weather, 6. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 5, in wet weather 7. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,878. Annual value of dirt collected £281 14s. Rotherhithe, contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16s. Greenwich, contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 4, in wet weather 6. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,565. Annual value of dirt collected £234 15s. Deptford, contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 6, in wet weather 8. Number of cartloads annually collected 2,191. Annual value of dirt collected £328 13s. Woolwich, contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 2. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 3, in wet weather 5. Number of cartloads annually collected 1,252. Annual value of dirt collected £187 16s. Lewisham, contractor, parish. Number of men employed in dry weather 2, in wet weather 4. Number of carts used daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 1. Number of loads collected daily, in dry weather 1, in wet weather 3. Number of cartloads annually collected 626. Annual value of dirt collected £93 18s. Total number of men employed at scavenging in dry weather 358, in wet weather 531. Average 444.5. Orderlies 546 men. Gross total 990.5 men. Total number of carts used daily in scavenging: in dry weather 130, in wet weather 183. Average 156.5 carts. Total number of loads collected daily: in dry weather 355.5, in wet weather 548.5. Average 452 loads daily. 9 loads by orderlies. Gross total 461 loads daily. Total number of cartloads annually collected by the scavengers 140,983. 2,817 by orderlies. Gross total 143,800 loads yearly. Total annual value of dirt collected by scavengers £21,147 9s. £352 2s and sixpence by orderlies. Gross total £21,499 11s and sixpence. End of section 35. Section 36 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. It will be seen, on reference to the preceding table, that the quantity of street refuse collected in dry weather throughout the metropolis is between 300 and 400 cartloads daily, or upwards of 100,000 cartloads, the greater portion of which may be termed street dust. The damage occasioned by the street dust arises from its penetrating, before removal, the atmosphere both without and within our houses, and consists in the soiling of wearing apparel, the injury of the stock in trade of shopkeepers, and of household furniture. Washing is of course dependent upon the duration of time in which it is proper, in the estimation of the several classes of society, to retain wearing apparel upon the person, on the bed or the table, without what is termed a change. And this duration of time with thousands of both men and women is often determined by the presence or absence of dirt on the garment, and not arbitrarily, as among wealthier people, with whom a clean shirt every morning and a clean tablecloth every 1, 2, 3 or more days, as may happen, are regarded as things of course, no matter what may be the state of the displaced linen. The Board of Health, in one of their reports, speak very decisively and definitely on this subject. Common observation of the rate at which the skin, linen, and clothes, not to speak of paper, books, prints, and furniture, become dirty in the metropolis, say they, as compared with the time that elapses before a proportionate amount of deterioration and uncleanliness is communicated in the rural districts, will warrant the estimate that full 1/2 the expense of washing to maintain a passable degree of cleanliness is rendered necessary by the excess of smoke generated in open fires, and the excess of dust arising from the imperfect scavenging of the roads and streets. Persons engaged in washing linen on a large scale state that it is dirtied in the crowded parts of the metropolis in 1/3 the time in which the like degree of uncleanliness would be produced in a rural district, but all attest the fact that linen is more rapidly destroyed by washing than by the wear on the person. The expense of the more rapid destruction of linen must be added to the extra expense of washing. These expenses and inconveniences, the greater portion of which are due to local maladministration, occasion an extra expenditure of upwards of 2 to 3 millions per annum, exclusive of the injury done to the general health and the medical and other expenses consequent thereon. Here then we find the evil effects of the imperfect scavenging of the metropolis, estimated at between 2 and 3 millions sterling per annum, and this in the mere matter of extra washing, and its necessary concomitant extra wear and tear of clothes. As this estimate, however, appears to me to exaggerate the evil beyond all due bounds, I will proceed to adduce a few facts bearing upon the point, and first as to the expense of washing. In order to ascertain as accurately as possible the actual washing expenses of labouring men and their families, whose washing was done at home, Mr. John Buller, the Honorary Secretary to the Association for the Promotion of Baths and Washhouses, tells us in a report presented to Parliament, quote, that inquiries were made of several hundred families of labouring men, and it was found that, taking the wife's labour as worth 5s. a week, the total cost of washing at home, for a man and wife and 4 children, averaged very closely on 2s. 6d. a week, equal to 5d. a head. The cost of coals, soda, soap, starch, blue, and sometimes water, was rather less than 1/3 of the amount. The time occupied was rarely less than 2 days, and more often extended into a 3rd day, so that the value of the labour was rather more than 2/3 of the amount. The cost of washing to single men among the labouring classes, whose washing expenditure might be expected to be on a very low scale, such as hodmen and street sweepers, was found to be 4d. halfpenny a head. The cost of washing to very small tradesmen could not be safely estimated at much more than 6d. a head a week. It may perhaps, continues the report, be safe to reckon the weekly washing expenses of the poorer half of the inhabitants of the metropolis at not exceeding 6d. a head, but the expenditure for washing rapidly increases as the inquiry ascends into what are called the middle classes. The washing expenses of families in which servants are employed may be considered as double that of the servants, and therefore as ranging from 1s. 6d. to 5s. a week a head. There is considerable difficulty in ascertaining with any exactness the washing expenditure of private families, but the conclusion is that, taking the whole population, the washing bills of London are nearly 1s. a week a head, or £5,000,000 a year. Of course, adds Mr. Buller, I give this as but a rough estimate, and many exceptions may easily be taken to it, but I feel pretty confident that it is not very far from the truth." End quote. As I before stated, I am in no way disposed to go to the extent of the calculation here made. It appears to me that in parliamentary investigations, by the agency of select committees, or by gentlemen appointed to report on any subject, there is an aptitude to deal with the whole body of the people as if they were earning the wages of well and regularly employed labourers, or even mechanics. To suppose that the starving ballast heaver, the victim of a vicious truck system which condemns him to poverty and drunkenness, or the sweep, or the dustman, or the street seller, all very numerous classes, expends 1s. a week in his washing, is far beyond the fact. Still less is expended in the washing of these people's children. Even the well-conducted artisan, with 2 clean shirts a week, costing him 6d., with the washing of stockings and so on, costing a penny or 2d., does not expend 1s. a week, so that, though the washing bills of many ladies and of some gentlemen may average 10s. weekly, if we consider how few are rich and how many poor, the extra payment seems insufficient to make up the average of the weekly shilling for the washing of all classes. A prosperous and respectable master greengrocer, who was what may be called particular in his dress, as he had been a gentleman's servant, and was now in the habit of waiting upon the wealthy persons in his neighbourhood, told me that the following was the average of his washing bill. He was a bachelor, all his washing was put out, and he considered his expenditure far above the average of his class, as many used no night shirt, but slept in the shirts they wore during the day, and paid only 3d. or even less per shirt to their washerwomen, and perhaps, and more especially in winter, made 1 shirt last the week. 2 shirts per week, 7d. Stockings, a penny. Night shirt, worn 2 weeks generally, average per week, 3 farthings. Sheets, blankets, and other household linens or woollens, 2d. Handkerchiefs, a farthing. Total, 11d. My informant was satisfied that he had put his expenditure at the highest. I also ascertained that an industrious wife, who was able to attend to her household matters, could wash the clothes of a small tradesman's family, for a man, his wife, and 4 small children, well, at the following rate: 1 pound of soap, 4d. halfpenny or 5d. Soda and starch, a halfpenny. A quarter hundredweight of coals, extra, 3d. halfpenny. Total, 8d. halfpenny, or less than a penny halfpenny per head. In this calculation it will be seen the cheapest soap is reckoned, and that there is no allowance for the wife's labour. When I pointed out the latter circumstance, my informant said, "I look on it that the washing labour is part of the wife's keep, or what she gives in return for it, and that as she'd have to be kept if she didn't do it, why, there shouldn't be no mention of it. If she was working for others, it would be quite different, but washing is a family matter. That's my way of looking at it. Coke too is often used instead of coals. Besides, a bit of bacon or potatoes or the tea kettle will have to be boiled, and that's managed along with the hot water for the suds, and would have to be done anyhow, especially in winter." One decent woman, who had 5 children, all under 8, told me she often sat up half and sometimes the whole night to wash, when busy other ways. She was not in poverty, for she earned a good bit in going out to cook, and her husband was employed by a pork butcher. I may further add that a great many single men wash their own clothes. Many of the street sellers in particular do this. So do such of the poor as live in their own rooms, and occasionally the dwellers in the low lodging-houses. One street seller of ham sandwiches, whose aprons, sleeves, and tray-cloth were remarkably white, told me that he washed them himself, as well as his shirt and so on, and that it was the common practice with his class. This washing, his aprons, tray-cloths, shirts, and stockings included, cost him every 3 weeks 4d. and a farthing, or 5d. for 1 pound of soap, which is less than a penny halfpenny a week. Among such people it is considered that the washing of a shirt is, as they say, a penn'orth of soap, and the stockings in, meaning that a penny outlay is sufficient to wash for both. But not only does Mr. Buller's estimate exceed the truth as regards the cost of washing among the poorer classes, but it also errs in the proportion they are said to bear to the other ranks of society. That gentleman speaks of the poorer half of the inhabitants of the metropolis, as if the rich and poor were equal in numbers. But with all deference, it will be found that the ratio between the well-to-do and the needy is as 1 to 2. That is to say, the property and income tax returns teach us there are at least 2 persons with an income below £150 per annum to every one having an income above it. Hence the population of London being within a fraction 2,400,000, the numbers of the metropolitan well-to-do and needy would be respectively 800,000 and 1,600,000, and allowing the cost of the washing of the former to average 1s. per head, adults and children, and the washing of the labouring classes to come to 2d. a head, young and old, the expense of the materials, when the work is done at home, average it has been shown about a penny halfpenny for each member of the family, we shall then have the following statement. Annual cost of washing for 800,000 people at 1s. per head per week, £2,080,000. Annual cost of washing for 1,600,000 people at 2d. per head per week, £693,333. Total cost of washing of metropolis, £2,773,333. I am convinced, low as the estimate of 2d. a week may appear for all whose incomes are under £150 a year, from many considerations, that the above computation is rather over than under the truth. As for instance Mr. Hawes has said concerning the consumption of soap in the metropolis, quote, "Careful inquiry has proved that the quantity used is much greater than that indicated by the excise returns, but reducing the results obtained by inquiry in one uniform proportion, the quantity used by the labouring classes, earning from 10s. to 30s. per week, is £10 weight each per annum, including every member of the family. Dividing the population of the metropolis into 3 classes, 1. The wealthy, 2. The shopkeepers and tradesmen, 3. Labourers and the poor, and allowing £15, £10, and £4 weight to each respectively, the consumption of the metropolis will be nearly 200 tons per week." End quote. The cost of each ton of soap Mr. Hawes estimates at £45. Professor Clark, however, computes the metropolitan consumption of soap at 250 tons per week, and the cost per ton at £50. According to the above estimates, the total quantity of soap used every year in the metropolis is 12,000 tons, and this at £50 per ton comes to £600,000. Professor Clark reckons the gross consumption of soda in the metropolis at 250 tons per month, costing £10 a ton. Hence, for the year, the consumption will be 3,000 tons, costing £30,000. The cost of water, according to the same authority, is 3s. 4d. per head per annum, and this for the whole metropolis amounts to £400,000. Estimating the cost of the coals used in heating the water to be equal to that of the soap, we have for the gross expense of fuel annually consumed in washing £600,000. There are 21,000 laundresses in London, and calculating that the wages of these average 10s. a week each all the year round, the gross sum paid to them would be in round numbers £550,000. Profit of employers, say £550,000. Add for sundries as starch and so on £50,000. Total cost of washing of metropolis £2,780,000. Hence it would appear that, viewed either by the individual expense of the great bulk of society, or else by the aggregate cost of the materials and labour used in cleansing the clothes of the people of London, the total sum annually expended in the washing of the metropolis may be estimated at the outside at 2,3/4 sterling per annum, or about £1 3s. 4d. per head. And yet, though the data for the calculation here given as to the cost and quantity of the principal materials used in cleansing the clothes of London are derived from the same report as that in which the expense of the metropolitan washing is estimated at £5,000,000 per annum, the Board of Health do not hesitate in that document to say that, quote, "of the fairness of the estimate of the expense of washing to the higher and middle classes, and to the great bulk of the householders and the better class of artisans, we entertain no doubt whatever. Whatsoever deductions, if any, may be made from the above estimate, it is nevertheless an underestimate for maintaining at the present expense of washing a proper amount of cleanliness in linen." End quote. Proceeding, however, with the calculation as to the loss from the imperfect scavenging of the metropolis, we have the following results. Loss from dust and dirt in the streets of the metropolis owing to the extra washing entailed thereby. According to the Board of Health, taking the yearly amount of the washing of the metropolis at £5,000,000, and assuming the washing to be doubled by street dirt, the loss will be £2,500,000. Calculating the washing, however, for reasons above adduced, to be only £2,750,000, and to be as much again as it might be under an improved system of scavenging, the loss will be £1,375,000. Or calculating as a minimum that the remedial loss is less than one half, the cost is £1,000,000. Hence it would appear that the loss from dust and dirt is really enormous. In a work entitled Sanitary Progress, being the 5th report of the National Philanthropic Association, I find a calculation as to the losses sustained from dust and dirt upon our clothes. Owing to the increased wear from daily brushing to remove the dust, and occasional scraping to remove the mud, the loss is estimated at from £3 to £7 per annum for each well-dressed man and woman, and £1 for inferiorly dressed persons, including their Sunday and holiday clothing. I inquired of a West End tailor, who previously to his establishment in business had himself been an operative, and had had experience both in town and country as to the wear of clothes, and I learned from him the following particulars. With regard to the clothes of the wealthy classes, of those who could always command a carriage in bad weather, there are no means of judging as to the loss caused by bad scavengery. My informant, however, obliged me with the following calculations, the results of his experience. His trade is what I may describe as a medium business, between the low slop and the high fashionable trades. The garments of which he spoke were those worn by clerks, shopmen, students, tradesmen, town travellers, and others not engaged in menial and handicraft labour. Altogether, and after consulting his books relative to town and country customers, my informant thought it might be easy to substantiate the following estimate as regards the duration and cost of clothes in town and country among the classes I have specified. Table showing the comparative cost of clothes worn in town and country. Coat. Original cost £2 10s. In town, duration 2 years, annual cost £1 5s. In country, duration 3 years, annual cost 16s. 8d. Difference of cost 8s. 4d. Waistcoat. Original cost 15s. In town, duration 2½ years, annual cost 6 shillings. In country, duration 3 years, annual cost 5 shillings. Difference of cost 1 shilling. Trousers, original cost £1 5 shillings. In town, duration 1 1/4 years, annual cost £1. In the country, duration 2 years, annual cost 12 shillings 6 Difference of cost 7 shillings 6 Total suit, original cost £4 10 shillings. In town, annual cost £2 11 shillings. In the country, annual cost £1 14 shillings and twopence. Difference of cost 16 shillings 10 Here then it appears that the annual outlay for clothes in town by the classes I have specified is about £2 11 shillings, while the annual outlay in the country for the same garments is £1 14 shillings and twopence, the difference of expense being 16 shillings 10 per annum. I consulted another tailor on the subject, and his estimate was a trifle above that of my informant. I should remark that the proportion thus adduced holds, whatever be the number of garments worn in the year, or in a series of years, for the calculation was made not as to individual garments, but as to the general wear, evinced by the average outlay, as shown in the tradesmen's books, of the same class of persons in town and country. In the calculation given in the publication of the National Philanthropic Association, the loss on a well-dressed Londoner's clothing, arising from excessive dust and dirt, is estimated at from £3 to £7 per annum. By the above table it will be seen that the clothes which cost £1 14 shillings and twopence per annum in the cleanliness of a country abode, cost £2 11 shillings, or within a fraction half as much again, in the uncleanliness of a London atmosphere and roads. If therefore any London inhabitant of the classes I have specified expend 4 times £2 11 shillings in his clothes yearly, as many do, or £10 4 shillings, he loses £3 5 shillings and 4 or 5 shillings 4 more than the minimum mentioned in the report alluded to. Now, estimating £2 10 shillings as the yearly tailor's bill among the well-to-do, boys and men, and calculating that 1/6 of the metropolitan population, that is, half of the 1/3 who may be said to belong to the class having incomes above £150 a year, spend this sum yearly in clothes, we have the following statement. Aggregate loss upon clothes worn in London. 400,000 persons living in London expend in clothing, at £2 10 shillings per annum, £1,000,000. 400,000 persons living in better atmospheres in rural parts, and with the same stock of clothes, expend 1/3 less, or £666,666 13 shillings 4 Difference, £333,333 6 shillings and 8 It would be pushing the inquiry to exceeding minuteness were I to enter into calculations as to the comparative expenses of boots, hats, and ladies' dresses worn in town and country. Suffice it that competent persons in each of the vestiary trades have been seen, and averages drawn for the accounts of their town and country customers. All things, then, being duly considered, the following conclusion would seem to be warranted by the facts. Annual cost of clothes to 800,000 of the metropolitan population, those belonging to the class who have incomes above £150 per annum, at £4 per year each, £3,200,000. Annual cost of clothes to 1,600,000 of the metropolitan population, those belonging to the class who have incomes below £150 per annum, at £1 per year each, £1,600,000, totaling £4,800,000. Annual cost of the same clothes if worn in the country, £3,600,000. Extra expense annually entailed by dust and dirt of metropolis, £1,200,000. In the above estimate I have included the cost of wear and tear of linen from extra washing when worn in London, and this has been stated on the authority of the Board of Health to be double that of linen worn in the country. In connection with this subject I may cite the following curious calculation taken from a parliamentary report as to the cost of a working man's new shirt, comprising 4 yards of strong calico. Material, cotton at 6d. per pound, 1¼ lbs. with loss thereupon, 8d. and a farthing. Manufacture, spinning, 2d. and a farthing, weaving, 3d. Profit, farthing. Total manufacture, 5d. halfpenny. Total cost of shirt, 13d. 3 farthings. Bleaching, about a penny farthing. Total, 15d. Grey, calico, 13d. 3 farthings, plus 9d. in making, equal to 1s. 10d. and 3 farthings. Bleached, 15d. plus 9d. in making, equal to 2s. As regards the loss and damage occasioned by the injury to household furniture and decorations, and to stocks in trade, which is another important consideration connected with this subject, I find the following statement in the report of the Philanthropic Institution. Quote, "The loss by goods and furniture is incalculable. Shopkeepers lose from £10 to £150 a year by the spoiling of their goods for sale. Dealers in provisions especially, who cannot expose them without being deteriorated in value from the dust that is incessantly settling upon them. Nor is it much better with clothiers of all kinds. Mr. Holmes, shawl merchant in Regent Street, has stated that his losses from road dust alone exceed £150 per annum. In a communication with Mr. Mivart respecting the expenses of mud and road dust to him, that gentleman stated that the rent of the 4 houses of which his hotel is composed was £896, and that he could not, considering the cost of cleaning and servants, estimate the expense of repairing the damage done by the dirt and dust carried and blown into these houses at a less annual sum than that of his rent." End quote. An upholsterer obliged me with the following calculations, but so many were the materials and so different the rates of wear or the liability to injury in different materials in his trade, that he could only calculate generally. The same quality, colour, and pattern of curtains, silk damasks, which he had furnished to a house in town, and to a country house belonging to the same gentleman, looked far fresher and better after 5 years' wear in the country than after 3 in town. Both windows had a southern aspect, but the occupant would have his windows partially open unless the weather was cold, foggy, or rainy. It was the same, or nearly the same, he thought, with the carpets on the 2 places, for London dust was highly injurious to all the better qualities of carpets. He was satisfied also it was the same generally in upholstery work subjected to town dust. I inquired at several West End and City shops, and of different descriptions of tradesmen, of the injury done to their shop and shop window goods by the dust, but I found none who had made any calculations on the subject. All, however, agreed that the dust was an excessive annoyance, and entailed great expense. A lady's shoemaker and a bookseller expressed this particularly, on the necessity of making the window a sort of small glass house to exclude the dust, which after all was not sufficiently excluded. All thought, or with but one hesitating exception, that the estimation as to the loss sustained by the Messrs. Holmes, considering the extent of their premises and the richness of the goods displayed in the windows and so on, was not in excess. I can then but indicate the injury to household furniture and stock in trade as a corroboration of all that has been advanced touching the damaging effects of road dirt. Of the horse dung of the streets of London. Quote, "Familiarity with streets of crowded traffic deadens the senses to the perception of their actual condition. Strangers coming from the country frequently describe the streets of London as smelling of dung like a stable yard." End quote. Such is one of the statements in a report submitted to Parliament, and there is no reason to doubt the fact. Every English visitor to a French city, for instance, must have detected street odours of which the inhabitants were utterly unconscious. In a work which between 20 and 30 years ago was deservedly popular, Matthew's Diary of an Invalid, it is mentioned that an English lady complaining of the villainous rankness of the air in the first French town she entered, Calais if I remember rightly, received the comfortable assurance, "It is the smell of the continent, ma'am." Even in Cologne itself, the most stinking city of Europe, as it has been termed, the citizens are insensible to the foul airs of their streets, and yet possess great skill in manufacturing perfumed and distilled waters for the toilet, pluming themselves on the delicacy and discrimination of their nasal organs. What we perceive in other cities as strangers, those who visit London detect in our streets, that they smell of dung like stable yards. It is idle for London denizens, because they are unconscious of the fact, to deny the existence of any such effluvia. I have met with nightmen who have told me that there was "nothing particular" in the smell of the cesspools they were emptying, they "hardly perceived it." One man said, "Why, it's like the sort of stuff I've smelt in them ladies' smelling bottles." An eminent tallow melter said in the course of his evidence before Parliament during a sanitary inquiry, that the smell from the tallow melting on his premises was not only healthful and reviving, for invalids came to inhale it, but agreeable. I mention these facts to meet the scepticism which the official assertion as to the stable-like odour of the streets may perhaps provoke. When, however, I state the quantity of horse dung and cattle droppings voided in the streets, all incredulity, I doubt not, will be removed. "It has been ascertained," says the report of the National Philanthropic Association, "that 4/5 of the street dirt consist of horse and cattle droppings." Let us therefore endeavour to arrive at definite notions as to the absolute quantity of this element of street dirt. And first as to the number of cattle and horses traversing the streets of London. In the course of an inquiry in November 1850 into Smithfield Market, I adduced the following results as to the number of cattle entering the metropolis, deriving the information from the experience of Mr. Deputy Hicks, confirmed by returns to Parliament, by the amount of tolls, and further ratified by the opinion of some of the most experienced live salesmen and dead salesmen, sellers on commission of live and dead cattle, whose assistance I had the pleasure of obtaining. The return is of the stock annually sold in Smithfield Market, and includes not only English but foreign beasts, sheep, and calves, the latter averaging weekly in 1848, the latest return then published, beasts 590, sheep 2,470, and calves 248. 224,000 horned cattle, 1,550,000 sheep, 27,300 calves, 40,000 pigs, total 1,841,300. I may remark that this is not a criterion of the consumption of animal food in the metropolis, for there are, besides the above, the daily supplies from the country to the dead salesman. The preceding return, however, is sufficient for my present purpose, which is to show the quantity of cattle manure dropped in London. The number of cattle entering the metropolis, then, are 1,841,300 per annum. The number of horses daily traversing the metropolis has been already set forth. By a return obtained by Mr. Charles Cochrane from the Stamp and Tax Office, we have seen that there are altogether, in London and Westminster, of private carriage, job, and cart horses, 10,022, cab horses, 5,692, omnibus horses, 5,500, horses daily coming to metropolis, 3,000. Total number of horses daily in London, 24,214. The total here given includes the returns of horses which were either taxed or the property of those who employ them in hackney carriages in the metropolis. But the whole of these 24,214 horses are not at work in the streets every day. Perhaps it might be an approximation to the truth if we reckoned 5/6 of the horses as being worked regularly in the public thoroughfares, so that we arrive at the conclusion that 20,000 horses are daily worked in the metropolis, and hence we have an aggregate of 7,300,000 horses traversing the streets of London in the 12-month. The beasts, sheep, calves, and pigs driven and conveyed to and from Smithfield are, we have seen, 1,841,300 in number. These, added together, make up a total of 9,141,300 animals appearing annually in the London thoroughfares. The circumstance of Smithfield cattle market being held but twice a week in no way detracts from the amount here given, for as the gross number of individual cattle coming to that market in the course of the year is given, each animal is estimated as appearing only once in the metropolis. The next point for consideration is, what is the quantity of dung dropped by each of the above animals while in the public thoroughfares? Concerning the quantity of excretions passed by a horse in the course of 24 hours, there have been some valuable experiments made by philosophers whose names alone are a sufficient guarantee for the accuracy of their researches. The following table from Boussingault's experiments is copied from the Annales de Chimie et de Physique, table 71. Food consumed by and excretions of a horse in 24 hours. Food. Hay, weight in a fresh state, 7,500 grams, or 20 pounds. Oats, 2,270 grams, or 6 pounds 1 ounce. Total 9,770 grams, or 26 pounds 1 ounce. Water 16,000 grams, or 42 pounds 10 ounces. Total 25,770 grams, or 68 pounds 11 ounces. Excretions. Excrements, weight in a fresh state, 14,250 grams, or 38 pounds 2 ounces. Urine, 1,330 grams, or 3 pounds 7 ounces. Total 15,580 grams, or 41 pounds 9 ounces. Here it will be seen that the quantity of solid food given to the horse in the course of the 24 hours amounted only to 26 pounds, whereas it is stated in the report of the National Philanthropic Association, on the authority of the veterinary surgeon to the Life Guards, that the regulation horse rations in all cavalry regiments is 30 pounds of solid food, namely 10 pounds of oats, 12 pounds of hay, together with 8 pounds of straw, for the horse to lie upon and munch at his leisure. This quantity of solid food with 5 gallons of water is considered sufficient, we are told, for all regimental horses who have but little work to perform, in comparison with the draught horses of the metropolis, many of which consume daily 35 pounds and upwards of solid food, with at least 6 gallons of water. At a conference held with the Secretary and Professors of the Veterinary College in College Street, Camden Town, continues the report, those gentlemen kindly undertook to institute a series of experiments in this department of equine physiology, the subject being one which interested themselves professionally, as well as the Council of the National Philanthropic Association. The experiments were carefully conducted under the superintendence of Professor Varnell. The food, drink, and voidances of several horses, kept in stable all day long, were separately weighed and measured, and the following were the results with an animal of medium size and sound health. Royal Veterinary College, September 29th, 1849. Brown horse of middle size ate in 24 hours of hay 16 pounds, oats 10 pounds, chaff 4 pounds, in all 30 pounds. Drank of water in 24 hours 6 gallons, or 48 pounds. Total 78 pounds. Voided in the form of faeces 49 pounds. Allowance for nutrition, supply of waste in system, perspiration and urine 29 pounds. Signed, George Varnell, Demonstrator of Anatomy. Here we find the excretions to be 11 pounds more than those of the French horse experimented upon by M. Boussingault, but then the solid food given to the English horse was 4 pounds more, and the liquid upwards of 7 pounds extra. We may then perhaps assume, without fear of erring, that the excrements voided by horses in the course of 24 hours weigh at the least 45 pounds. Hence the gross quantity of dung produced by the 7,300,000 horses which traverse the London streets in the course of the 12-month will be 7,300,000 times 45, or 328,500,000 pounds, which is upwards of 146,651 tons. But these horses cannot be said to be at work above 6 hours each day. We must therefore divide the above quantity by 4, and thus we find that there are 36,662 tons of horse dung annually dropped in the streets of London. I am informed on good authority that the evacuations of an ox in 24 hours will on the average exceed those of a horse in weight by about a 15th, while if the ox be disturbed by being driven, the excretions will exceed the horses by about a 12th. As the oxen are not driven in the streets, or detained in the market for so long a period as horses are out at work, it may be fair to compute that their droppings are about the same individually as those of the horses. Hence, as there are 224,000 horned cattle yearly brought to London, we have 224,000 times 45 pounds weight, equal to 10,080,000 pounds, or 4,500 tons, for the gross quantity of ordure dropped by this number of animals in the course of 24 hours, so that dividing by 4 as before, we find that there are 1,125 tons of ordure annually dropped by the horned cattle in the streets of London. Concerning the sheep, I am told that it may be computed that the ordure of 5 sheep is about equal in weight to that of 2 oxen. As regards the other animals, it may be said that their droppings are insignificant, the pigs and calves being very generally carted to and from the market, as indeed are some of the fatter and more valuable sheep and lambs. All these facts being taken into consideration, I am told by a regular frequenter of Smithfield Market that it will be best to calculate the droppings of each of the 1,617,300 sheep, calves, and pigs yearly coming to the metropolis at about 1/4 of those of the horned cattle, so that multiplying 1,617,300 by 10 instead of 45, we have 16,173,000 pounds, or 7,220 tons, for the weight of ordure deposited by the entire number of sheep, calves, and pigs annually brought to the metropolis, and then dividing this by 4 as usual, we find that the droppings of the calves, sheep, and pigs in the streets of London amount to 1,805 tons per annum. Now, putting together all the preceding items, we obtain the following results. Gross weight of the horse dung and cattle droppings annually deposited in the streets of London: horse dung 36,662 tons, droppings of horned cattle 1,125 tons, droppings of sheep, calves, and pigs 1,805 tons, total 39,592 tons. Hence we perceive that the gross weight of animal excretions dropped in the public thoroughfares of the metropolis is about 40,000 tons per annum, or in round numbers 770 tons every weekday, say 100 tons a day. This, I am well aware, is a low estimate, but it appears to me that the facts will not warrant any other conclusion. And yet the Board of Health, who seem to delight in large estimates, represent the amount of animal manure deposited in the streets of London at no less than 200,000 tons per annum. Between the quadrant in Regent Street and Oxford Street, says the first report on the supply of water to the metropolis, a distance of 1/3 of a mile, 3 loads on the average of dirt almost all horse dung, are removed daily. On an estimate made from the working of the street sweeping machine in 1/4 of the City of London, which includes lines of considerable traffic, the quantity of dung dropped must be upwards of 60 tons, or about 20,000 tons per annum, and this on a city district which comprises about 1/20th only of the covered area of the metropolis, though within that area there is the greatest proportionate amount of traffic. Though the data are extremely imperfect, it is considered that the horse dung which falls in the streets of the whole metropolis cannot be less than 200,000 tons a year. Hence, although the data is imperfect, the Board of Health do not hesitate to conclude that the gross quantity of horse dung dropped throughout every part of London, back streets and all, are equal to 1/2 of that let fall in the greatest London thoroughfares. According to this estimate, all and every of the 24,000 London horses must void, in the course of the 6 hours that they are at work in the streets, not less than 51 pounds of excrement, which is at the rate of very nearly 200 weight in the course of the day, or voiding all 49 pounds in the 24 hours, they must remain out altogether and never return to the stable for rest. Mr. Cochrane is far less hazardous than the Board of Health, and appears to me to arrive at his result in a more scientific and conclusive manner. He goes first to the Stamp Office to ascertain the number of horses in the metropolis, and then requests the professors of the Veterinary College to estimate the average quantity of excretions produced by a horse in the course of 24 hours. All this accords with the soundest principles of inquiry, and stands out in startling contrast with the unphilosophical plan pursued by the Board of Health, who obtain the result of the most crowded thoroughfare, and then, halving this, frame an exaggerated estimate for the whole of the metropolis. But Mr. Cochrane himself appears to me to exceed that just caution which is so necessary in all statistical calculations. Having ascertained that a horse voids 49 pounds of dung in the course of 24 hours, he makes the whole of the 24,214 horses in the metropolis drop 30 pounds daily in the streets, so that, according to his estimate, not only must every horse in London be out every day, but he must be at work in the public thoroughfares for very nearly 15 hours out of the 24. The following is the estimate made by Mr. Cochrane. Daily weight of manure deposited in the streets by 24,214 horses multiplied by 30 pounds, equal to 726,420 pounds, or 324 tons 500 weight, 100 pounds. Weekly weight 2,270 tons 100 weight, 28 pounds. Annual weight 118,043 tons 500 weight. Tons or cartloads deposited annually valued at 6 shillings multiplied by 118,043 equals 35,412 pounds 19 shillings and 6pence. It has then been here shown that, assuming the number of horses worked daily in the streets of London to be 20,000, and each to be out 6 hours per diem, which it appears to me is all that can be fairly reckoned, the quantity of horse dung dropped weekly is about 700 tons, so that, including the horses of the cavalry regiments in London, which of course are not comprised in the Stamp Office returns, as well as the animals taken to Smithfield, we may perhaps assert that the animal ordure let fall in the London streets amounts at the outside to somewhere about 1,000 tons weekly, or 52,000 tons per annum. The next question becomes, what is done with this vast amount of filth? The Board of Health is a much better guide upon this point than upon the matter of quantity. Quote, "Much of the horse dung dropped in the London streets, under ordinary circumstances," we are told, "dries and is pulverized, and with the common soil is carried into houses as dust, and dirties clothes and furniture. The odour arising from the surface evaporation of the streets, when they are wet, is chiefly from horse dung. Susceptible persons often feel this evaporation, after partial wetting, to be highly oppressive. The The surface water discharged into sewers from the streets and roofs of houses is found to contain as much filth as the soil water from the house drains." End quote. Here then we perceive that the whole of the animal manure let fall in the streets is worse than wasted, and yet we are assured that it is an article which, if properly collected, is of considerable value. It is, says the report of the National Philanthropic Association, an article of agricultural and horticultural commerce which has ever maintained a high value with the farmers and market gardeners wherever conveniently obtainable. When these cattle droppings can be collected unmixed in dry weather, they bear an acknowledged value by the grazier and root grower, there being no other kind of manure which fertilizes the land so bounteously. Mr. Marnock, curator of the Royal Botanical Society, has valued them at from 5s. to 10s. per load, according to the season of the year. The United Paving Board of St. Giles and St. George, since the introduction of the street orderly system into their parishes, has wisely had it collected in a state separate from all admixture, and sold it at highly remunerative prices, rendering it the means of considerably lessening the expense of cleansing the streets." End quote. Now, assuming the value of the street-dropped manure to be 6s. per ton when collected free from dirt, we have the following statement as to the value of the horse and cattle voidances let fall in the streets of London. 52,000 tons of cattle droppings at 6s. per ton, £15,600. Mr. Cochrane, who considers the quantity of animal droppings to be much greater, attaches of course a greater value to the aggregate quantity. His computation is as follows: 118,043 tons of cattle droppings at 6s. per ton, £35,412 19s. and 6d. It seems to me that the calculations of the quantity of horse and cattle dung in the streets are based on such well authenticated and scientific foundations that their accuracy can hardly be disputed, unless it be that a higher average may fairly be shown. Whatever estimate be adopted, the worth of street-dropped animal manure, if properly secured and made properly disposable, is great and indisputable, most assuredly between £10,000 and £20,000 in value. End of section 36. Section 37 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Of street mac and other mud. First, of that kind of mud known by the name of mac. The scavengers call mud all that is swept from the granite or wood pavements, in contradistinction to mac, which is both scraped and swept on the macadamised roads. The mud is usually carted apart from the mac, but some contractors cause their men to shovel every kind of dirt they meet with into the same cart. The introduction of Macadam's system of road-making into the streets of London called into existence a new element in what is accounted street refuse. Until of late years little attention was paid to mac, for it was considered in no way distinct from other kinds of street dirt, nor as being likely to possess properties which might adapt it for any other use than that of a component part of agricultural manure. Mac is found principally on the roads from which it derives its name, and is indeed the grinding and pounding of the embedded pieces of granite which are the staple of those roads. It is perhaps the most adhesive street dirt known, as respects the London specimen of it, for the exceeding traffic works and kneads it into a paste which it is difficult to remove from the texture of any garment splashed or soiled with it. Mac is carted away by the scavengers in great quantities, being shovelled in a state of more or less fluidity or solidity, according to the weather, from the roadside into their carts. Quantities are also swept with the rain into the drains of the streets, and not unfrequently quantities are found deposited in the sewers. The following passage from Sanitary Progress, a work before alluded to, cites the opinion of Lord Congleton as to the necessity of continually removing the mud from roads. I may add that Lord Congleton's work on road making is of high authority, and has frequently been appealed to in parliamentary discussions, inquiries, and reports on the subject. Quote, "The late Lord Congleton, Sir Henry Parnell, stated before a committee of the House of Commons in June 1838, a road should be cleansed from time to time so as never to have half an inch of mud upon it, and this is particularly necessary to be attended to where the materials are weak, for if the surface be not kept clean so as to admit of its becoming dry in the intervals between showers of rain, it will be rapidly worn away. How truly," adds the report, "is his lordship's opinion verified every day on the macadamised roads in and around London. The horse manure and other filth are there allowed to accumulate and to be carried about by the horses and carriage wheels. The road is formed into cavities and mud hollows, which, being wetted by the rain and the constantly plying watering carts, retain the same. Thus not only are vast quantities of offensive mud formed, but puddles and pools of water also, which water not being allowed to run off to the side gutter by declivity, owing to the mud embankments which surround it, naturally percolates through the surface of the road, dissolving and loosening the soft earthy matrix by which the broken granite is surrounded and fixed." End quote. The quantity of mac produced is the next consideration, and in endeavouring to ascertain this, there are no specific data, though there are what, under other circumstances, might be called circumstantial or inferential evidence. I have shown both the length of the streets and roads, and the proportion which might be pronounced macadamised ways in the metropolis proper. But, as, in the macadamised proportion, many thoroughfares cannot be strictly considered as yielding mac, I will assume that the roads and streets producing this kind of dirt more or less fully are 1,200 miles in length. On the busier macadamised roads in the vicinity of what may be called the interior of London, it is common, I was told by experienced men, in average weather, to collect daily 2 cartloads of what is called mac from every mile of road. The mass of such road produce, however, is mixed, though the mac unquestionably predominates. It was described to me as mac, general dirt, and droppings, more than the half being mac. In wet weather there is at least 20 times more mac than dung scavenged, but in dry weather the dung and other street refuse constitute perhaps somewhat less than 3/4 of each cartload. The mac in dry weather is derived chiefly from the fluid from the watering carts mixing with the dust, and so forming a paste capable of being removed by the scraper of the scavenger. It may be fair to assume that every mile of the roads in question, some of them being of considerable width, yields at least 1 cartload of mac as a daily average, Sunday of course excepted. An intelligent man who had the management of the mac and other street collections in a contractor's wharf told me that in a load of mac carted from the road to any place of deposit there was, I now use his own words, a good deal of water, for there's great difference, he added, in the stiffness of the mac on different roads that seem very much the same to look at, but that don't signify a halfpenny piece, he said, for if the mac is wanted for any purpose, and let be for a little time, you see, sir, the water will dry up, and leave the proper stuff. I haven't any doubt whatever that 2 loads a mile are collected in the way you've been told, and that a load and a quarter of the 2 is mac. Though after the water is dried up out of it, there mightn't be much more than a load. So if you want to calculate what the quantity of mac is by itself, I think you had best say 1 load a mile. But it is only in the more frequented approaches to the city or the West End, such as the Knightsbridge Road, the New Road, the Old Kent Road, and thoroughfares of similar character as regards the extent of traffic, that 2 loads of refuse are daily collected. On the more distant roads, beyond the bounds traversed by the omnibuses, for instance, or beyond the roads resorted to by the market gardeners on their way to the metropolitan green markets, the supply of street refuse is hardly a quarter as great. One man thought it was a third, and another only a sixth of a load a day in quiet places. Calculating then, in order to be within the mark, that the macadamised roads afford daily 2 loads of dirt per mile, and reckoning the great macadamised streets at 100 miles in length, we have the following results. Quantity of street refuse collected from the more frequented macadamised thoroughfares. 100 miles, 2 loads per day, 200 loads. Weekly amount, 1,200 loads. Yearly amount, 62,400 loads. Proportion of mac in the above, 100 miles, 1 load per day, 100 loads. Weekly, 600 loads. Yearly, 31,200 loads. To this amount must be added the quantity supplied by the more distant and less frequented roads, situate within the precincts of the metropolis proper. These I will estimate at 1/8 less than that of the roads of greater traffic. Some of the more quiet thoroughfares, I should add, are not scavenged more than once a week, and some less frequently, but on some there is considerable traffic. Quantity of street refuse collected from the less frequented macadamised thoroughfares. 1,100 miles, a quarter load per day, 275 loads. Weekly, 1,650 loads. Yearly, 85,800 loads. The proportion of mac to the gross dirt collected is greater in the more distant roads than what I have already described, but to be safe I will adopt the same ratio. Proportion of mac: 1,100 miles of road, an eighth load per day, 137 loads. Weekly, 825 loads. Yearly, 42,900 loads. Yearly total of the gross quantity of street refuse with the proportionate quantity of mac collected from the macadamised thoroughfares of the metropolis: 100 miles of macadamised roads, 62,400 cartloads of street refuse, 31,200 loads of mac. 1,100 miles, ditto, 85,800 cartloads of street refuse, 42,900 cartloads of mac. Total, 148,200 loads of street refuse, 74,100 loads of mac. Thus, upwards of 74,000 cartloads of mac are, at a low computation, annually scraped and swept from the metropolitan thoroughfares. So far as to the quantity of mac collected, and now as to its uses. Mac, or macadam, says one of Mr. Cochrane's reports, is a grand prize to the scavenging contractor who finds ready vend and a high price for it among the builders and brickmakers. Those who paid for the road, and their surveyors possibly, know nothing of its value, or of their own loss by its removal from the road. They consider it in the light of dirt, offensive dirt, and are glad to pay the scavenger for carrying it away. When the broom comes, the scavenger's men take care to go deep enough, and many of them are moreover instructed to keep the mac as free from admixture with foreign substances as possible. For though cattle dung be valuable enough in itself, the mac loses its value to the builder and brickmaker by being mixed with it. Indeed, both are valuable for their respective uses if kept separate, not otherwise. On my first making inquiries as to the uses and value of mac, I was frequently told that it was utterly valueless, and that great trouble and expense were incurred in merely getting rid of it. That this is the case with many contractors is doubtlessly the fact, for now, unless the mac, or rather the general road dirt, be ordered, or a market for it be assured, it must be got rid of without a remuneration. Even when the contractor can shoot the mac in his own yard and keep it there for a customer, there is the cost of reloading and recarting, a cost which a customer requiring to use it at any distance may not choose to incur. Great quantities of mac therefore are wasted, and more would be wasted were there places to waste it in. Let me therefore, before speaking of the uses and sale of it, point out some of the reasons for this wasting of the mac with other street dirt. In the first place, the weight of a cartload of street refuse of any kind is usually estimated at a ton, but I am assured that the weight of a cartload of stiff mac is 1.25 tons at the least, and this weight becomes so trying to a scavenger's horse as the day's work advances, that the contractor, to spare the animal, is often glad to get rid of the mac in any manner and without any remuneration. Thousands of loads of mac, or rather of mixed street dirt, have for this and other reasons been thrown away, and no small quantity has been thrown down the gully holes to find its way into that main metropolitan sewer, the Thames. Of this matter, however, I shall have to speak hereafter. There is no doubt that it is common for contractors to represent the mac they collect as being utterly valueless, and indeed an encumbrance. The mixed mac, as I have said, may be so. Some contractors urge, especially in their bargains with the parish board, that all kinds of street dirt are not only worthless, but expensive to be got rid of. 5 or 6 years ago this was urged very strenuously, for then there was what was accounted a combination among the contractors. The south-west district of St Pancras, until within the last 6 years, received from the contractor for the public scavengery £100 for the year's aggregation of street and house dirt. Since then, however, they have had to pay him £500 for removing it. Notwithstanding the reluctance of some of the contractors to give information on this, or indeed any subject connected with their trade, I have ascertained from indubitable authority that mac is disposed of in the following manner. Some, but this is mostly the mixed kind, is got rid of in any manner. It has even been diluted with water so as to be driven down the drains. Some is mixed with the general street ordure, about a quarter of mac, I was told, to 3/4 of dung and street mud, and shipped off in barges as manure. Some is given to builders, when they require it for the foundations of any edifices that are handy, or rather it is carted thither for a nominal price, such as a trifle as beer money for the men. Some, however, is sold for the same purpose, the contractors alleging that the charge is merely for cartage. Some again is given away or sold with the like allegation for purposes of levelling, of filling up cavities, or repairing unevenness in any ground where improvements are being carried on. And finally, some is sold to masons, plasterers, and brickmakers for the purposes of their trade. Even for such purposes as filling up, there must be in the mixed mac supplied at least a considerable preponderance of the pure material, or there would not be, as I heard it expressed, a sufficient setting for what was required. As a set-off to what is sold, however, I may here state that 30 shillings has been paid for the privilege of depositing a barge load of mixed street dirt in Battersea Fields, merely to get rid of it. The principal use of the unmixed mac is as a component part of the mortar, or lime, of the mason in the exterior and of the plasterer in the interior construction of buildings, and as an ingredient of the mill in brick grounds. The accounts I received of the properties of mac from the vendors of it were very contradictory. One man, until lately connected with its sale, informed me that as far as his own experience extended, mac was most in demand among scamping builders and slop brickmakers, who looked only to what was cheap. To a notorious scamper he one morning sent 3 cartloads of mac at 1 shilling a load, all to be used in the erection of the skeleton of one not very large house, and he believed that when it was used instead of sand with lime, it was for inferior work only, and was mixed either for masons' or plasterers' work with bad low-priced mortar. Another man with equal knowledge of the trade, however, represented mac as a most valuable article for the builder's purposes, it was so binding, and this he repeated emphatically. A working builder told me that mac was as good as the best sand. It made the mortar hang, and without either that or sand, the lime would brittle away. Mac may be said to be composed of pulverized granite and rainwater. Granite is composed of quartz, felspar, and mica, each in granular crystals. Hence, alumina being clay, and silex a substance which has a strong tendency to enter into combination with the lime of the mortar, the pulverizing of granite tends to produce a substance which has necessarily great binding and indurating properties. From this reduction of mac to its elements, it is manifest that it possesses qualities highly valuable in promoting the cohesive property of mortar, so that, were greater attention paid to its collection by the scavenger, there would in all probability be an improved demand for the article, for I find that it is already used in the prosecution of some of the best masons' work. On this head I can cite the authority of a gentleman, at once a scientific and practical architect, who said to me, quote, "Mac is used by many respectable builders for making mortar. The objection to it is that it usually contains much extraneous decaying matter." End quote. Increased care in the collection of the material would perhaps remove this cause of complaint. I heard of one West End builder, employing many hands, however, who had totally or partially discontinued the use of mac, as he had met with some which he considered showed itself brittle in the plastering of walls. Mac is pounded, and sometimes sifted, when required for use, and is then mixed and worked up with the lime for mortar, in the same way as sand. By the brickmakers it is mixed with the clay, ground, and formed into bricks in a similar manner. Of the proportion sold to builders, plasterers, and brickmakers severally, I could learn no precise particulars. The general opinion appears to be that mac is sold most to brickmakers, and that it would find even a greater sale with them were not brickfields becoming more and more remote. I moreover found it universally admitted that mac was in less demand, some said by 1/2, than it was 5 or 6 years back. Such are the uses of mac, and now we come to the question of its value. The price of the purer mac seems, from the best information I can procure, to have varied considerably. It is now generally cheap. I did not hear any very sufficing reason advanced to account for the depreciation, but one of the contractors expressed an opinion that this was owing to the disturbed state of the trade. Since the passing of the Sanitary Bill, the contractors for the public scavengery have been prevented shooting any valueless street dirt, or dirt not worth carriage, in convenient waste places, as they were once in the habit of doing. Their yards and wharfs are generally full, so that, to avoid committing a nuisance, the contractor will not unfrequently sell his mac at reduced rates, and be glad thus to get rid of it. To this cause especially Mr. attributed the deterioration in the price of mac, but if he had convenience, he told me, and any change was made in the present arrangements, he would not scruple to store 1,000 loads for the demands of next summer, as a speculation. I am of opinion, moreover, notwithstanding what seemed something very like unanimity of opinion on the part of the sellers of mac, that what is given or thrown away is usually, if not always, mixed or inferior mac, and that what is sold at the lowest rate is only a degree or two better, unless indeed it be under the immediate pressure of some of the circumstances I have pointed out, as want of room and so on. On inquiring the price of mac, I believe the answer of a vendor will almost invariably be found to be £1 a load. A little further inquiry, however, shows that an extra sum may have to be paid. A builder who gave me the information asked a parish contractor the price of mac. The contractor at once offered to supply him with 500 loads at £1 a load, if the mac were ordered beforehand and could be shot at once, but it would be 6d. a mile extra if delivered a mile out of the mac seller's parish circuit, or more than a mile from his yard, while, if extra care were to be taken in the collection of the mac, it would be 2d., 3d., 4d., or 6d. a load higher. This, it must be understood, was the price of wet mac. Good dry mac, that is to say, mac ready for use, is sold to the builder or the brickmaker at from 2s. to 3s. the load, 2s. 6d. or something very near it being now about an average price. It is dried in the contractor's yard by being exposed to the sun, or it is sometimes protected from the weather by a shed while being dried. More wet mac would be shot for the trade and kept until dry, but for want of room in the contractor's yards and wharfs, for mac must give way to the more valuable dung, and the dust and ashes from the bins. The best mac is sometimes described as country mac, that is to say, it is collected from those suburban roads where it is likely to be little mixed with dung and so on. a contractor told me that during the last 12 months he had sold 300 loads of mac. He had no account of what he had given away to be rid of it, or of what he had sold at nominal prices. Another contractor, I was told by his managing man, sold last year about 400 loads, but both these parties are in a large way, and do not supply the data upon which to found a calculation as to an average yearly sale. For though in the metropolis there are, according to the list I have given in page 167 of the present volume, 63 contracts for cleansing the metropolis, without including the more remote suburbs such as Greenwich, Lewisham, Tooting, Streatham, Ealing, Brentford, and others, still some of the districts contracted for yield no mac at all. From what I consider good authority, I may venture upon the following moderate computation as to the quantity of mac sold last year. Estimating the number of contracts for cleansing the more central parishes at 35, and adding 20 for all the outlying parishes of the metropolis, in some of which the supply of road mac is very fine and by no means scarce, it may be accurate enough to state that, out of the 55 individual contracts, 300 loads of mac were sold by each in the course of last year. This gives 16,500 loads of mac disposed of per annum. It may moreover be a reasonable estimate to consider this mac, wet and dry together, as fetching 1 shilling 6pence a load, so that we have for the sum realised the following result: 16,500 loads of mac at 1 shilling 6pence per load, £1,237 10 shillings. It may probably be considered by the contractors that 1 shilling 6pence is too high an average of price per load. If the price be minimised, the result will be 16,500 loads of mac at 1 shilling per load, £825. Then, if we divide the first estimate among the 55 contractors, we find that they receive upwards of £22 each. The second estimate gives nearly £15 each. I repeat that in this inquiry I can but approximate. One gentleman told me he thought the quantity of mac thus sold in the year was twice 1,600 loads. Another asserted that it was not 1,000. I am assured, however, that my calculation does not exceed the truth. I have given the full quantity of mac as nearly, I believe, as it can be computed, to be yielded by the metropolitan thoroughfares. The surplusage, after deducting the 1,600 loads sold, must be regarded as consisting of mixed and therefore useless mac. That is to say, mac rendered so thin by continuous wet weather that it is little worth, mac wasted because it is not storable in the contractor's yard, and mac used as a component part of a barge load of manure. In the course of my inquiries, I heard it very generally stated that until 5 or 6 years ago 2 shillings 6pence might be considered a regular price for a load of mac, while 4 shillings, 5 shillings, or even 6 shillings have been paid to one contractor, according to his own account, for the better kind of this commodity. Of the mud of the streets. The dirt yielded by a macadamised road, no matter what the composition, is always termed by the scavengers mac. What is yielded by a granite-paved way is always mud. Mixed mud and mac are generally looked upon as useless. I inquired of one man, connected with a contractor's wharf, if he could readily distinguish the difference between mac and other street or mixed dirts, and he told me that he could do so, more especially when the stuff was sufficiently dried, or set, at a glance. "If mac was darker," he said, "it always looked brighter than other street dirts, as if all the colour was not ground out of the stone." He pointed out the different kinds, and his definition seemed to me not a bad one, although it may require a practised eye to make the distinction readily. Street mud is only partially mud, for mud is earthy particles saturated with water, and in the composition of the scavengers' street mud are dung, general refuse, such as straw and vegetable remains, and the many things which in poor neighbourhoods are still thrown upon the pavement. In the busier thoroughfares of the metropolis, apart from the city, where there is no macadamisation requiring notice, It is almost impossible to keep street mac and mud distinct, even if the scavengers cared more to do so than is the case at present. For a waggon, or any other vehicle, entering a street paved with blocks of wrought granite from a macadamised road, must convey mac amongst mud. Both mac and mud, however, as I have stated, are the most valuable separately. In a report on the supply of water, Appendix No. 3, Mr. Holland, Upper Stanford Street, Waterloo Road, is stated to have said, in reply to a question on the subject, quote, "Suppose the inhabitants of one parish are desirous of having their streets in good order and clean. Unless the adjoining districts concur, a great and unjust expense is imposed upon the cleaner parish, because every vehicle which passes from a dirty onto a clean street carries dirt from the former to the latter, and renders cleanliness more difficult and expensive. The inhabitants of London have an interest in the condition of other streets besides those of their own parish. Besides the inhabitants of Regent Street, for instance, all the riders in the 5,000 vehicles that daily pass through that great thoroughfare are affected by its condition, and the inhabitants of Regent Street, who have to bear the cost of keeping that street in good repair and well cleansed for others' benefit as well as for their own, may fairly feel aggrieved if they do not experience the benefits of good and clean streets when they go into other districts." End quote. In the admixture of street dirt, there is this material difference. The dung, which spoils good mac, makes good mud more valuable. After having treated so fully of the road produce of mac, there seems no necessity to say more about mud than to consider its quantity, its value, and its uses. In the Haymarket, which is about 1/8 of a mile in length and 18 yards in width, a load and a half of street mud is collected daily, Sundays excepted. Take the year through. As a farmer or market gardener will give 3 shillings a load for common street mud and cart it away at his own cost, we find that were all this mud sold separately at the ordinary rate, the yearly receipt of one street alone would be £70 4 shillings. This public way, however, furnishes no criterion of the general mud produce of the metropolis. We must therefore adopt some other basis for a calculation, and I have mentioned the Haymarket merely to show the great extent of street dirt accruing in a largely frequented locality. But to obtain other data is a matter of no small difficulty, where returns are not published nor even kept. I have, however, been fortunate enough to obtain the assistance of gentlemen whose public employment has given them the best means of forming an accurate opinion. The street mud from the Haymarket, it has been positively ascertained, is 1 1/4 load each wet day, the year through. Fleet Street, Ludgate Hill, Cheapside, Newgate Street, the off parts of St. Paul's Churchyard, Cornhill, Leadenhall Street, Bishopsgate Street, the Free Bridges, with many other places where locomotion never ceases, are, in proportion to their width, as productive of street mud as the Haymarket. Were the Haymarket a mile in length, it would supply, at its present rate of traffic, to the scavenger 6 loads of street mud daily, or 36 loads for the scavenger's working week. In this yield, however, I am assured by practical men, the Haymarket is 6 times in excess of the average streets, and when compared with even great business thoroughfares of a narrow character, such as Watling Street, Bow Lane, Old Change, and other thoroughfares of Cheapside and Cornhill, the produce of the Haymarket is from 10 to 40% in excess. I am assured, however, and especially by a gentleman who had looked closely into the matter, as he at one time had been engaged in preparing estimates for a projected company proposing to deal with street manures, that the 50 miles of the city may be safely calculated as yielding daily 1 1/2 load of street mud per mile. Narrow streets, Thames Street for instance, which is about 3/4 of a mile long, yield from 2 1/2 to 3 1/2 loads daily, according to the season. But a number of off-streets and open places, such as Long Alley, Alderman's Walk, America Square, Monument Yard, Bridgewater Square, Austin Friars, and the like, are either streets without horse thoroughfares, or are seldom traversed by vehicles. If then we calculate that there are 100 miles of paved streets adjoining the city, and yielding the same quantity of street mud daily as the above estimate, and 200 more miles in the less central parts of the metropolis, yielding only half that quantity, we find the following daily sum during the wet season. 150 miles of paved streets, yielding 1.5 load of street mud per mile, 225 loads. 200 miles of paved streets, yielding 3/4 load of street mud per mile, 150 loads. Total 375 loads. Weekly amount of street mud during the wet season, 2,250 loads. Total ditto for 6 months in the year, 58,500 loads. 63,000 loads of street mud at 3 shillings per load, £8,775. The great sale for this mud, perhaps 19/20ths, is from the barges. A barge of street manure, about 1/4 more or less, mac, or rather mac mixed with its street proportion of dung and so on, and 3/4 mud, dung and so on, contains from 30 to 40 tons, or as many loads. These manure barges are often to be seen on the Thames, but nearly 3/4 of them are found on the canals, especially the Paddington, the Regent's, and the Surrey, these being the most immediately connected with the interior part of the metropolis. A barge load of this manure is usually sold at from £5 to £6. Calculating its average weight at 35 tons, and its average sale at £5 10s, the price is rather more than 3 shillings a load. Common street mud, I have been informed on good authority, fetches 3 shillings per load from the farmer, when he himself carts it away. The price of the barge load of manure is tolerably uniform, for the quality is generally the same. Some of the best, because the cleanest, street mud, as it is mixed only with horse dung, is obtained from the wood streets, but this mode of pavement is so circumscribed that the contractors pay no regard to its manure produce, as a general rule, and mix it carelessly with the rest. Such at least is the account they themselves give, and they generally represent that the street manure is, owing to the outlay for cartage and boatage, little remunerative to them at the prices they obtain, notwithstanding they are paid to remove it from the streets. Indeed, I heard of one contractor who was said to be so dissatisfied with the demand for, and the prices fetched by, his street manure, that he has rented a few acres not far from the Regent's Canal to test the efficacy of street dirt as a fertiliser, and to ascertain if to cultivate might not be more profitable than to sell. End of section 37. Section 38 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the surface water of the streets of London. The consideration of what Professor Way has called the street waters of the metropolis is one of as great moment as any of those I have previously treated in my details concerning street refuse, whether mac, mud, or dung. Indeed, water enters largely into the composition of the two former substances, while even the street dung is greatly affected by the rain. The feeders of the street, as regards the street surface water, are principally the rains. I will first consider the amount of surface water supplied by the rain descending upon the area of the metropolis, upon the roofs of the houses, and the pavement of the streets and roads. The depth of rain falling in London in the different months, according to the observations and calculations of the most eminent meteorologists, is as follows. Reader's note. The following table gives the depth of rain in inches, according to observation of the Royal Society and Howard, and according to calculation by Daniel, followed by quantity of rain falling in the different seasons, and number of days on which rain falls. End of reader's note. January. Royal Society, 1.56 inches of rain. Howard, 1.907 inches. Daniel, 1.483 inches. Number of days on which rain falls, 14.4 days. February, Royal Society 1.45 inches, Howard 1.643 inches, Daniel 0.746 inches, number of days on which rain falls 15.8. March, Royal Society 1.36 inches, Howard 1.542 inches, Daniel 1.440 inches, number of days on which rain falls 12.7. April, Royal Society 1.55 inches, Howard 1.719 inches, Daniel 1.786 inches, number of days on which rain falls 14.0. May, Royal Society 1.67 inches, Howard 2.036 inches, Daniel 1.853 inches, number of days on which rain falls 15.8. June, Royal Society 1.98 inches, Howard 1.964 inches, Daniel 1.830 inches, number of days on which rain falls 11.8. July, Royal Society 2.44 inches, Howard 2.592 inches, Daniel 2.516 inches, number of days on which rain falls 16.1. August, Royal Society 2.37 inches, Howard 2.134 inches, Daniel 1.453 inches, number of days on which rain falls 16.3. September, Royal Society 2.97 inches, Howard 1.644 inches, Daniel 2.193 inches, number of days on which rain falls 12.3. October, Royal Society 2.46 inches, Howard 2.872 inches, Daniel 2.073 inches, number of days on which rain falls 16.2. November, Royal Society 2.58 inches, Howard 2.637 inches, Daniel 2.400 inches, number of days on which rain falls 15.0. December, Royal Society 1.65 inches, Howard 2.489 inches, Daniel 2.426 inches, number of days on which rain falls 17.7. Quantity of rain falling in the different seasons: winter 5.868 inches, spring 4.813 inches, summer 6.682 inches, autumn 7.441 inches. Total depth of rain, according to the Royal Society observations, 24.04 inches. According to Howard's observation, 25.179 inches. According to Daniel's calculation, 22.199 inches. Total of number of days on which rain falls, 178.1. Total rain falling in the different seasons, 24.804 inches. The rainfall in London, according to a 10 years average of the Royal Society's observations, amounts to 23 inches. In 1848 it was as high as 28 inches, and in 1847 as low as 15 inches. The depth of rain annually falling near London is stated by Mr. Luke Howard to be on an average of 23 years, 1797 to 1819, as much as 25.179 inches. Mr. Daniel says that the average annual fall is 23 1/10 inches. The mean of the observations made at Greenwich between the years 1838 and 1849 was 24.84 inches. The following extract from an account of the salt water springs of the Surrey Sands by the Honourable William Napier is interesting. The amount of rainfall, says the author, is taken from a register kept at the Royal Military College, Sandhurst, from the year 1818 to 1846, the average fall of the last 15 years, during which time the register appears to have been correctly kept, is 22.64 inches. I consider this to be a very low estimate, however, of the average rainfall over the whole district. The fall on the ranges of the Hind Head must considerably exceed this amount, for I find in White Selborne a register for 10 years at that place, the greatest fall being in 1782, 50.26 inches, the lowest in 1788, 22.50 inches, and the average of all 37.58 inches. The elevation of the hind head is about 800 feet above mean tide. With reference to the measurement of rainfall, it is difficult indeed to obtain more than a very approximate idea for a given district of not very great extent. The method of measurement is so uncertain as liable to be affected by currents of air and evaporation. It is well known that elevated regions attract by condensation more rain than lowlands, and yet a rain gauge placed on the ground will register a greater fall than one placed immediately, and even at a small height, above it. Mr. Arago has shown from 12 years' observations at Paris that the average depth of rain on the terrace of the observatory was 19.88 inches, while 30 yards lower it was 22.21 inches. Dr. Heberden has shown the rainfall on the top of Westminster Cathedral during a certain period to be only 12.09 inches, and at a lower level on the top of a house in the neighbourhood to be 22.608 inches. This fact has been observed all over the world, and I can only account for it as arising partly from the greater amount of condensation the nearer the earth's surface, but probably also from currents of air depriving a rain gauge at a high elevation of its fair share. The results of the above observations as to the yearly quantity of rain falling in the metropolis may be summed up as follows. Royal Society average of 20 years, 24.04 inches of rain falling annually. Mr. Howard average of 23 years, 25.179 inches. Professor Daniel, 22.199 inches. Dr. Heberden, 22.608 inches. Mean, 23.506 inches of rain falling annually. The mean, or average of all the averages here given, is within a fraction the average of the Royal Society's observations for 10 years, and this is the quantity that I shall adopt in my calculations as to the gross volume of rain falling over the entire area of London. I have shown by a detail of the respective districts in the Registrar General's Department that the metropolis contains 74,070 statute acres. Every square inch of this extent as garden, arable, or pasture ground, or as road or street, or waste place, or house, or enclosed yard or lawn, of course receives its modicum of rain. Each acre comprises 6,272,640 square inches, and we thus find the whole metropolitan area to contain a number of square inches almost beyond the terms of popular arithmetic, and best expressible in figures. Area of metropolis in square inches. In figures, 464,614,444,800, or 464,614,444,800. Now, multiplying these 464,614,444,800 square inches by 23, the number of inches of rain falling every year in London, we have the following result. Total quantity of rain falling yearly in the metropolis, in figures, 10,686,132,230,400, or 10,686,132,230,400 cubic inches. Then, as a fraction more than 277 1/4 cubic inches of water represent a weight of 10 pounds, and an admeasurement of a gallon, we have the following further results. Yearly rainfall in the metropolis, in figures, 385,399,721,220, or 385,399,721,220 pounds weight, or, in figures, 172,053,447, or 172,053,447 tons. Admeasurement in gallons, in figures, 385,399,972,122, or 38,539,972,122 gallons. The total quantity of water mechanically supplied every day to the metropolis is said to be in round numbers 55 million gallons, the amount being made up in the following manner. Daily mechanical supply of water to metropolis. Reader's note: the following table gives sources of supply and average number of gallons per day. End reader's note. New River, average number of gallons per day, 14,149,315. East London, 8,829,462. Chelsea, 3,940,730. West Middlesex, 3,334,054. Grand Junction, 3,532,013. Lambeth, 3,077,260. Southwark and Vauxhall, 6,313,716. Kent, 1,079,311. Hampstead, 427,468. Total from companies, 44,383,329. Artesian wells, 8 million. Land spring pumps, 3 million. Total daily, 55,383,329. Yearly mechanical supply of water, from companies, 16,200 million gallons. From artesian wells, 1,920 million gallons. From land spring pumps, 1,095 million gallons. Total yearly, 19,215 million gallons. Hence it would appear that the rain falling in London in the course of the year is rather more than double that of the entire quantity of water annually supplied to the metropolis by mechanical means, the rainwater being to the other as 2.005 to 1.000. Now, in order to ascertain what proportion of the entire volume of rain comes under the denomination of street surface water, we must first deduct from the gross quantity falling the amount said to be caught, and which, in contradistinction to that mechanically supplied to the houses of the metropolis, is termed catch. This is estimated at 1 million gallons per diem, or 365 million gallons yearly. But we must also subtract from the gross quantity of rainwater that which falls on the roofs, as well as on the back premises and yards of houses, and is carried off directly to the drains, without appearing in the streets. This must be a considerable proportion of the whole, since the streets themselves, allowing them to be 10 yards wide on an average, would seem to occupy only about 1/10 part of the entire metropolitan area, so that the rain falling directly upon the public thoroughfares will be but a tithe of the aggregate quantity. But the surface water of the streets is increased largely by tributary chutes from courts and drainless houses, and hence we may fairly assume the natural supply to be doubled by such means. At this rate, the volume of rainwater annually poured into and upon the metropolitan thoroughfares by natural means will be between 5 and 6,000 millions of gallons, or 100 times the quantity that is daily supplied to the houses of the metropolis by mechanical agency. Still, only a part of this quantity appears in the form of surface water, for a considerable portion of it is absorbed by the ground on which it falls, especially in dry weather, serving either to lay the dust or to convert it into mud. Due regard therefore being had to all these considerations, we cannot, consistently with that caution which is necessary in all statistical inquiries, estimate the surface water of the London streets at more than 1,000 millions of gallons per annum, or 20 times the daily mechanical supply to the houses of the entire metropolis, and which it has been asserted is sufficient to exhaust a lake covering the area of St. James's Park, 30 inches in depth. The quantity of water annually poured upon the streets, in the process of what is termed watering, amounts, according to the returns of the Board of Health, to 275 million gallons per annum. But as this seldom or never assumes the form of street surface water, it need form no part of the present estimate. What proportion of the 1,000 million gallons of slop dirt produced annually in the London streets is carried off down the drains, and what proportion is ladled up by the scavengers, I have no means of ascertaining, but that vast quantities run away into the sewers and there form large deposits of mud, everything tends to prove. Mr. Lovick, on being asked how many loads of deposit have been removed in any 1 week in the Surrey and Kent district, what is the total quantity of deposit removed in any 1 week in the whole of the metropolitan district, replied, quote, "It is difficult, if not impossible, to ascertain correctly the quantity removed, owing to the variety of forms of sewers and the ever-varying forms assumed by the deposit from the action of varying volumes of water, but I have had observations made on the rate of accumulation, from which I have been enabled roughly to approximate it. In 1 week in the Surrey and Kent district about 1,000 yards were removed. In 1 week in the whole of the metropolitan districts, including the Surrey and Kent district, between 4,000 and 5,000 yards were removed, but in portions of the districts these operations were not in progress." End quote. It is not here stated of what the deposit consisted, but there is no doubt that "mac" from the streets formed a great portion of it. Neither is it stated what period of time had sufficed for the accumulation, but it is evident enough that such deposits in the course of a year must be very great. The street surface water has been analysed by Professor Way and found to yield different constituents according to the different pavements from which it has been discharged. The results are as follows. Examination of samples of water from street drainage taken from the gullies in the sewers during the reign of 6th of May, 1850. The waters were all more or less turbid, and some of them gave off very noxious odours, due principally to the escape of sulphuretted hydrogen gas. Some of them were alkaline to test paper, but the majority were neutral. The following table exhibits the quantity of matter, both in solution and in solid state, contained in an imperial gallon of each specimen. Street waters. Reader's note: the following table gives the number of bottle, the name of street, the quality of paving, the quality of traffic, and the residue in an imperial gallon in soluble form, in insoluble form, and in both. End reader's note. Number of bottle 1. Name of street, Duke Street, Manchester Square. Quality of paving, macadam. Quality of traffic, middling. Soluble residue, 92.80 grains. Insoluble residue, 105.95 grains. Both, 198.75 grains. Number of bottle 7. Foley Street, upper part. Quality of paving, macadam. Quality of traffic, little. Soluble residue, 95.13 grains. Insoluble residue, 116.30 grains. Both 211.43 grains. Number of bottle 5. Gower Street. Quality of paving, granite. Quality of traffic, middling. Soluble residue, 126.00 grains. Insoluble residue, 168.30 grains. Both 294.30 grains. Number of bottle 12. Norton Street. Quality of paving, granite. Quality of traffic, little. Soluble residue, 123.87 grains. Insoluble residue, 3.00 grains. Both 126.87 grains. Number of bottle 3. Hampstead Road, above the canal. Quality of paving, ballasted. Quality of traffic, great. Soluble residue, 96.00 grains. Insoluble residue, 84.00 grains. Both 180.00 grains. Number of bottle 4. Ferdinand Street. Quality of paving, ballasted. Quality of traffic, middling. Soluble residue, 44.00 grains. Insoluble residue, 48.30 grains. Both 92.30 grains. Number of bottle 2. Ferdinand Place. Quality of paving, ballasted. Quality of traffic, little. Soluble residue, 50.80 grains. Insoluble residue, 34.30 grains. Both 85.10 grains. Number of bottles, 10, Oxford Street. Quality of paving, granite. Quality of traffic, great. Soluble residue, 276.23 grains. Insoluble residue, 537.10 grains. Both 813.33 grains. Number of bottles, 6, Oxford Street. Quality of paving, macadam. Quality of traffic, great. Soluble residue, 194.62 grains. Insoluble residue, 390.30 grains. Both 584.92 grains. Number of bottle, 11, Oxford Street. Quality of paving, wood. Quality of traffic, great. Soluble residue, 34.00 grains. Insoluble residue, 5.00 grains. Both 39.00 grains. The influence of the quality of the paving on the composition of the drainage water, says Professor Way, is well seen in the specimens numbers 10, 6 and 11, all of them from Oxford Street, the traffic being described as great. The quantity of soluble salts is here found to be greatest from the granite matter from the macadamized road, and very inconsiderable from the wood pavement. The same relation between the granite and macadam pavement seems to hold good in the other instances. The granite for any quality of traffic affording more soluble salts to the water than the macadam. The ballasted pavement holds a position intermediate between the macadam and the wood, giving more soluble salts than the wood, but less than the macadam. The quantity of solid, insoluble, matter in the different samples of water, which is a measure of the mechanical waste of the different kinds of pavement, appears also to follow the same relation as that of the soluble salts, that is to say, granite greatest, next macadam, then ballasted, and lastly wood pavement, which affords a quantity of solid deposit almost too small to deserve notice. The influence of the quality of traffic on the composition of the different specimens of drainage is well marked in nearly all cases, the greatest amount of matter, both insoluble and soluble, being found in the water obtained from the streets of great traffic. The following table shows the composition of the soluble salts of 4 specimens, 2 of them being from the granite and 2 from the macadam pavement. It appears from the table that the granite furnishes little or no magnesia to the water, whilst the quantity from the macadam is considerable. On the other hand, the quantity of potash is far greater in the water derived from the granite. The traffic, as was before seen, has a very great influence on the quantity of the soluble salts. It seems also to influence their composition, for we find no carbonates either in the water from the granite or that from the macadam, where the traffic is little, whereas when it is great, carbonates of lime and potash are found in the water in large quantity, a circumstance which is no doubt attributable to the action of decaying organic matter on the mineral substances of the pavement. Analysis of the soluble matter in different specimens of street drainage water. Reader's note: the following table gives the number of grains in an imperial gallon from granite number 10 and macadam number 6 in great traffic, and from granite number 12 and macadam number 7 in little traffic. Water of combination and some soluble organic matter. Great traffic. Granite number 10, 77.56 grains. Macadam number 6, 29.07 grains. Little traffic. Granite number 12, 22.72 grains. Macadam number 7, 13.73 grains. Silica. Great traffic. Granite number 10, 0.51 grains. Macadam number 6, 2.81 grains. Little traffic. No data given. Carbonic acid. Great traffic, granite number 10, 15.84 grains, macadam number 6, 12.23 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, none, macadam number 7, none. Sulphuric acid, great traffic, granite number 10, 36.49 grains. Macadam number 6, 38.23 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, 46.48 grains. Macadam number 7, 34.08 grains. Lime, great traffic, granite number 10, 6.65 grains. Macadam number 6, 13.38 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, 25.90 grains. Macadam number 7, 16.10 grains. Magnesia, great traffic, granite number 10, none. Macadam number 6, 23.51 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, trace. Macadam number 7, 3.50 grains. Oxide of iron and alumina with a little phosphate of lime. Great traffic, granite number 10, 2.58 grains. Macadam number 6, 1.25 grains. Little traffic, no data given. Chloride of potassium. Great traffic, granite number 10, none. Macadam number 6, 10.99 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, none. Macadam number 7, 2.79 grains. Chloride of sodium. Great traffic, granite number 10, 53.84 grains. Macadam number 6, 44.88 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, 18.44 grains. Macadam number 7, 19.70 grains. Potash, great traffic, granite number 10, 82.76 grains. Macadam number 6, 18.27 grains. Little traffic, granite number 12, 8.75 grains. Macadam number 7, 5.23 grains. Soda, great traffic, no data given. Little traffic, granite number 12, 1.58 grains. Macadam number 7, no data given. Totals, great traffic, granite number 10, 276.23 grains in an imperial gallon. Macadam number 6, 1.94.62 grains in an imperial gallon. Little traffic, granite number 12, 1.23.87 grains in an imperial gallon. Macadam number 7, 95.13 grains in an imperial gallon. The insoluble matter in the waters consist of the comminuted material of the road itself, with small fragments of straw and broken dung. The quantity of soluble salts, especially of salts of potash, in many of these samples of water is quite as great, and in some cases greater, than that found in the samples of sewer water that have been examined, and it is open to question and further inquiry whether the water obtained from the street drainage of a crowded city might not often be of nearly equal value as liquid manure with the sewer water with which it is at present allowed to mix. With regard to the ballasted pavement mentioned by Professor Way, I may observe that it cannot be considered a street pavement unless exceptionally. It is formed principally of Thames ballast mixed with gravel, and is used in the construction of what are usually private or pleasure walks, such as the gravel walks in the enclosures of some of the parks, and upon Primrose Hill and so on. Of the master scavengers in former times. Degraded as the occupation of the scavenger may be in public estimation, though I'd rather sweep the streets, may be a common remark expressive of the lowest deep of humiliation among those who never handled a besom in their lives, yet the very existence of a large body who are public cleansers betokens civilization. Their occupation indeed was defined, or rather was established or confirmed, in the early periods of our history, when municipal regulations were a sort of charter of civic protection, of civic liberties, and of general progress. The noun scavenger is said by lexicographers to be derived from the German schaben, to shave or scrape, applied to those who scrape and clear away the filth from public streets or other places. The more direct derivation, however, is from the Danish verb skæve, the Saxon equivalent of which is skæfen, whence the English shave. Formerly the word was written scavager, and meant simply one who was engaged in removing the scrapage or rakeage. The working men, it will be seen, were termed also rakers, from the surface of the streets. Hence it would appear that there is no authority for the verb to scavenge, which has lately come into use. The term from which the personal substantive is directly made is scavage, a word formed from the verb in the same manner as sewage and rubbage, now fashionably corrupted into rubbish, and meaning the refuse which is or should be scraped away from the roads. The Latin equivalent from the Danish verb skave is scabere. I believe that the first mention of a scavenger in our earlier classical literature is by Bishop Hall, one of the lights of the Reformation, in one of his satires, quote, "To see the Pope's Black Knight, a cloaked friar, sweating in the channel like a scavenger." End quote. Many similar passages from the old poets and dramatists might be adduced, but I will content myself with one from the Martial Maid of Beaumont and Fletcher, as bearing immediately on the topic I have to discuss. Quote, "Do I not know thee for the Alguzer, whose dunghill all the parish scavengers could never rid?" End quote. Johnson defines a scavenger to be, quote, "a petty magistrate whose province is to keep the streets clean." End quote. And in earlier times certainly the scavenger was an officer to whom a certain authority was deputed, as to beadles and others. One or two of these officials were appointed, according to the municipal or by-laws of the City of London, not to each parish, but to each ward. Of course, in the good old days, nothing could be done unless under the sanction of an oath, and the scavengers were sworn accordingly on the Gospel, the following being the form as given in the black letter of the laws relating to the city in the time of Henry VIII. The oath of scavengers or scavengers of the ward. Ye shall swear that ye shall well and diligently oversee that the pavements in every ward be well and rightfully repaired, and not honest to the noyance of the neighbours, and that the ways, streets, and lanes be kept clean from dung and other filth, for the honesty of the city, and that all the chimneys, redosses, and furnaces be made of stone for defence of fire, and if ye know any such ye shall show it to the alderman, that he may make due redress therefore, and this ye shall not lean, so help you God. Note, honest is explained by Strype to signify made too high, and the redosses to be reardos. A mason informed me that he believed these redosses were what were known in some old country houses as back flues, or flues connecting any fire grate in the out offices with the main chimney. The term lean is the Teutonic lane, and signifies let, lease, or literally loan. End note. To aid the scavengers in their execution of the duties of the office, the following, among others, were the injunctions of the civic law. They indicate the former state of the streets of London better than any description. A gung, or dung, firmer, appears to be a nightman, a dung carrier or bearer, the servant of the master or ward scavenger. Quote, "No gung firmer shall spill any ordure in the street, under pain of 13 shillings and 4pence. No gung firmer shall carry any ordure till after 9 of the clock in the night, under pain of 13 shillings and 4pence. No man shall cast any urine bowls or ordure bowls into the streets by day or night afore the hour of 9 in the night. And also he shall not cast it out, but bring it down and lay it in the canal, under pain of 3 shillings and 4pence. And if he do so cast it upon any person's head, the person to have a lawful recompense, if he have hurt thereby. No man shall bury any dung or gung within the liberties of this city, under pain of 40 shillings. End quote. I will not dwell on the state of things which caused such enactments to be necessary, or on the barbarism of the law which ordered a lawful recompense to any person assailed in the manner intimated, only when he had hurt thereby. These laws were for the government of the city, where a body of scavengers was sometimes called a street ward. Until about the reign of Charles II, however, to legislate concerning such matters for the city was to legislate for the metropolis, as Southwark was then more or less under the city jurisdiction, and the houses of the nobility on the north bank of the Thames, the Strand, would hardly require the services of a public scavenger. As new parishes or districts became populous and established outside the city boundaries, the authorities seem to have regulated the public scavengery after the fashion of the city, but the whole, in every respect of cleanliness, propriety, regularity, or celerity, was most grievously defective. Some time about the middle of the last century, the scavengers were considered and pronounced by the administrators or explainers of municipal law to be 2 officers chosen yearly in each parish in London and the suburbs by the constables, churchwardens, and other inhabitants, and their business was declared to be that they should hire persons called rakers with carts to clean the streets and carry away the dirt and filth thereof under a penalty of 40 shillings. The scavengers thus appointed we should now term surveyors. There is little reason to doubt that in the old times the duly appointed scavengers or scavengers laboured in their vocation themselves, and employed such a number of additional hands as they accounted necessary. But how or when the master scavenger ceased to be a labourer, and how or when the office became merely nominal, I can find no information. So little attention appears to have been paid to this really important matter that there are hardly any records concerning it. The law was satisfied to lay down provisions for street cleansing, but to enforce these provisions was left to chance, or to some idle, corrupt, or inefficient officer or body. Neither can I find any precise account of what was formerly done with the dirt swept and scraped from the streets, which seems always to have been left to the discretion of the scavenger to deal with as he pleased, and such is still the case in a great measure. Some of this dirt, I find, however, promoted the goodly nutriment of the land about London, and some was delivered in waste places apart from habitations. These waste places seem to have been the nuclei of the present dust yards, and were sometimes presented, that is, they were reported by a jury of nuisances, or, under other titles, as places of obscene resort for lewd and disorderly persons, the lewd and disorderly persons consisting chiefly of the very poor, who came to search among the rubbish for anything that might be valuable or saleable, for there were frequent rumours of treasure or plate being temporarily hidden in such places by thieves. Some outcast wretches, moreover, slept within the shelter of these scavengers' places, and occasionally a vigilant officer, even down to our own times, or within these few years, apprehended such wretches, charged them with destitution, and had them punished accordingly. Much of the street refuse thus delivered, especially the dry rubbish, was thrown into the streets from houses under repair and so on. I now speak of the past century, and no use seems to have been made of any part of it unless anyone requiring a load or two of rubbish chose to cart it away. I have given this sketch to show what master scavengers were in the olden times, and I now proceed to point out what is the present condition of the trade. End of section 38. Section 39 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the several modes and characteristics of street cleansing. We come here to the practical part of this complex subject. We have ascertained the length of the streets of London. We have estimated the amount of daily, weekly, and yearly traffic, calculated the quantity of mud, dung, mac, dust, and surface water formed and collected annually throughout the metropolis. We have endeavoured to arrive at some notion as to the injury done by all this vast amount of filth, owing to what the Board of Health has termed imperfect scavenging, and we now come to treat of the means by which the loads of street refuse, the loads of dust, loads of mac and mud, and the tons of dung, are severally and collectively removed throughout the year. There are two distinct, and in a measure diametrically opposed, methods of street cleansing at present in operation. 1. That which consists in cleaning the streets when dirtied. 2. That which consists in cleaning them and keeping them clean. These modes of scavenging may not appear, to those who have paid but little attention to the matter, to be very widely different means of effecting the same object. The one, however, removes the refuse from the streets, sooner or later, after it has been formed, whereas the other removes it as fast as it is formed. By the latter method, the streets are never allowed to get dirty. By the former, they must be dirty before they are cleansed. The plan of street cleansing before dirtied, or the pre-scavenging system, is of recent introduction, being the mode adopted by the street orderlies. That of cleansing after having dirtied, or the post-scavenging system, is, so far as the more general or common method is concerned, the same as that pursued 2 centuries ago. I shall speak of each of these modes in due course, beginning with that last mentioned. By the ordinary method of scavenging, the dirt is still swept or scraped to one side of the public way, then shovelled into a cart and conveyed to the place of deposit. In wet weather, the dirt swept or scraped to one side is so liquefied that it is known as slop, and is lifted into the cart in shovels hollowed like sugar spoons. The only change of which I have heard in this mode of scavenging was in one of the tools. Until about 9 years ago, birch, or occasionally heather, brooms or besoms, were used by the street sweepers, but they soon became clogged in dirty weather, and then, as one working scavenger explained it to me, they scattered and drove the dirt to the sides, stead of making it go right ahead as you wants it. The material now used for the street sweeper's broom is known as bass, and consists of the stems or branches of a New Zealand plant, a substance which has considerable strength and elasticity of fibre, and both sweeps and scrapes in the process of scavenging. The broom itself, too, is differently constructed, having divisions between the several insertions of bass in the wooden block of the head, so that clogging is less frequent and cleaning easier, whereas the birch broom consisted of a close mass of twigs, and thus scattered while it swept the dirt. There was, of course, some outcry on the part of the established order of things, gentry, among scavengers, against the innovation, but it is now general. As all the scavengers, no matter how they vary in other respects, work with the brooms described, this one mention of the change will suffice. No doubt the cleansing of the streets is accomplished with greater efficiency and with greater celerity than it was, but the mere process of manual toil is little altered. In a work like the present, however, we have more particularly to deal with the labourers engaged, and viewing the subject in this light, we may arrange the several modes of street cleansing into the 4 following divisions. 1. By paid manual labourers, or men employed by the contractors, and paid in the ordinary ways of wages. 2. By paid machine labourers, differing from the first only or mainly in the means by which they attain their end. 3. By pauper labourers, or men employed by the parishes in which they are set to work, and either paid in money or in food, or maintained in the workhouses. 4. By street orderlies, or men employed by philanthropists, a body of workmen with particular regulations, and more organised than other scavengers. By one or other of these modes of scavengery, all the public ways of the metropolis are cleansed, and the subject is most peculiar, as including within itself all the several varieties of labour, if we except that of women and children, namely, manual labour, mechanical labour, pauper labour, and philanthropic labour. By these several varieties of labour, the highways and byways of the entire metropolis are cleansed, with one exception, the mews, concerning which a few words here may not be out of place. All these localities, whether they be what are styled private or gentlemen's mews, or public mews, where stables, coach-houses, and dwelling-rooms above them may be taken by any one,
a good many of such places being moreover public or partial thoroughfares, or whether they be job-masters' or cab-proprietors' mews, are scavenged by the occupants, for the manure is valuable. The mews of London indeed constitute a world of their own. They are tenanted by one class, coachmen and grooms, with their wives and families, men who are devoted to one pursuit, the care of horses and carriages, who live and associate one among another, whose talk is of horses, with something about masters and mistresses, as if to ride or to drive were the great ends of human existence, and to thus live as much together as the Jews in their compulsory quarters in Rome. The mews are also the chambers of unemployed coachmen and grooms, and I am told that the very sicknesses known in such places have their own peculiarities. These, however, form matter for future inquiry. Concerning the private scavenging of the metropolitan mews, the Medical Times of July 26, 1851, contains a letter from Mr. C. Cochrane, in which that gentleman says, quote, "It will be found that in all the mews throughout the metropolis, the manure produced from each stable is packed up in a separate stack until there is sufficient for a load for some market gardener or farmer to remove. The groom or stableman makes an arrangement, or agreement as it is called, with the market gardener to remove it at his convenience, and a gratuity of 1 shilling or 1 shilling 6pence per load is usually presented to the stableman. In some places there are dung pits containing the collectings of a fortnight's dung, which, when disturbed for removal, casts out an offensive effluvium as sickening as it is disgusting to the whole neighbourhood. In consequence of the arrangement in question, if a third party wished to buy some of this manure, he could not get it, and if he wished to get rid of any by giving it away, the stableman would not receive it, as it would not be removed sufficiently quick by the farmer. The result is that, whilst the air is rendered offensive and insalubrious, manure becomes difficult to be removed or disposed of, and frequently is washed away into the sewer. Of this manure there are always, at a moderate computation, remaining daily in the mews and stable yards of the metropolis, at least 2,000 cartloads. To remedy these evils, I would suggest that a brief Act of Parliament should be passed, giving municipal and parochial authorities the same complete control over the manure as they have over the ashes, with the provision that owners should have the right of removing it themselves for their own use, but if they did not do so daily, then the control to return to the above authorities, who should have the right of selling it and placing the proceeds in the parish funds. By this simple means, immense quantities of valuable manure would be saved for the purposes of agriculture, food would be rendered cheaper and more abundant, more people would be employed, whilst the metropolis would be rendered clean, sweet, and healthy." End quote. I may dismiss this part of the subject with the remark that I was informed that the mews manure was in regular demand and of ready sale, being removed by the market gardeners with greater facility than canned street dirt, which the contractors with the parishes prefer to vend by the barge load. Having enumerated the 4 several modes of street cleansing, I will now proceed to point out briefly the characteristics of each class of cleansing. This will also denote the quality of the employers and the nature of the employment. 1. The paid manual labourers constitute the bulk of those engaged in scavenging, and the chief paymasters are the contractors. Many of these labourers consider themselves the only regular hands, having been brought up to the business. But unemployed or destitute labourers or mechanics or reduced tradesmen will often endeavour to obtain employment in street sweeping. This is the necessary evil of all unskilled labour, for since every one can do it without previous apprenticeship, it follows that the beaten-out artisans or discarded trade assistants, beggared tradesmen or reduced gentlemen must necessarily resort to it as their only means of independent support, and hence the reason why dock labour and street labour, and indeed all the several forms of unskilled work, have a tendency to be overstocked with hands, the unskilled occupations being, as it were, the sink for all the refuse, skilled labour, and beggared industry of the country. The contractors, like other employers, are separated by their men into two classes, such as, in more refined callings, are often designated the honourable and dishonourable traders, according as they pay or do not pay what is reputed fair wages. I cannot say that I heard any especial appellation given by the working scavengers to the better paying class of employers, unless it were the expressive style of good 'uns. The inferior paying class, however, are very generally known among their work people as scurfs. 2. The street sweeping machine labourers. Of the men employed as attendant scavengers, for so they may be termed in connection with these mechanical and vehicular street sweepers, little need here be said, for they are generally of the class of ordinary scavengers. It may, however, be necessary to explain that each of those machines must have the street refuse, for the lick-in of the machine, swept into a straight line wherever there is the slightest slope at the sides of a street towards the footpath. The same, too, must sometimes be done if the pavement be at all broken, even when the progress of the machine is what I heard not very appropriately termed plain sailing. Sometimes also men follow the course of the street sweeping machine to sweep up any dirt missed or scattered as the vehicle proceeds on a straightforward course, for at all to diverge would be to make the labour, where the machine alone is used, almost double. 3. The pauper or parish-employed scavengers present characteristics peculiarly their own as regards open-air labour in London. They are employed less to cleanse the streets than to prevent their being chargeable to the poor's rate as outdoor recipients or as inmates of the workhouses. When paid, they receive a lower amount of wages than any other scavengers, and they are sometimes paid in food as well as in money, while a difference may be made between the wages of the married and of the unmarried men, and even between the married men who have and have not children. Some, again, are employed in scavenging without any money receipt, their maintenance in the workhouse being considered a sufficient return for the fruits of their toil. Some of these men are feeble, some are unskilful, even in tasks in which skill is but little of an element, and most of them are dissatisfied workmen. Their ranks comprise, or may comprise, men who have filled very different situations in life. It is mentioned in the second edition of one of the publications of the National Philanthropic Association, Sanitary Progress, 1850, that the once high-salaried cashier of a West End bank died lately in St Pancras workhouse, that the architect of several of the most fashionable West End clubhouses is now an inmate of St James's workhouse, and that the architect of St Pancras New Church lately died in a back garret in Somerstown. These recent instances, a few out of many, says the writer, prove that wealth has wings, and that genius and industry have but leaden feet when overtaken by adversity. A late number of the Globe newspaper states that, among the police constables on the Great Western Railway, there are at present 8 members of the Royal College of Surgeons and 3 solicitors, and the Limerick Examiner a few weeks ago announced the fact that a gentlewoman is now an inmate of the workhouse of that city, whose husband a few years ago filled the office of High Sheriff of the county. I do not know that either the cashier or the architect in the 2 workhouses in question was employed as a street sweeper. The second class, then, are situated differently to the paid street sweepers, or number 1 of the present division, who may be considered more or less independent or self-supporting labourers, while the paupers are of course dependent. 4. The street orderlies. These men present another distinct body. They are not merely in the employment, but many of them are under the care of the National Philanthropic Association, which was founded by and is now under the presidency of Mr. Cochrane. The objects of this society, as far as regards the street orderlies' existence as a class of scavengers, are sufficiently indicated in its title, which declares it to be "for the promotion of street cleanliness and the employment of the poor." so that able-bodied men may be prevented from burthening the parish rates and preserved independent of workhouse alms and degradation, supported by the contributions of the benevolent. The street orderlies, men and boys, are paid a fixed weekly wage, a certain sum being stopped from those single men who reside in houses rented for them by the association, where their meals, washing, and so on are provided. Among them are men of many callings, and some educated and accomplished persons. The system of street orderlyism is moreover distinguished by one attribute unknown to any other mode. It is an effort, preserved in despite of many hindrances and difficulties, to amend our street scavengery, indeed to reform it altogether, so that dust and dirt may be checked in their very origination. The corporation, if I may so describe it, of the street orderlies presents characteristics again varying from the other orders of what can only be looked upon either as the self-supporting or pauper workers. These then are the several modes or methods of street scavengery, and they show the following. Classes of street sweeping employers. 1. Traders, who undertake contracts for the scavengery as a speculation. Under this denomination may be classed the contractors with parishes, districts, boards, liberties, divisions, and subdivisions of parishes, markets, and so on. 2. Parishes, who employ the men as a matter of parochial policy, with a view to the reduction of the rates, and with little regard to the men. 3. Philanthropists, who seek more particularly to benefit the men whom they employ, while they strive to promote the public good by increasing public cleanliness and order. Under the head of traders are the contractors with the parishes and so on, and the proprietors of the sweeping machines, who are in the same capacity as the regular contractors, respecting their dealings with labourers, but who substitute mechanical for manual operations. Of these several classes of masters engaged in the scavengery of the metropolis, I have much to say, and for the clearer saying of it, I shall treat each of the several varieties of labour separately. Of the contractors for scavengery. The scavenging of the streets of the metropolis is performed directly or indirectly by the authorities of the several parishes without the city, who have the power to levy rates for the cleansing of the various districts. Within the city, however, the office is executed under the direction of the Court of Sewers. When the cleansing of the streets is performed indirectly by either the parochial or civic authorities, it is effected by contractors, that is to say, by traders who undertake for a certain sum to remove the street refuse at stated intervals and under express conditions, and who employ paid servants to execute the work for them. When it is performed directly, the authorities employ labourers, generally from the workhouse, and usually enter into an agreement with some contractor for the use of his carts and appliances, together with the right to deposit in his wharf or yard the refuse removed from the streets. I shall treat first of the indirect mode of scavenging, that is to say, of cleansing the streets by contract, beginning with the contractors, setting forth as near as possible the receipts and expenditure in connection with the trade, and then proceeding in due order to treat of the labourers employed by them in the performance of the task. Some of the contractors agree with the parochial or district authorities to remove the dust from the house bins as well as the dirt from the streets, under one and the same contract. Some undertake to execute these two offices under separate contracts, and some to perform only one of them. It is most customary, however, for the same contractor to serve the parish, especially the larger parishes, in both capacities. There is no established or legally required form of agreement between a contractor and his principals. It is a bargain in which each side strives to get the best of it, but in which the parish representatives have often to contend against something looking like a monopoly, a very common occurrence in our day when capitalists choose to combine, which is legal, or unnoticed, but very heinous on the part of the working men, whose capital is only in their strength or skill. One contractor, on being questioned by a gentleman officially connected with a large district as to the existence of combination, laughed at such a notion, but said there might be a sort of understanding one among another, as among people who must look to their own interests and see which way the cat jumped, concluding with the undeniable assertion that no man ought reasonably to be expected to ruin himself for a parish. There does not appear, however, to have been any countervailing qualities on the part of the parishes to this understanding among the contractors, for some of the authorities have found themselves, when a new or a renewed contract was in question, suddenly on the other side of the hedge. Thus, in the south-west district of St Pancras, the contractor 5 or 6 years ago paid £100 per annum for the removal and possession of the street dirt and so on, but the following year the district authorities had to pay him £500 for the same labour and with the same privileges. Other changes took place, and in 1848-49 a contractor again paid the district £95. I have shown too that in Shadwell the dust contractor now receives £450 per annum, whereas he formerly paid £240. To prove, however, that a spirit of combination does occasionally exist among these contractors, I may cite the following minute from one of the parish books. Extract from Minute Book, November 7th, 1839. Letter C, folio 437. Commissioner's Office, 30 Howland Street, November 7th, 1839. Report of the Paving Committee to the General Board relating to the watering the district for the past year. Your committee beg leave to report that for the past 3 years the sums paid by contract for watering were respectively for 1836 £230, for 1837 £220, for 1838 £200. That in the month of February in the present year the Board advertised in the usual manner for tenders to water the district, when the following were received, namely, Mr. Dark £315, Mr. Gore £318, Mr. Nichols £312, Mr. Starkey £285, which was the lowest. Your committee, anxious to prevent any increase in the watering rate from being levied, and considering the amount required by the contractors for this service as excessive and exorbitant, and even evincing a spirit of combination, resolved to make an inroad upon this system, and after much trouble and attention, adopted other measures for watering the districts, the results of which they have great pleasure in presenting to the Board, by which it will be seen that a saving over the very lowest of the above tenders of £102 3s has been effected. The sum of £18 18s has been paid for pauper labour at the same time. Your committee regret that, notwithstanding the efforts of themselves and their officers, the state of insubordination and insult of most of the paupers, in spite of all encouragement to industry, was such that the committee on the 12th of July last were reluctantly compelled to discontinue their services. The committee cannot but congratulate the Board upon the result of their experiment, which will have the effect of breaking up a spirit of combination highly dangerous to the community at large, at the same time that their labours have caused a very considerable saving to the ratepayers, and they trust the work, considering all the numerous disadvantages under which they have laboured, has been performed in a satisfactory manner. P. Cunningham, Surveyor, 30 Howland Street, Fitzroy Square. The following regulations sufficiently show the nature of the agreements made between the contractors and the authorities as to the cleansing of the more important thoroughfares especially. It will be seen that in the regulations I quote, every street, court, or alley must now be swept daily, a practice which has only been adopted within these few years in the city. Sewers Office, Guildhall, London, Raker's Duties, Midsummer 1851 to Midsummer 1852. Note: the reader will remember that in the historical sketch given of the progress of public scavengery, the word rakers occurred in connection with the sworn master scavengers, and so on, and so on. The word is now unknown to the trade, except that it appears on city documents. End note. Cleansing. The whole surface of every carriageway, court, and alley shall be swept every day, Sundays excepted, and all mud, dust, filth, and rubbish all frozen or partially frozen matter and snow, animal and vegetable matter, and everything offensive or injurious, shall be properly pecked, scraped, swept up, and carted away therefrom, and the iron gutters laid across or along the footways, the air grates over the sewers, the gully grates in the carriageway of the streets respectively, and all public urinals are to be daily raked out, swept, and made clean and clear from all obstructions, and the contractor or contractors shall, in time of frost, continually keep the channels in the streets and places clear for water to run off, and cleanse and cart away refuse hogan or gravel, when called upon by the inspector to do so, from all streets newly paved. The mud and dirt and so on is to be carted away immediately that it is swept up. N.B. The inspector of the district may at any time he may think it necessary order any street or place to be cleansed and swept a second time in any one day, and the contractor or contractors are thereupon bound to do the same. The markets and their approaches are also to be thus cleansed daily, and the approaches thereto respectively are also to be thus cleansed at such an hour in the night of Saturday in each week as the inspector of the district may direct. Every street, lane, square, yard, court, alley, passage, and place, except certain main streets hereinafter enumerated, are to be thus cleansed within the following hours daily, namely, in the months of April, May, June, July, August, and September, to be begun not earlier than 4 o'clock in the morning, and finished not later than 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the months of October, November, December, January, February, and March, to be begun not earlier than 5 o'clock in the morning, and finished not later than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The following main streets are to be cleansed daily throughout the year, except Sundays, to be begun not earlier than 4 o'clock in the morning, and finished not later than 9 o'clock in the morning. Fleet Street, Ludgate Hill and Street, St. Paul's Churchyard, Cheapside, Newgate Street, Poultry, Watling Street, Budge Row and Cannon Street, Mansion House Street, Cornhill, Leadenhall Street, Aldgate Street and Aldgate, King William Street and London Bridge, Fenchurch Street, Holborn, Holborn Bridge, Skinner Street, Old Bailey, Lombard Street, New Bridge Street, Farringdon Street, Aldersgate Street, St. Martin le Grand, Princes Street, Moorgate Street, the street called the Pavement, Finsbury Place South, Gracechurch Street, Bishopsgate Street within and without, the Minories, Wood Street, Gresham Street, Coleman Street. N.B. In times of frost and snow, these hours of executing the work may be extended at the discretion of the local commissioners. The other conditions relate to the removal of the dust from the houses, a subject I have already treated, and specify the fines, varying from £1 to £5, to be paid by the contractors for the violation or neglect of any of the provisions of the contract. It is further required that each foreman, sweeper, and dustman in the employ of either of the contractors, of whom there are 4, Messrs. Sinnott, Rooke, Redden, and Gold, will be required to wear a badge on the arm with these words thereon, London Sewers, No. Guildhall, by which means any one having cause of complaint against any of the men in the performance of their several duties, may, by taking down the number of the man and applying at the Sewers Office, Guildhall, have reference to his name and employer. Any man working without his badge for each day he offends, the contractor is liable to the penalty of 5 shillings. All the sweepings of the streets, and all the dust and ashes from the houses, are to be entirely carted away from the City of London on a penalty of £10 for each cartload. These terms sufficiently show the general nature of the contracts in question, the principal difference being that in some parts the contractor is not required to sweep the streets more than once, twice, or thrice a week in ordinary weather. The number of individuals in London styling themselves master scavengers is 34. Of these, 10 are at present without a contract either for dust or scavenging, and 5 have a contract for removing the dust only, so that, deducting these 2 numbers, the gross number 34 is reduced to 19 scavenging contractors. Of the latter number, 16 are in a large way of business, having large yards, possessing several carts and some waggons, and employing a vast number of men daily in sweeping the streets, carting rubbish, and so on. The other 3 masters, however, are only in a small way of business, being persons of more limited means. A large master scavenger employs from 3 to 18 carts, and from 18 to upwards of 40 men at scavengery alone, while a small master employs only from 1 to 3 carts, and from 3 to 6 men. By the table I have given, page 186, volume 2, it is shown that there are 52 contracts between the several district authorities and master scavengers, and 19 contractors, without counting members of the same family, as distinct individuals. This gives an average of nearly 3 distinct contracts per individual. The contracts are usually for a 12-month. Although the table above referred to shows but 19 contractors for public scavenging, there are, as I have said, more, or about 24 in London, most of them in a large way, and next year some of those who have no contracts at present may enter into agreements with the parishes. The smallness of this number, when we consider the vast extent of the metropolis, confirms the notion of the sort of monopoly and combination to which I have alluded. In the Post Office Directory for 1851, there are no names under the heads of scavengers or dustmen, but under the head of rubbish carters 28 are given, 9 names being marked as dust contractors and 10 as nightmen. Of large contractors, however, there are, as I have said, about 24, but they may not all obtain contracts every year, and in this number are included different members of the same family or firm, who may undertake specific contracts, although in the trade it is looked upon as one concern. The smaller contractors were represented to me as rather more numerous than the others, and perhaps numbered 40, but it is not easy to define what is to be accounted a contractor. In the table given in pages 213 and 214, I cite only 7 as being the better known. The others may be considered as small rubbish carters and flying dustmen. There are yet other transactions in which the contractors are engaged with the parishes, independently of their undertaking the whole labour of street and house cleansing. In the parishes where pauper or poor labour is resorted to, for it is not always that the men employed by the parishes are positive paupers, but rather the unemployed poor of the parish. In such parishes, I say, an agreement is entered into with a contractor for the deposit of the collected street dirt at his yard or wharf. For such deposit the contractor must of course be paid, as it is really an occupation, and renting of a portion of his premises for a specific purpose. The street dirt, however, is usually left to the disposal of the contractor for his own profit, and where he once paid £50 for the possession of the street-collected dirt of a parish, collected by labour which was no cost to him, he may now receive half of such £50, or whatever the terms of the agreement may be. I heard of one contractor who lately received £25, where he once paid £50. In another way, too, contractors are employed by parishes. Where pauper or poor labour in street cleansing is the practice, a contractor's horses, carts, and cart drivers are hired for the conveyance of the dirt from the streets. This, of course, is for a specific payment, and is in reality the work of the tradesmen who in the Post Office Directory are described as rubbish carters, and of whom I shall have to speak afterwards. Some parishes or paving boards have, however, their own horses and vehicles, but in the other respects they have dealings with the contractors. To come to as correct a conclusion as possible in this complicated and involved matter, I have obtained the aid of some gentlemen long familiar with such procedures. One of them said that to procure the accounts of such transactions for a series of years, with all their chops and changes, or to obtain a perfectly precise return for any 3 years, affecting the whole metropolis, would be the work of a parliamentary commission with full powers to send for papers, and so on, and that even then the result might not be satisfactory as a clear exposition. However, with the aid of the gentleman alluded to, I venture upon the following approximation. As my present inquiry relates only to the scavenging contractors in the metropolis, I will take the number of districts, markets, and so on, which are specified in the table, page 186, volume 2. These are 83 in number, of which 29 are shown to be scavenged by the parish. I will not involve in this computation any of the more rural places, which may happen to be in the outskirts of the metropolitan area, but I will take the contracts as 54, where the contractors do the entire work, and as 29, where they are but the rubbish carters and dirt receivers of the parishes. I am assured that it is a fair calculation that the scavengery of the streets, apart from the removal of the dust from the houses, costs in payments to the contractors £150 as an average to each of the several 54 districts, and that in the 29 localities in which the streets are cleansed by parish labour, the sum paid is at the rate of £50 per locality, some of them, as the 5 districts of Marylebone for instance, being very large. This is calculated regardless of the cases where parishes may have their own horses and vehicles, for the cost to the ratepayers may not be very materially different between paying for the hire of carts and horses and investing capital in their purchase and incurring the expense of wear and tear. The account then stands thus: parish payment on 54 contracts £150 each, £8,100. Parish payment on 29 contracts £50 each, £1,450. Yearly total sum paid for scavenging of the metropolis, £9,550. Or, apportioned among 19 contractors, upwards of £500 each, and among 83 contracts, about £115 per contract. Even if other contractors are employed where parish labour is pursued, the cost to the ratepayers is the same. This calculation is made as far as possible as regards scavengery alone, and is independent of the value of the refuse collected. It is about the scavengery that the grand fight takes place between the parishes and contractors. The house dust, being uninjured by rain or street surface water, is more available for trade purposes. From this it would appear that the cost of cleansing the streets of London may be estimated in round numbers at £10,000 per annum. The next point in the inquiry is, what is the value of the street dirt annually collected? The price I have adduced for the dirt gained from the streets is 3s. per load, which is a very reasonable average. If the load be dung, or even chiefly dung, it is worth 5s. or 6s. With the proportion of dung and street refuse to be found in such a thoroughfare as the Haymarket, in dry or comparatively dry weather, a load weighing about a ton is worth about 3s. in the purchaser's own cart. On the other hand, as I have shown that quantities of mixed or slop mac have to be wasted, that some is sold at a nominal price, and a good deal at 1s. the load, 3s. is certainly a fair average. Thus the annual sum of the street dirt, as regards the quantity collected by the contracting scavengers, as shown in the table given at page 186, is in round numbers 89,000 cartloads. That collected by parish labour, with or without the aid of the street sweeping machines, at 52,000 cartloads, or a total, I do not include what is collected by the orderlies, of 141,000 loads. This result shows then that the contractors yearly collect by scavenging the streets with their own paid labourers, and receive as the produce of pauper labour as follows: by contractors, 89,000 loads of street dirt, 3s. per load, total £13,350. By parishes, 52,000 loads of street dirt, 3s. per load, total £7,800. Total 141,000 loads of street dirt, total amount £21,150, or a value of rather more than £1,113 as the return to each individual contractor in the table, or about £255 as the average on each contract. As, however, the whole of the parish collected manure does not come into the hands of the contractors, it will be fair, I am assured, to compute the total at £19,000, a sum of £1,000 to each contractor, or nearly £229 on each contract. It would appear then that the total receipts of the contractors for the scavenging of London amount to very nearly £30,000, that is to say, £10,000 as remuneration for the office and £20,000 as the value of the dirt collected. But against this sum as received, we have to set the gross expense of wages paid to men, wear and tear of carts and appliances, rent of wharfs, interest for money, and so on. Concerning the amount paid in wages, it appears by the table at pages 186 and 187 that the men employed by the scavenging contractors in wet weather are 260 daily, being nearly half of the whole force of 531 men, the orderlies excepted. In dry weather, however, there are only 194 men employed. I will therefore calculate upon 194 men employed daily, and 66 employed half the year, making the total of 260. By the table here given, it will be seen that the total number of scavengers employed by the large and small contractors is 275. 194 men for 12 months, at 16 shillings weekly wage, yearly £8,070 8 shillings. 66 men for 6 months, at a weekly wage of 16 shillings, yearly £1,372 16 shillings. Total £9,443 4 shillings. Note, I have computed all the weekly wages at 16 shillings, though some of the men are paid only 14 shillings. My object in this is to give the contractors the benefit of the difference. End note. There remains now to show the amount of capital which a large contractor must embark in his business. I include the amount of rent and the expenditure on what must be provided for business purposes, and which is subject to wear and tear, to decay and loss. There are not now, I am told, more than 12 scavengers' wharfs and 20 yards, the wharf being also a yard, in the possession of the contractors in regular work. These are the larger contractors, and their capital, I am assured, may be thus estimated. Capital of the master scavengers: 179 carts £21 each, £3,759. 3 waggons £32 each, £96. 230 horses £25 each, £5,750. 230 sets of harness £2 each, £460. 600 brooms 9d. each, £22 10 shillings. 300 shovels 1 shilling each, £15. 100 barges £50 each, £5,000. Total £15,102 and 10 shillings. I have estimated according to what may be the present value, not the original cost, of the implements, vehicles, and so on. A broom, when new, costs 1 shilling 2d, and is worn out in 2 or 3 weeks. A shovel, when new, costs 2 shillings. The following appears to be the yearly expenditure of the master scavengers. Wages to working scavengers, as before shown, £9,443. Wages to 48 bargemen engaged in unloading the vessels with street dirt, 4 men to each of 12 wharfs, at 16 shillings weekly wage, £1,996. Keep of 300 horses, £26 each, £7,800. Wear and tear, say 15% on capital, £2,250. Rent of 20 wharfs and yards, average £100 each, £2,000. Interest on £15,000 capital at 10%, £1,500. Total £24,989. I have endeavoured in this estimate to confine myself as much as possible to the separate subject of scavengery, but it must be borne in mind that as the large contractors are dustmen as well as scavengers, the great charges for rent and barges cannot be considered as incurred solely on account of the street dirt trade. Including then the payments from parishes, the account will stand thus: yearly receipts of master scavengers. From parishes, £9,450. From manure and so on, £19,000. Total income, £28,450. Deduct yearly expenditure, £25,000. Profit, £3,450. This gives a profit of nearly £182 to each contractor, if equally apportioned, or a little more than £41 on each contract for street scavenging alone, and a profit no doubt affected by circumstances which cannot very well be reduced to figures. The profit may appear small, but it should be remembered that it is independent of the profits on the dust. End of section 39.
Section 40 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. A table showing the number of men and carts employed in collecting dust, in scavengery, and at rubbish carting, as well as the number of men, women, and boys working in the dust yards of the several metropolitan contractors. Note: this table appears on pages 213 and 214 of Volume 2, and is referred to in other parts of this work. End note. The large contractors. Mr. Dodd. For dust, number of men employed, 20. Number of carts used, 10. For scavengery, number of men employed, 26. Number of carts, wagons, or machines used, 13. For rubbish carting, number of men employed, 20. Number of carts used, 20. Working in the yard, number of men employed, 9. Number of women employed, 12. Number of boys working, 4. Mr. Gould. Dust, number of men, 20. Number of carts, 10. Scavengery, number of men, 28. Number of carts, wagons, or machines, 11. Rubbish carting, number of men, 11. Number of carts, 11. Working in the yard, number of men, 5. Number of women, 15. Number of boys, 4. Mr. Redding. Dust, number of men, 32. Number of carts, 16. Scavengery, number of men, 41. Number of carts, wagons, or machines, 18. Rubbish carting, number of men, 22. Number of carts, 22. Working in the yard, number of men, 5. Number of women, 12. Number of boys, 4. Mr. Gore. Dust, number of men, 32. Number of carts, 16. Scavengery, number of men, 18. Number of carts, wagons, or machines, 7. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 4. Number of women, 20. Number of boys, 6. Mr. Rook. Dust, number of men, 16. Number of carts, 8. Scavengery, number of men, 16. Number of carts, wagons, or machines, 6. Rubbish carting, number of men, 16. Number of carts, 16. Working in the yard, number of men, 2. Number of women, 6. Number of boys, 3. Mr. Stapleton and Holsworth. Dust, number of men, 10. Number of carts, 5. Scavengery, number of men, 11. Number of carts, wagons, or machines, 8. Rubbish carting, number of men, 10. Number of carts, 10. Working in the yard, number of men, 4. Number of women, 8. Number of boys, 2. Mr. Tame. Dust, number of men, 20. Number of carts, 10. Scavengery, number of men, 5. Number of carts, wagons, or machines, 1. Rubbish carting, number of men, 12. Number of carts, 12. Working in the yard, number of men, 4. Number of women, 8. Number of boys, 2. Mr. Starkey. Dust, number of men, 10, number of carts, 5. Scavengery, number of men, 22, number of cart, wagons or machines, 8. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 4, number of women, 12, number of boys, 3. Mr. Newman, dust, number of men, 8, number of carts, 4. Scavengery, number of men, 23, number of carts, wagons or machines, 10. Rubbish carting, number of men, 8, number of carts, 8. Working in the yard, number of men, 4, number of women, 8, number of boys, 2. Mr. Pratt and Mr. Sewell, dust, number of men, 10, number of carts, 5. Scavengery, number of men, 4, number of cart, wagons or machines, 2. Rubbish carting, number of men, 20, number of carts, 20. Working in the yard, number of men, 2, number of women, 6, number of boys, 2. Mr. W. Sinnott, Sr. Dust, number of men, 28, number of carts, 14. Scavengery, number of men, 5, number of carts, wagons or machines, 2. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 5, number of women, 15, number of boys, 5. Mr. J. Sinnott. Dust, number of men, 8, number of carts, 4. Scavengery, number of men, 16, number of carts, wagons or machines, 6. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, none. Mr. Westley. Dust, number of men, 10, number of carts, 5. Scavengery, number of men, 18, number of carts, wagons or machines, 9. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 3, number of women, 9, number of boys, 2. Mr. Parsons. Dust, number of men, 10, number of carts, 5. Scavengery, number of men, 18, number of carts, wagons or machines, 3. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 2, number of women, 6, number of boys, 1. Mr. Hearn. Dust, number of men, 18, number of carts, 9. Scavengery, number of men, 7, number of carts, wagons or machines, 2. Rubbish carting, number of men, 20, number of carts, 20. Working in the yard, number of men, 3, number of women, 9, number of boys, 3. Mr. Humphreys. Dust, number of men, 20, number of carts, 10. Scavengery, number of men, 4, number of carts, wagons or machines, 1. Rubbish carting, number of men, 6, number of carts, 6. Working in the yard, number of men, 3, number of women, 9, number of boys, 3. Mr. Calvert. Dust, number of men, 6, number of carts, 3. Scavengery, none. Rubbish carting, number of men, 7, number of carts, 7. Working in the yard, number of men, 2, number of women, 6, number of boys, 2. Total for dust, number of men, 278, number of carts, 139. Total for scavengery, number of men, 262, number of cart, wagons or machines, 107. Total for rubbish carting, number of men, 152, number of carts, 152. Total working in the yard, number of men, 61, number of women, 161, number of boys, 48. Small contractors. Mr. North. Dust, number of men, 4, number of carts, 2. Scavengery, number of men, 2, number of carts, wagons or machines used, 1. Rubbish carting, number of men, 4, number of carts, 4. Working in the yard, number of men, 1, number of women, 2, number of boys, 1. Mr. Milton. Dust, number of men, 6, number of carts, 3. Scavengery, none. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 3, number of women, 6, number of boys, 2. Mr. Jenkins. Dust, number of men, 2, number of carts, 1. Scavengery, number of men, 5, number of carts, wagons or machines, 1. Rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 1, number of women, 2, number of boys, 1. Mr. Stroud. Dust, number of men, 10, number of carts, 5, scavengery, none, rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 4, number of women, 9, number of boys, 3. Mr. Martin. Dust, number of men, 2, number of carts, 1, scavengery, number of men, 6, number of carts, wagons or machines, 3, rubbish carting, none. Working in the yard, number of men, 1, number of women, 2, number of boys, 1. Mr. Clutterbuck. Dust, number of men, 4, number of carts, 2, scavengery, none. Rubbish carting, number of men, 5, number of carts, 5. Working in the yard, number of men, 1, number of women, 3, number of boys, 1. Mr. W. Sinnott, Jr. Dust, number of men, 4, number of carts, 2, scavengery, none. Rubbish carting, number of men, 6, number of carts, 6. Working in the yard, number of men, 1, number of women, 2, number of boys, 1. Totals for dust, number of men, 32, number of carts, 16. For scavengery, number of men, 13, number of carts, wagons or machines, 5. Total for rubbish carting, number of men, 15, number of carts, 15. Total working in the yard, number of men, 12, number of women, 26, number of boys, 10. Contractors, but not having any contract at present, only carting rubbish and so on. Rubbish carting, Mr. Dirk, number of men, 36, number of carts, 36. Mr. Tompkins, number of men, 6, number of carts, 6. Mr. J. Cooper, number of men, 8, number of carts, 8. Mr. T. Cooper Sr., number of men, 12, number of carts, 12. Mr. Athill, number of men, 6, number of carts, 6. Mr. Barnett, lately sold off, no details. Mr. Brown, number of men, 4, number of carts, 4. Mr. Ellis, number of men, 6, number of carts, 6. Mr. Limpus, number of men, 10, number of carts, 10. Mr. Emerson, number of men, 6, number of carts, 6. Total, number of men, 94, number of carts, 94. Machines. For scavengers, Woods and Forest, 4 men, 2 machines. Regent Street and Pall Mall, 12 men, 2 machines. St. Martin's, 9 men, 4 machines. Totals for scavengers, 25 men, 8 machines. Parishes. Kensington. Scavengers, 5 men, 2 carts. Chelsea. Scavengers, 5 men, 2 carts. St. George's, Hanover Square. Scavengers, 5 men, 1 cart. St. Margaret's, Westminster. Scavengers, 7 men, 3 carts. Piccadilly. Scavengers, 28 men, 2 carts. St. Anne's, Soho. Scavengers, 4 men, 2 carts. Paddington. Scavengers, 6 men, 2 carts. St. Marylebone, 5 districts. Scavengers, 35 men, 4 carts. St. James's, Westminster. Scavengers, 2 men, 1 cart. For Hampstead, which has no parochial removal of dust, scavengers, 4 men, 1 cart. Highgate, which has no parochial removal of dust, 4 men, 1 cart. Islington, scavengers, 8 men, 1 cart. Hackney, for dust, 8 men, 4 carts. Scavengers, 7 men, 1 cart. Employed in the yard, 2 men, 6 women, 2 children. St. Clement Danes, scavengers, 7 men, 3 wagons. Commercial Road East, scavengers, 6 men, 3 carts. Poplar, for dust, 4 men, 2 carts. Scavengers, 4 men, 1 cart. Employed in the yard, 2 men, 4 women, 1 child. Bermondsey, dust, 6 men, 3 carts. Scavengers, 6 men, 3 carts. Employed in the yard, 3 men, 6 women, 2 children. Newington, dust, 8 men, 4 carts.
Scavengers, 6 men, 2 carts. Employed in the yard, 2 men, 6 women, 2 children. Lambeth. Scavengers, 16 men, 3 carts. Lambeth Christchurch. Dust, 4 men, 2 carts. Scavengers, 20 men, 3 carts. Employed in the yard, 1 man, 4 women, 1 child. Wandsworth. Dust, 4 men, 2 carts. Scavengers, 4 men, 1 cart. Employed in the yard, 1 man, 4 women, 1 child. Camberwell and Walworth. Dust, 8 men, 4 carts. Scavengers, 6 men, 2 carts. Employed in the yard, 2 men, 5 women, 3 children. Rotherhithe. Dust, 6 men, 3 carts. Scavengers, 5 men, 2 carts. Employed in the yard, 1 man, 5 women, 2 children. Greenwich. Dust, 4 men, 2 carts. Scavengers, 5 men, 2 carts. Employed in the yard, 1 man, 3 women, 1 child. Deptford. Dust, 4 men, 2 carts. Scavengers, 4 men, 2 carts. Employed in the yard, 1 man, 3 women, 1 child. Woolwich. Scavengers, 5 men, 2 carts. Lewisham. Scavengers, 4 men, 1 cart. Total for parishes. For Dust, total number of men, 56. Total number of carts, 28. For Scavengers, 218 men, 50 carts and 3 wagons. Total employed in the yard, 16 men, 46 women, 16 children. Total for large contractors. For Dust, 278 men, 139 carts. For Scavengers, 262 men, 107 carts, wagons or machines. For Rubbish, 152 men, 152 carts. Total employed in the yard, 61 men, 161 women, 48 children. Total for small contractors. For Dust, 32 men, 16 carts. Scavengers, 13 men, 5 carts, wagons or machines. For Rubbish, 15 men, 15 carts. Total employed in the yard, 12 men, 26 women, 10 children. Total for machines. Scavengers, 25 men, 8 machines. Total for street orderlies. Scavengers, 60 men, 9 carts, wagons or machines. Gross total for Dust, 366 men, 183 carts. Scavengers, 578 men, 179 carts, 3 wagons. For Rubbish, 167 men, 167 carts. Employed in the yard, 89 men, 233 women, 74 children. Total employed at Dust, 366 men, 183 carts. Total employed at Scavenging, 578 men, 179 carts. Total employed at Rubbish carting, 167 men, 167 carts. Total men, women and children in yard, 396. Total employed in the removal of house and street refuse, 1,507 people, 529 carts. Note: the following parishes have their dustmen and dust carts, as well as the rubbish carting and the individuals in the dust yard, reckoned in the numbers employed by the contractors: Kensington, Chelsea, St George's Hanover Square, St Margaret's Westminster, Piccadilly, St Anne's Soho, Paddington, St Marylebone, Islington, St Clement Danes, Commercial Road East, and Lambeth. End of table. End of section 40. Section 41 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie.
of the contractors or employers, premises, and so on. At page 171 of the present volume, I have described one of the yards devoted to the trade in house dust, and I have little to say in addition regarding the premises of the contracting or employing scavengers. They are the same places, and the industrious pursuits carried on there, and the division and subdivision of labour, relate far more to the dustman's department than to the scavengers. When the produce of the sweeping of the streets has been thrown into the cart, it is so far ready for use that it has not to be sifted or prepared, as has the house dust, for the formation of brieze and so on, the mac being sifted by the purchaser. These yards or wharfs are far less numerous and better conducted now than they were 10 years ago. They are at present fast disappearing from the banks of the Thames. There is, however, one still at Whitefriars and one at Millbank. They are chiefly to be found on the banks of the canals. Some of the principal wharfs near Maiden Lane, St Pancras, are to be found among unpaven or ill-paved or imperfectly macadamised roads, along which run rows of what were once evidently pleasant suburban cottages, with their green porches and their trained woodbine, clematis, jasmine, or monthly roses. These tenements, however, are now occupied chiefly by the labourers at the adjacent stone, coal, lime, timber, dust, and general wharfs. Some of the cottages still presented on my visits a blooming display of dahlias and other autumnal flowers, and in one corner of a very large and very black-looking dust-yard, in which rose a huge mound of dirt, was the cottage residence of the man who remained in charge of the wharf all night, and whose comfortable-looking abode was embedded in flowers, blooming luxuriantly. The gay-tinted hollyhocks and dahlias are in striking contrast with the dinginess of the dust-yards, while the canal flows along, dark, sluggish, and muddy, as if to be in keeping with the wharf it washes. The dust-yards must not be confounded with the night-yards, or the places where the contents of the cesspools are deposited, places which, since the passing of the Sanitary Act, are rapidly disappearing. Upon entering a dust-yard, there is generally found a heavy oppressive sort of atmosphere, more especially in wet or damp weather. This is owing to the tendency of charcoal to absorb gases, and to part with them on being saturated with moisture. The cinder heaps of the several dust-yards, with their million pores, are so many huge gasometers retaining all the offensive gases arising from the putrefying organic matters which usually accompany them, and parting with such gases immediately on a fall of rain. It would be a curious calculation to estimate the quantity of deleterious gas thus poured into the atmosphere after a slight shower. The question has been raised as to the propriety of devoting some special locality to the purposes of dust-yards, and it is certainly a question deserving public attention. The chief disposal of the street manure is from barges, sent by the Thames or along the canals, and sold to farmers and gardeners. In the larger wharfs, and in those considered removed from the imputation of scurfdom, 6 men, and often but 4, are employed to load a barge which contains from 30 to 40 tons. In such cases the dust-yard and the wharf are one and the same place. The contents of these barges are mixed, about 1/4 being mac, the rest street mud and dung. This admixture on board the vessel is called by the bargemen and the contractors' servants at the wharfs Leicester, properly Leista, a load. We have the same term at the end of our word ballast. I am assured by a wharfinger, who has every means of forming a correct judgment, it may be estimated that there are dispatched from the contractors' wharfs 12 barges daily, freighted with street manure. This is independent of the house dust barged to the country brickfields. The weight of the cargo of a barge of manure is about 40 tons, 36 tons being a low average. This gives 3,744 barge loads, or 132,784 tons or loads yearly. for it must be recollected that the dirt gathered by pauper labour is dispatched from the contractors' yards or wharfs, as well as that collected by the immediate servants of the contractors. The price per barge load at the canal, basin, or wharf, in the country parts where agriculture flourishes, is from £5 to £6, making a total of £20,595 sterling. The difference of that sum and the total given in the table, £21,147, may be accounted for on the supposition that the remainder is sold in the yards and carted away thence. The slop and valueless dirt is not included in this calculation. Of the working scavengers under the contractors. I have now to deal with what throughout the whole course of my inquiry into the state of London labour and the London poor I have considered the great object of investigation, the condition and characteristics of the working men, and what is more immediately, the labour question, the relation of the labourer to his employer, as to rates of payment, modes of payment, hiring of labourers, constancy or inconstancy of work, supply of hands, the many points concerning wages, perquisites, family work, and parochial or club relief. First, I shall give an account of the class employment, together with the labour season and earnings of the labourers, or economical part of the subject. I shall then pass to the social points concerning their homes, general expenditure, and so on, and then to the more moral and intellectual questions of education, literature, politics, religion, marriage, and concubinage, of the men and of their families. All this will refer, it should be remembered, only to the working scavengers in the honourable or better paid trade. The cheaper labourers I shall treat separately as a distinct class. The details in both cases I shall illustrate with the statement of men of the class described. The first part of this multifarious subject appertains to the division of labour. This, in the scavenging trade, consists rather of that kind of gang work which Mr. Wakefield styles simple co-operation, or the working together of a number of people at the same thing, as opposed to complex co-operation, or the working together of a number at different branches of the same thing. Simple co-operation is of course the ruder kind, but even this, rude as it appears, is far from being barbaric. The savages of New Holland, we are told, never help each other even in the most simple operations, and their condition is hardly superior, in some respects it is inferior, to that of the wild animals which they now and then catch. As an instance of the advantages of simple co-operation, Mr. Wakefield tells us that, quote, "In a vast number of simple operations performed by human exertion, it is quite obvious that 2 men working together will do more than 4, or 4 times 4 men, each of whom should work alone. In the lifting of heavy weights, for example, in the felling of trees, in the gathering of much hay and corn during a short period of fine weather, in draining a large extent of land during the short season when such a work may be properly conducted, in the pulling of ropes on board ship, in the rowing of large boats, in some mining operations, in the erection of a scaffolding for a building, and in the breaking of stones for the repair of a road, so that the whole road shall always be kept in good repair. In all these simple operations, and thousands more, it is absolutely necessary that many persons should work together at the same time, in the same place, and in the same way." End of quote. To the above instances of simple co-operation, or gang working, as it may be briefly styled in Saxon English, Mr. Wakefield might have added dock labour and scavenging. The principle of complex co-operation, however, is not entirely unknown in the public cleansing trade. This business consists of as many branches as there are distinct kinds of refuse, and these appear to be 4. They are 1. The wet, and 2. The dry, house refuse, or dust and night soil, and 3. The wet, and 4. The dry, street refuse, or mud and rubbish. And in these 4 different branches of the one general trade, the principle of complex co-operation is found commonly, though not invariably, to prevail. The difference as to the class employments of the general body of public cleansers, the dustmen, street sweepers, nightmen, and rubbish carters, seems to be this: any nightman will work as a dustman or scavager, but it is not all the dustmen and scavagers who will work as nightmen. The reason is almost obvious. The avocations of the dustman and the nightman are in some degree hereditary. A rude man provides for the future maintenance of his sons in the way which is most patent to his notice. He makes the boy share in his own labour and grow up unfit for anything else. The regular working scavagers are then generally a distinct class from the working dustmen, and are all paid by the week, while the dustmen are paid by the load. In very wet weather, when there is a great quantity of slop in the streets, a dustman is often called upon to lend a helping hand, and sometimes when a working scavager is out of employ, in order to keep himself from want, he goes to a job of dust work, but seldom from any other cause. In a parish where there is a crowded population, the dustman's labours consume, on an average, from 6 to 8 hours a day. In scavagery, the average hours of daily work are 12, Sundays of course excepted, but they sometimes extend to 15 and even 16 hours in places of great business traffic, while in very fine dry weather the 12 hours may be abridged by 2, 3, 4, or even more. Thus it is manifest that the consumption of time alone prevents the same working men being simultaneously dustmen and scavagers. In the more remote and quiet parishes, however, and under the management of the smaller contractors, the opposite arrangement frequently exists. The operative is a scavager one day and a dustman the next. This is not the case in the busier districts and with the large contractors, unless exceptionally or on an emergency. If the scavagers or dustmen have completed their street and house labours in a shorter time than usual, there is generally some sort of employment for them in the yards or wharfs of the contractors, or they may sometimes avail themselves of their leisure to enjoy themselves in their own way. In many parts, indeed, as I have shown, the street sweeping must be finished by noon or earlier. Concerning the division of labour, it may be said that the principle of complex co-operation in the scavenging trade exists only in its rudest form, for the characteristics distinguishing the labour of the working scavagers are far from being of that complicated nature common to many other callings. As regards the act of sweeping or scraping the streets, the labour is performed by the gangsman and his gang. The gangsman usually loads the cart, and occasionally, when a number are employed in a district, acts as a foreman by superintending them and giving directions. He is a working scavager, but has the office of overlooker confided to him, and receives a higher amount of wage than the others. For the completion of the street work there are the 1-horse carmen and the 2-horse carmen, who are also working scavagers, and so called from their having to load the carts drawn by 1 or 2 horses. These are the men who shovel into the cart the dirt swept or scraped to one side of the public way by the gang, some of it mere slop, and then drive the cart to its destination, which is generally their master's yard. Thus far only does the street labour extend. The carmen have the care of the vehicles in cleaning them, greasing the wheels, and such like, but the horses are usually groomed by stablemen, who are not employed in the streets. The division of labour, then, among the working scavagers may be said to be as follows. First, the ganger, whose office it is to superintend the gang, and shovel the dirt into the cart. Second, the gang, which consists of from 3 to 10 or 12 men, who sweep in a row and collect the dirt in heaps ready for the ganger to shovel into the cart. Third, the carman, 1 horse or 2 horse as the case may be, who attends to the horse and cart, brushes the dirt into the ganger's shovel, and assists the ganger in wet sloppy weather in carting the dirt, and then takes the mud to the place where it is deposited. There is only one mode of payment for the above labours pursued among the master scavagers, and that is by the week. First, the ganger receives a weekly salary of 18 shillings when working for an honourable master. With a scurf, however, the ganger's pay is but 16 shillings a week. Second, the gang receive in a large establishment each 16 shillings per week, but in a small one they usually get from 14 shillings to 15 shillings a week. When working for a small master, they have often, by working over hours, to make 8 days to the week instead of 6. Third, the one-horse carman receives 16 shillings a week in a large and 15 shillings in a small establishment. Fourth, the two-horse carman receives 18 shillings a week, but is employed only by the larger masters. On the opposite page I give a table on this point. Some of these men are paid by the day, some by the week, and some on Wednesdays and Saturdays, perhaps in about equal proportions, the casuals being mostly paid by the day, and the regular hands, with some exceptions among the scurfs, once or twice a week. The chance hands are sometimes engaged for a half day, and, as I was told, jump at a bob and a joey, 1 shilling 4d, or at a bob. I heard of one contractor who not unfrequently said to any foreman or gangsman who mentioned to him the applications for work, "Oh, give the poor divils a turn, if it's only for a day now and then." Piecework, or as the scavengers call it, by the load, did at one time prevail, but not to any great extent. The prices varied according to the nature and the state of the road, from 2 shillings to 2 shillings 6d the load. The system of piecework was never liked by the men. It seems to have been resorted to less as a system or mode of labour than to ensure assiduity on the part of the working scavengers when a rapid street cleansing was desirable. It was rather in the favour of the working man's individual emoluments than otherwise, as may be shown in the following way. In Battlebridge 4 men collect 5 loads in dry and 6 men 7 loads in wet weather. If the average piece hire be 2 shillings 3d a load, it is 2 shillings 9d 3 farthings for each of the 5 men's day's work. If 2 shillings 2d a load, it is 2 shillings 8d halfpenny, the regular wage and an extra halfpenny. If 2 shillings, it is 2 shillings 6d, and if less, which has been paid, the day's wage is not lower than 2 shillings. At the lowest rates, however, the men, I was informed, could not be induced to take the necessary pains, as they would struggle to make up half a crown. While, if the streets were scavenged in a slovenly manner, the contractor was sure to hear from his friends of the parish that he was not acting up to his contract. I could not hear of any men now set to piecework within the precincts of the places specified in the table. This extra work and scamping work are the 2 great evils of the piece system. In their payments to the men, the contractors show a superiority to the practices of some traders, and even of some dock companies. The men are never paid at public houses. The payment, moreover, is always in money. One contractor told me that he would like all his men to be teetotalers if he could get them, though he was not one himself. But these remarks refer only to the nominal wages of the scavengers, and I find the nominal wages of operatives in many cases are widely different, either from some additions by way of perquisites and so on, or deductions by way of fines and so on, but oftener the latter, from the actual wages received by them. Again, the average wages or gross yearly income of the casually employed men are very different from those of the constant hands. So are the gains of a particular individual often no criterion of the general or average earnings of the trade. Indeed, I find that the several varieties of wages may be classified as follows. 1. Nominal wages, those said to be paid in a trade. 2. Actual wages, those really received, and which are equal to the nominal wages plus the additions to or minus the deductions from them. 3. Casual wages, the earnings of the men who are only occasionally employed. 4. Average casual or constant wages, those obtained throughout the year by such as are either occasionally or regularly employed. 5. Individual wages, those of particular hands, whether belonging to the scurf or honourable trade, whether working long or short hours, whether partially or fully employed, and the like. 6. General wages, or the average wages of the whole trade, constant or casual, fully or partially employed, honourable or scurf, long and short hour men, and so on, all lumped together, and the mean taken of the whole. Now, in the preceding account of the working scavenger's mode and rate of payment, I have spoken only of the nominal wages, and in order to arrive at their actual wages, we must, as we have seen, ascertain what additions and what deductions are generally made to and from this amount. The deductions in the honourable trade are, as usual, inconsiderable. All the tools used by operative scavengers are supplied to them by their employers, the tools being only brooms and shovels, and for this supply there are no stoppages to cover the expense. Neither by fines nor by way of security are the men's wages reduced. The truck system, moreover, is unknown, and has never prevailed in the trade. I heard of only one instance of an approach to it. A yard foreman some years ago, who had a great deal of influence with his employer, had a chandler's shop managed by his wife, and it was broadly intimated to the men that they must make their purchases there. Complaints, however, were made to the contractor, and the foreman dismissed. One man of whom I inquired did not even know what the truck system meant, and when informed, thought they were pretty safe from it, as the contractor had nothing which he could truck with the men, and if he "pulls us hisself," the man said, "he's not likely to let anybody else do it." There are moreover no trade payments to which the men are subjected. There are no trade societies among the working men, no benefit nor sick clubs. Neither do parochial relief and family labour characterise the regular hands in the honourable trade, although in sickness they may have no other resource. Indeed, the working scavengers employed by the more honourable portion of the trade, instead of having any deductions made from their nominal wages, have rather additions to them in the form of perquisites coming from the public. These perquisites consist of allowances of beer money, obtained in the same manner as the dustmen, not through the medium of their employers, though, to say the least, through their sufferance, but from the householders of the parish in which their labours are prosecuted. The scavengers, it seems, are not required to sweep any places considered private, nor even to sweep the public footpaths, and when they do sweep or carry away the refuse of a butcher's premises, for instance, for by law the butcher is required to do so himself, they receive a gratuity. In the contract entered into by the city scavengers, it is expressly covenanted that no men employed shall accept gratuities from the householders, a condition little or not at all regarded, though I am told that these gratuities become less every year. I am informed also by an experienced butcher, who had at one time a private slaughter-house in the borough, that until within these 6 or 7 years, he thought the scavengers and even the dustmen would carry away entrails and so on in the carts from the butchers' and the knackers' premises for an allowance. I cannot learn that the contractors, whether of the honourable or scurf trade, take any advantage of these allowances. A working scavenger receives the same wage when he enjoys what I have heard called in other trade the height of perquisites, or is employed in a locality where there are no such additions to his wages. I believe, however, that the contracting scavengers let their best and steadiest hands have the best perquisited work. These perquisites, I am assured, average from 1 shilling to 2 shillings a week, but one butcher told me he thought 1 shilling 6pence might be rather too high an average, for a pint of beer, 2pence, was the customary sum given, and that was, or ought to be, divided among the gang. "In my opinion," he said, "there'll be no allowances in a year or 2. By the amount of these perquisites, then, the scavengers' gains are so far enhanced. The wages, therefore, of an operative scavenger in full employ and working for the honourable portion of the trade may be thus expressed. Nominal weekly wages, 16 shillings. Perquisites in the form of allowances for beer from the public, 2 shillings. Actual weekly wages, 18 shillings. Of the casual hands among the scavengers. Of the scavengers proper there are, as in all classes of unskilled labour, that is to say, of labour which requires no previous apprenticeship, and to which any one can turn his hand on an emergency, two distinct orders of workmen, the regulars and casuals, to adopt the trade terms. That is to say, the labourers consist of those who have been many years at the trade, constantly employed at it, and those who have but recently taken to it as a means of obtaining a subsistence after their ordinary resources have failed. This mixture of constant and casual hands is moreover a necessary consequence of all trades which depend upon the seasons, and in which an additional number of labourers are required at different periods. Such is necessarily the case with dock labour, where an easterly wind prevailing for several days deprives thousands of work, and where the change from a foul to a fair wind causes an equally inordinate demand for workmen. The same temporary increase of employment takes place in the agricultural districts at harvesting time, and the same among the hop growers in the picking season, and it will be hereafter seen that there are the same labour fluctuations in the scavenging trade, a greater or lesser number of hands being required, of course, according as the season is wet or dry. This occasional increase of employment, though a benefit in some few cases, as enabling a man suddenly deprived of his ordinary means of living to obtain a job of work, until he can turn himself round, is generally a most alarming evil in a state. What are the casual hands to do when the extra employment ceases? Those who have paid attention to the subject of dock labour and the subject of casual labour in general may form some notion of the vast mass of misery that must be generally existing in London. The subject of hop picking again belongs to the same question. Here are thousands of the very poorest employed only for a few days in the year. What, the mind naturally asks, do they, after their short term of honest independence has ceased? With dock labour the poor man's bread depends upon the very winds. In scavenging and in street life generally it depends upon the rain, and in market gardening, harvesting, hop picking, and the like, it depends upon the sunshine. How many thousands in this huge metropolis have to look immediately to the very elements for their bread, it is overwhelming to contemplate. And yet, with all this fitfulness of employment, we wonder that an extended knowledge of reading and writing does not produce a decrease of crime. We should, however, ask ourselves whether men can stay their hunger with alphabets or grow fat on spelling books, and wanting employment and consequently food, and objecting to the incarceration of the workhouse, can we be astonished, indeed, is it not a natural law, that they should help themselves to the property of others? Concerning the regular hands of the contracting scavengers, it may perhaps be reasonable to compute that little short of 1/2 of them have been to the manor born. The others are, as I have said, what these regular hands call casuals or casualties. As an instance of the peculiar mixture of the regular and casual hands in the scavenging trade, I may state that one of my informants told me he had at one period, under his immediate direction, 14 men, of whom the former occupations had been as follows: 7 always scavengers or dustmen, and 6 of them nightmen when required; 1 pot-boy at a public house, but only as a boy; 1 stableman, also nightman; 1 formerly a pugilist, then a showman's assistant; 1 navvy; 1 ploughman, nightman occasionally; 2 unknown, one of them saying, but gaining no belief, that he had once been a gentleman. Total 14. In my account of the street orderlies will be given an interesting and elaborate statement of the former avocations, the habits, expenditure, and so on, of a body of street sweepers, 67 in number. This table will be found very curious, as showing what classes of men have been driven to street sweeping, but it will not furnish a criterion of the character of the regular hands employed by the contractors. The casuals, or the casualties, always called among the men casualties, may be more properly described as men whose employment is accidental, chanceful, or uncertain. The regular hands of the scavengers are apt to designate any newcomer, even for a permanence, any sweeper not reared to or versed in the business, a casual, casel. I shall, however, here deal with the casual hands not only as hands newly introduced into the trade, but as men of chanceful and irregular employment. These persons are now, I understand, numerous in all branches of unskilled labour, willing to undertake or attempt any kind of work, but perhaps there is a greater tendency on the part of the surplus unskilled to turn to scavenging, from the fact that any broken-down man seems to account himself competent to sweep the streets. To ascertain the number of these casual or outside labourers in the scavenging trade is difficult, for, as I have said, they are willing in their need to attempt any kind of work, and so may be casuals in divers departments of unskilled labour. I do not think that I can better approximate the number of casuals than by quoting the opinion of a contracting scavenger familiar with his workmen and their ways. He considered that there were always nearly as many hands on the lookout for a job in the streets as there were regularly employed at the business by the large contractors. This I have shown to be 262. Let us estimate, therefore, the number of casuals at 200. According to the table I have given at pages 213 and 214, the number of men regularly or constantly employed at the metropolitan trade is as follows: scavengers employed by large contractors 262, ditto small contractors 13, ditto machines 25, ditto parishes 218, ditto street orderlies 60, total working scavengers in London 578. But the prior table given at pages 186 and 187 shows the number of scavengers employed throughout the metropolis in wet and dry weather, exclusive of the street orderlies, to be as follows: scavengers employed in wet weather 531, ditto in dry weather 358, difference 173. Hence it would appear that about 1/3 less hands are required in the dry than in the wet season of the year. The 170 hands, then, discharged in the dry season are the casually employed men, but the whole of these 170 are not turned adrift immediately they are no longer wanted, some being kept on odd jobs in the yard and so on. Nor can that number be said to represent the entire amount of the surplus labour in the trade, but only that portion of it which does obtain even casual employment. After much trouble and taking the average of various statements, it would appear that the number of casualty or quantity of occasional surplus labour in the scavenging trade may be represented at between 200 and 250 hands. The scavenging trade, however, is not, I am informed, so overstocked with labourers now as it was formerly. 7 years ago, and from that to 10, there were usually between 200 and 300 hands out of work. This was owing to there being a less extent of paved streets, and comparatively few contractors. The scavenging work, moreover, was scamped, the men, to use their own phrase, licking the work over anyhow, so that fewer hands were required. Now, however, the inhabitants are more particular, I am told, about the crooks and corners, and require the streets to be swept oftener. Formerly a gang of operative scavengers would only collect 6 loads of dirt a day, but now a gang will collect 9 loads daily. The causes to which the surplus of labourers at present may be attributed are, I find, as follows. Each operative has to do nearly double the work to what he formerly did, the extra cleansing of the streets having tended not only to employ more hands, but to make each of those employed do more work. The result has, however, been followed by an increase in the wages of the operatives. 7 years ago the labourers received but 2s. a day, and the ganger 2s. 6d, but now the labourers receive 2s. 8d. a day, and the ganger 3s. In the city the men have to work very long hours, sometimes as many as 18 hours a day, without any extra pay. This practice of overworking is, I find, carried on to a great extent, even with those master scavengers who pay the regular wages. One man told me that when he worked for a certain large master, whom he named, he has many times been out at work 28 hours in the wet, saturated to the skin, without having any rest. This plan of overworking again is generally adopted by the small masters, whose men, after they have done a regular day's labour, are set to work in the yard, sometimes toiling 18 hours a day, and usually not less than 16 hours daily. Often so tired and weary are the men that when they rise in the morning to pursue their daily labour, they feel as fatigued as when they went to bed. "Frequently," said one of my informants, "have I gone to bed so worn out that I haven't been able to sleep. However," he added, "there is the work to be done, and we must do it or be off." This system of overwork, especially in those trades where the quantity of work to be done is in a measure fixed, I find to be a far more influential cause of surplus labour than overpopulation. The mere number of labourers in a trade is per se no criterion as to the quantity of labour employed in it. To arrive at this, 3 things are required. 1. The number of hands. 2. The hours of labour. 3. The rate of labouring. For it is a mere point of arithmetic that if the hands in the scavenging trade work 18 hours a day, there must be 1/3 less men employed than there otherwise would, or in other words, 1/3 of the men who are in work must be thus deprived of it. This is one of the crying evils of the day, and which the economists, filled as they are with their overpopulation theories, have entirely overlooked. There are 262 men employed in the metropolitan scavenging trade. 1/2 of these, at the least, may be said to work 16 hours per diem instead of 12, or 1/3 longer than they should, so that if the hours of labour in this trade were restricted to the usual day's work, there would be employment for 1/6 more hands, or nearly 50 individuals extra. The other causes of the present amount of surplus labour are the many hands thrown out of employment by the discontinuance of railway works, a less demand for unskilled labour in agricultural districts, or a smaller remuneration for it, a less demand for some branches of labour, as ostlers and so on, by the introduction of machinery applied to roads, and through the caprices of fashion. It should, however, be remembered that men often found their opinions of such causes on prejudices, or expressed them according to their class interests, and it is only a few employers of unskilled labourers who care to inquire into the antecedent circumstances of men who ask for work. As regards the population part of the question, it cannot be said that the surplus labour of the scavenging trade is referable to any inordinate increase in the families of the men. Those who are married appear to have on the average 4 children, and about 1/2 of the men have no family at all. Early marriages are by no means usual. Of the casual hands, however, full 3/4 are married, and 1/2 have families. There are not more than 10 or a dozen Irish labourers who have taken to the scavenging, though several have tried it on. The regular hands say that the Irish are too lazy to continue at the trade, but surely the labour of the hodman, in which the Irish seem to delight, is sufficient to disprove this assertion, be the cause what it may. About 1/4 of the scavengers entering the scavenging trade as casual hands have been agricultural labourers, and have come up to London from the several agricultural districts in quest of work. About the same proportion appear to have been connected with horses, such as ostlers, carmen, and so on. The brisk and slack seasons in the scavenging trade depend upon the state of the weather. In the depth of winter, owing to the shortness of the days, more hands are usually required for street cleansing, but a clear frost renders the scavenger's labour in little demand. In the winter, too, his work is generally the hardest, and the hardest of all when there is snow, which soon becomes mud in London streets. And though a continued frost is a sort of lull to the scavenger's labour, after a great thaw his strength is taxed to the uttermost. and then indeed new hands have had to be put on. At the West End, in the height of the summer, which is usually the height of the fashionable season, there is again a more than usual requirement of scavenging industry in wet weather. But perhaps the greatest exercise of such industry is after a series of the fogs, peculiar to the London atmosphere, when the men cannot see to sweep. The table I have given shows the influence of the weather, as on wet days 531 men are employed, and on dry days only 358. This, however, does not influence the street orderly system, as under it the men are employed every day, unless the weather make it an actual impossibility. According to the rain table given at page 202, there would appear to be, on an average of 23 years, 178 wet days in London out of the 365. That is to say, about 100 in every 205 days are rainy ones. The months having the greatest and least number of wet days are as follows. Number of days in the month in which rain falls: December 17, July, August and October 16, February, May and November 15, January and April 14, March and September 12, June 11. Hence it would appear that June is the least and December the most showery month in the course of the year. The greatest quantity of rain falling in any month is, however, in October, and the least quantity in March. The number of wet days and the quantity of rain falling in each half of the year may be expressed as follows. The first 6 months in the year, ending June, there are 84 wet days in total, 10 inches of rain falling in total. The second 6 months in the year, ending December, there are 93 wet days in total, 14 inches of rain falling in total. Hence we perceive that the quantity of work for the scavengers would fluctuate in the first and last half of the year in the proportion of 10 to 14, which is very nearly in the ratio of 358 to 531, which are the numbers of hands given in table pages 186 and 187, as those employed in wet and dry weather throughout the metropolis. If then the labour in the scavenging trade varies in the proportion of 5 to 7, that is to say, that 5 hands are required at one period and 7 at another to execute the work, the question consequently becomes, how do the 2 casuals who are discharged out of every 7 obtain their living when the wet season is over? When a scavenger is out of employ, he seldom or never applies to the parish. This he does, I am informed, only when he is fairly beaten out, through sickness or old age, for the men hate the thought of going to the big house, the union workhouse. An unemployed operative scavenger will go from yard to yard and offer his services to do anything in the dust trade or any other kind of employment in connection with dust or scavenging. Generally speaking, an operative scavenger who is casually employed obtains work at that trade for 6 or 8 months during the year, and the remaining portion of his time is occupied either at rubbish carting or brick carting, or else he gets a job for a month or 2 in a dust yard. Many of these men seem to form a body of street jobbers or operative labourers, ready to work at the docks, to be navvies when strong enough, bricklayers' labourers, street sweepers, carriers of trunks or parcels, window cleaners, errand-goers, porters, and occasionally nightmen. Few of the class seem to apply themselves to trading, as in the costermonger line. They are the loungers about the boundaries of trading, but seldom take any onward steps. The street sweeper of this week, a casual hand, may be a rubbish carter or a labourer about buildings the next, or he may be a starving man for days together, and the more he is starving, with the less energy will he exert himself to obtain work. It's not in a starving or ill-fed man to exert himself otherwise than what may be called passively. This is well known to all who have paid attention to the subject. The want of energy and carelessness begotten by want of food was well described by the Tin Man at page 355 in Volume 1. One casual hand told me that last year he was out of work altogether 3 months, and the year before not more than 6 weeks. And during the 6 weeks he got a day's work sometimes at rubbish carting and sometimes at loading bricks. Their wives are often employed in the yards as sifters, and their boys, when big enough, work also at the heap, either in carrying off or else as fillers in. If there are any girls, one is generally left at home to look after the rest and get the meals ready for the other members of the family. If any of the children go to school, they are usually sent to a ragged school in the neighbourhood, though they seldom attend the school more than 2 or 3 times during the week. The additional hands employed in wet weather are either men who at other times work in the yards, or such as have their turns in street sweeping, if not regularly employed. There appears, however, to be little of system in the arrangement. If more hands are wanted, the gangsman who receives his orders from the contractor or the contractor's managing man is told to put on so many new hands, and overnight he has but to tell any of the men at work that Jack and Bob and Bill will be wanted in the morning, and they, if not employed in other work, appear accordingly. There is nothing, however, which can be designated a labour market appertaining to the trade. No house of call, no trade society. If men seek such employment, they must apply at the contractor's premises, and I am assured that poor men not unfrequently ask the scavengers whom they see at work in the streets where to apply for a job, and sometimes receive gruff or abusive replies. But though there is nothing like a labour market in the scavenger's trade, the employers have not to look out for men, for I was told by one of their foremen that he would undertake, if necessary, which it never was, by a mere round of the docks, to select 200 new hale men, of all classes, and strong ones too if properly fed, who in a few days would be tolerable street sweepers. It is a calling to which agricultural labourers are glad to resort, and a calling to which any labourer, or any mechanic, may resort, more especially as regards sweeping or scraping, apart from shovelling, which is regarded as something like the high art of the business. We now come to estimate the earnings of the casual hands, whose yearly incomes must of course be very different from those of the regulars. The constant weekly wages of any workman are of course the average of his casual, and hence we shall find the wages of those who are regularly employed far exceed those of the occasionally employed man. Nominal yearly wages at scavenging for 25 weeks in the year at 16 shillings per week, £20 16 shillings. Perquisites for 26 weeks at 2 shillings, £2 12 shillings. Actual yearly wages at scavenging, £23 8 shillings. Nominal and actual weekly wages at rubbish carting for 20 weeks in the year at 12 shillings, £12. Unemployed 6 weeks in the year, 0. Gross yearly earnings, £35 8 shillings. Average casual or constant weekly wages throughout the year, 15 shillings 4pence halfpenny. Hence the difference between the earnings of the casual and the regular hand would appear to be 1/6. But the great evil of all casual labour is the uncertainty of the income, for where there is the greatest chance connected with an employment, there is not only the greatest necessity for providence, but unfortunately the greatest tendency to improvidence. It is only when a man's income becomes regular and fixed that he grows thrifty and lays by for the future. But where all is chance work, there is but little ground for reasoning, and the accident which assisted the man out of his difficulties at one period is continually expected to do the same good turn for him at another. Hence the casual hand, who passes the half of the year on 18 shillings, and 20 weeks on 12 shillings, and 6 weeks on nothing, lives a life of excess both ways, of excess of guzzling when in work, and excess of privation when out of it, oscillating as it were between surfeit and starvation. A man who had worked in an iron foundry, but who had lost his work, I believe through some misconduct, and was glad to get employment as a street sweeper, as he had a good recommendation to a contractor, told me that the misery of the thing was the want of regular work. "I've worked," he said, "for a good master for 4 months an end at 2s. 8d. a day, and they were prime times. Then I hadn't a stroke of work for a fortnight, and very little for 2 months, and if my wife hadn't had middling work with a laundress, we might have starved, or I might have made a hole in the Thames, for it's no good living to be miserable and feel you can't help yourself anyhow. We was sometimes half starved as it was. I'd rather at this minute have regular work at 10s. a week all the year round than have chance work that I could earn 20s. a week at. I once had 15s. in relief from the parish, and a doctor to attend us, when my wife and I was both laid up sick. Oh, there's no difference in the way of doing the work, whatever wages you're on for. The streets must be swept clean, of course. The plan's the same, and there's the same sort of management anyhow." End of section 41. Section 42 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Table showing the division of labour, mode and rates of payment, nature of work performed, time unemployed, and average earnings of the operative scavengers of London. Reader's note: this table appears on page 219 of Volume 2. End reader's note. 1. Manual labourers. A. Better paid. Ganger. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 18s. weekly and 2s. allowance. Nature of work performed: to load the cart and superintend the men. Time unemployed during the year, not 2 days. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 20s. per week. Carman, 2 horse. Mode of payment by the day. Rate of payment 18s. weekly and 2s. allowance. Nature of work performed: to take care of the horses, help to load the cart, and take the dirt and slop to the dust yard. Time unemployed during the year, seldom or never out of employment. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 20s. per week. Carman, 1 horse. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 16s. weekly and 2s. allowance. Nature of work performed: as the 2 horse carman. Time unemployed during the year, seldom or never out of employment. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 18s. per week. Sweepers. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 16s. weekly and 2s. allowance. Nature of work performed: to sweep the district to which they are sent, and collect the dirt or slop ready for carting away. Time unemployed during the year, about 3 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 13s. 6d. per week. B. Worse paid. Ganger. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 16s. weekly and 1s. allowance. Nature of work performed: to load the cart and superintend the men. Time unemployed during the year, 3 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 12s. 9d. per week. Carman. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 15s. weekly and 1s. allowance. Nature of work performed: to take charge of the horse and cart, help to load the cart, and take the dirt or slop to the dust yard. Time unemployed during the year, 3 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 12s. per week. Sweepers. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 15s. weekly and 1s. allowance. Nature of work performed: to sweep the district, collect the dirt or slop ready for carting off, work in the yard, and load the barge. Time unemployed during the year, 3 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 12s. per week. 2. Machine men. Carman, mode of payment by the day, rates of payment 16 shillings weekly. Nature of work performed, to take charge of the horse and machine, collect the dirt and take it to the yard. Time unemployed during the year, 3 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 12 shillings per week. Sweepers, mode of payment by the day, rates of payment 16 shillings weekly. Nature of work performed, to sweep where the machine cannot touch, work in the yard and load the barges. Time unemployed during the year, 3 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 12 shillings per week. 3. Parishmen. A. Outdoor paupers. 1. Paid in money, married men. Mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 9 shillings weekly. Nature of work performed, sweep the streets and courts belonging to the parish and collect the dirt or slop ready for carting away. Time unemployed during the year, 6 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 4 shillings 6pence per week. Single men, mode of payment by the day, rates of payment 6 shillings weekly. Nature of work performed, as the married men. Time unemployed during the year, 6 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 3 shillings per week. 2. Paid part in kind. Married men, mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 6 shillings 9pence weekly and 3 quartern loaves. Nature of work performed, sweep the streets and courts belonging to the parish and collect the dirt or slop ready for carting away. Time unemployed during the year, 6 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 3 shillings 4pence halfpenny and 3 quartern loaves weekly. Single men, mode of payment by the day, rates of payment 5 shillings and 3 half-quartern loaves. Nature of work performed, as for the married men. Time unemployed during the year, 6 months. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, 2 shillings 6pence and 3 half-quartern loaves weekly. B. Indoor paupers. Mode of payment all in kind. Rates of payment food, lodging and clothes. Nature of work performed, sweep the streets and courts belonging to the parish and collect the dirt or slop ready for carting away. No information for time unemployed. Average casual or constant gains throughout the year, food, lodging and clothes. 4. Street orderlies. Foreman or ganger, mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 15 shillings weekly. Nature of work performed, superintend the men and see that their work is done well. Sweepers, mode of payment by the day. Rates of payment 12 shillings weekly. Nature of work performed, collect the dirt or slop ready for carting away. Barrowmen, mode of payment by the day. Nature of work performed, collect the short dung as it gathers in the district to which they are appointed. Barrow boys, mode of payment by the day. Nature of work performed, as the barrowmen. End of table. End of section 42. Section 43 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Statement of a regular scavenger. The following statement of his business, his sentiments, and indeed of the subjects which concerned him, or about which he was questioned, was given to me by a street sweeper, so he called himself, for I have found some of these men not to relish the appellation of scavenger. He was a short, sturdy, somewhat red-faced man, without anything particular in his appearance to distinguish him from the mass of mere labourers, but with the sodden and sometimes dogged look of a man contented in his ignorance, and, for it is not a very uncommon case, rather proud of it. "I don't know how old I am," he said. I have observed, by the by, that there is not any excessive vulgarity in these men's tones or accent, so much as grossness in some of their expressions.
and I can't see what that concerns anyone, as I's old enough to have a jolly rough beard, and so can take care of myself. I should think so. My father was a sweeper, and I wanted to be a waterman, but father, he hasn't been dead long, didn't like the thoughts on it, and he said they was all drowned one time or another. So I ran away and tried my hand as a jack in the water, but I was starved back in a week and got a H of a clouting. After that I sifted a bit in the dust yard and helped in any way, and I was sent to help at and learn honey pot and other pot making at Deptford. But honey pots was a great thing in the business. Master's foreman married a relation of mine, some way or other. I never tasted honey, but I've heard it's like sugar and butter mixed. The pots was often wanted to look like foreign pots. I don't know nothing what was meant by it. Some B dodge or other. No, the trade didn't suit me at all, master, so I left. I don't know why it didn't suit me, 'cause it didn't. Just then father had hurt his hand and arm in a jam agin a cart, and so, as I was a big lad, I got to take his place, and gave every satisfaction to Mr. Yes, he was a contractor, and a great man. I can't say as I knows how contracting's done, but it's a bargain atween man and man, so I got on. I'm now looked on as a stunning good workman, I can tell you. Well, I can't say as I think sweeping the streets is hard work. I'd rather sweep 2 hours than shovel 1. It tires one's arms and back so to go on shovelling. You can't change, you see, sir, and the same parts keep getting gripped more and more. Then you must mind your eye, if you're shovelling slop into a cart, particular so. Or some feller may run off with a complaint that he's been splashed o' purpose. Is a man ever splashed o' purpose? No, sir, not as I knows on. In course not. Laughing. Why should he? The streets must be done as they're done now. It always was so, and will always be so. Did I ever hear what London streets were like 1,000 years ago? It's nothing to me, but they must have been like what they is now. Yes, there was always streets, and how was people that has tin to get their coals taken to them, and how was the public houses to get their beer? It's talking nonsense talking that way, asking sich questions. As the scavenger seemed likely to lose his temper, I changed the subject of conversation. Yes, he continued, I have good health. I never had a doctor but twice. Once was for a hurt, and the t'other I won't tell on. Well, I think night work's healthful enough, but I'll not say so much for it, as you may hear some on 'em say. I don't like it, but I do it when I's obligated under a necessity. It pays one as overwork, and werry like more one's in it, more one may be suited. I reckon no men works harder nor sich as me. Oh, as to poor journeymen tailors and such like, I knows they're stunning badly off, and many of their masters is the hardest of beggars. I have a nephew as works for a Jew slop, but I don't reckon that work. Anybody might do it. You think not, sir? Werry well, it's all the same. No, I won't say as I could make a vesket, but I've sewed my own buttons onto one afore now. Yes, I've heard on the Board of Health. They've put down some night yards, and if they goes on putting down more, what's to become of the night soil? I can't think what they're up to, but if they don't touch wages, it may be all right in the end on it. I don't know but them there concerns does touch wages, but one's naturally afeard on them. I could read a little when I was a child, but I can't now for want of practice, or I might know more about it. I earns my money gallows hard, and requires support to do hard work, and if wages goes down, one's strength goes down. I'm a man as understands what things belongs. I was once out of work through a mistake, for a good many weeks, perhaps 5 or 6 or more. I learned then what short grub meant. I got a drop of beer and a crust sometimes with men as I knowed, or I might have dropped in the street. What did I do to pass my time while I was out of work? Certainly the days seemed very long, but I went about and called at dust yards till I didn't like to go too often. And I met men I knowed at tap rooms, and spent time that way, and asked if there was any openings for work. I've been out of collar odd weeks now and then, but when this happened I'd been on slack work a goodish bit, and was bad for rent 3 weeks and more. My rent was 2 shillings a week then. It's 1 shilling 9pence now, and my own traps. No, I can't say I was sorry when I was forced to be idle that way, that I hadn't kept up my reading nor tried to keep it up. because I couldn't then have settled down my mind to read. I know I couldn't. I likes to hear the paper read well enough, if I's resting, but old Bill, as often volunteers to read, has to spell the hard words, so that one can't tell what the devil he's reading about. I never hears anything about books. I never heard of Robinson Crusoe, if it wasn't once at the Wick. Note, Victoria Theatre, end note. I think there was some such a name there. He lived on a deserted island, did he, sir, all by hisself? Well, I think now you mentions it, I have heard on him. But one needn't believe all one hears, whether out of books or not. I don't know much good that ever anybody as I knows ever got out of books. They're fittest for idle people. Certainly I've seen working people reading in coffee shops, but they might as well be resting theirselves to keep up their strength. Do I think so? I'm sure on it, master. I sometimes spends a few browns a-going to the play, mostly about Christmas. It's werry fine and grand at the Wick, that's the place I goes to most. Both the pantomimers and t'other things is werry stunning. I can't say how much I spends a year in plays. I keeps no account, perhaps 5 shillings or so in a year, including expenses such as beer, when one goes out after a stopper on the stage. I don't keeps no accounts of what I gets or what I spends. It would be no use. Money comes and it goes, and it often goes a damned sight faster than it comes, so it seems to me, though I ain't in debt just at this time. I never goes to any church or chapel. Sometimes I hasn't clothes as is fit, and I suppose I couldn't be admitted into such fine places in my working dress. I was once in a church, but felt queer, as one does in them strange places, and never went again. They're fittest for rich people. Yes, I've heard about religion and about God Almighty. What religion have I heard on? Why, the regular religion. I'm satisfied with what I knows and feels about it, and that's enough about it. I came to tell you about trade and work because Mr. told me it might do good, but religion hasn't nothing to do with it. Yes, Mr. 's a good master, and a religious man, but I've known masters as didn't care a damn for religion as good as him, and so you see it comes to much the same thing. I cares nothing about politics neither, but I'm a chartist. I'm not a married man. I was a-going to be married to a young woman as lived with me a goodish bit as my housekeeper. Note, this he said very demurely, end note, but she went to the hopping to yarn a few shillings for herself and never came back. I heard that she'd taken up with an Irish hawker, but I can't say as to the rights on it. Did I fret about her? Perhaps not, but I was vexed. I'm sure I can't say what I spends my wages on. I sometimes makes 12 shillings 6pence a week, and sometimes better than 21 shillings with night work. I suppose grub costs a shilling a day, and beer 6pence, but I keeps no accounts. I buy ready cooked meat, often cold biled beef, and eats it at any tap room. I have meat every day, mostly more than once a day. Vegetables I don't care about, only ingans and cabbage, if you can get it smoking hot, with plenty of pepper. The rest of my tin goes for rent and baccy and togs, and a little drop of gin now and then. The statement I have given is sufficiently explicit of the general opinions of the regular scavengers concerning literature, politics, and religion. On these subjects, the great majority of the regular scavengers have no opinion at all, or opinions distorted, even when the facts seem clear and obvious, by ignorance, often united with its nearest of kin, prejudice and suspiciousness. I am inclined to think, however, that the man whose narrative I noted down was more dogged in his ignorance than the body of his fellows. All the intelligent men with whom I conversed, and whose avocations had made them familiar for years with this class, concurred in representing them as grossly ignorant. This description of the scavenger's ignorance, and so on, it must be remembered, applies only to the regular hands. Those who have joined the ranks of the street sweepers from other callings are more intelligent and sometimes more temperate. The system of concubinage, with a great degree of fidelity in the couple living together without the sanction of the law, such as I have described as prevalent among the costermongers and dustmen, is also prevalent among the regular scavengers. I did not hear of habitual unkindness from the parents to the children born out of wedlock, but there is habitual neglect of all or much which a child should be taught, a neglect growing out of ignorance. I heard of 2 scavengers with large families, of whom the treatment was sometimes very harsh, and at others mere petting. Education, or rather the ability to read and write, is not common among the adults in this calling, so that it cannot be expected to be found among their children. Some labouring men, ignorant themselves, but not perhaps constituting a class or a clique, like the regular scavengers, try hard to procure for their children the knowledge, the want of which they usually think has barred their own progress in life. Other ignorant men, mixing only with their own sort, as is generally the case with the regular scavengers, and in the several branches of the business, often think and say that what they did without, their children could do without also. I even heard it said by one scavenger that it wasn't right a child should ever think himself wiser than his father. A man who knew, in the way of his business as a private contractor for night work and so on, a great many regular scavengers, ran them over, and came to the conclusion that about 4 or 5 out of 20 could read, ill or tolerably well, and about 3 out of 40 could write. He told me, moreover, that one of the most intelligent fellows generally whom he knew among them, a man whom he had heard read well enough, and always understood to be a tolerable writer, the other day brought a letter from his son, a soldier abroad with his regiment in Lower Canada, and requested my informant to read it to him, as that kind of writing, although plain enough, was beyond him. The son in writing had availed himself of the superior skill of a corporal in his company, so that the letter on family matters and feelings was written by deputy, and read by deputy. The costermongers I have shown, when themselves unable to read, have evinced a fondness for listening to exciting stories of courts and aristocracies, and have even bought penny periodicals to have their contents read to them. The scavengers appear to have no taste for this mode of enjoying themselves, but then their leisure is far more circumscribed than that of the costermongers. It must be borne in mind that I have all along spoken of the regular, many of them hereditary, scavengers employed by the more liberal contractors. There are yet accounts of habitations, statements of wages and so on, to be given in connection with men working for the honourable masters before proceeding to the scurf traders. The working scavengers usually reside in the neighbourhood of the dust yards, occupying second-floor backs, kitchens, where the entire house is sublet, a system often fraught with great extortion, or garrets. They usually, and perhaps always when married, or what they consider as good, have their own furniture. The rent runs from 1s. 6d. to 2s. 3d. weekly, an average being 1s. 9d. or 1s. 10d. One room which I was in was but barely furnished, a sort of dresser serving also for a table, a chest, 3 chairs, one almost bottomless, an old turn-up bedstead, a Dutch clock with the minute hand broken, or as the scavenger very well called it when he saw me looking at it, a stump, an old corner cupboard, and some pots and domestic utensils in a closet without a door, but retaining a portion of the hinges on which the door had swung. The rent was 1s. 10d., with a frequent intimation that it ought to be 2s. The place was clean enough, and the scavenger seemed proud of it, assuring me that his old woman, wife or concubine, was a good sort, and kept things as nice as ever she could, washing everything herself, where other old women blushed. The only ornaments in the room were 3 profiles of children, cut in black paper and pasted upon white card, tacked to the wall over the fireplace, for mantel shelf there was none, while one of the 3 profiles, that of the eldest child, then dead, was framed with a glass and a sort of bronze or cast frame, costing, I was told, 15d. This was the apartment of a man in regular employ, with but a few exceptions. Another scavenger with whom I had some conversation about his labours as a nightman, for he was both, gave me a full account of his own diet, which I find to be sufficiently specific as to that of his class generally, but only of the regular hands. The diet of the regular working scavenger, or nightman, seems generally to differ from that of mechanics, or perhaps of other working men, in the respect of his being fonder of salt and strong-flavoured food. I have before made the same remark concerning the diet of the poor generally. I do not mean, however, that the scavengers are fond of such animal food as is called high, for I did not hear that nightmen or scavengers were more tolerant of what approached putridity than other labouring men, and despite their calling, might sicken at the rankness of some haunches of venison. But they have a great relish for highly salted cold-boiled beef, bacon, or pork, with a saucerful of red pickled cabbage, or dingy-looking pickled onions, or one or two big strong raw onions, of which most of them seem as fond as Spaniards of garlic. This sort of meat, sometimes profusely mustarded, is often eaten in the beer shops with thick shives of bread cut into big mouthfuls with a clasp pocket knife, while vegetables, unless indeed the beer shop can supply a plate of smoking hot potatoes, are uncared for. The drink is usually beer. The same style of eating and the same kind of food characterise the scavenger and nightman, while taking his meal at home with his wife or family. But so irregular and often of necessity are these men's hours that they may be said to have no homes, merely places to sleep or doze in. A working scavenger and nightman calculated for me his expenses in eating and drinking, and other necessaries, for the previous week. He had earned 15 shillings, but 1 shilling of this went to pay off an advance of 5 shillings, made to him by the keeper of a beer shop, or as he called it, a jerry. Rent of an unfurnished room, weekly 1 shilling 9pence. Washing, average, weekly 3pence. Note, the man himself washed the dress in which he worked, and generally washed his own stockings. Shaving, when twice a week, weekly a penny. Tobacco, daily a penny, weekly 7pence. Note, short pipes are given to these men at the beer shops or public houses which they use. End note. Beer, daily 4pence, weekly 2 shillings 4pence. Note, he usually spent more than 4pence a day in beer, he said. It was only a pot. But this week more beer than usual had been given to him in night work. Gin, daily 2pence, weekly 1 shilling 2pence. Note, the same with gin. End note. Cocoa, pint at a coffee shop, daily a penny halfpenny, weekly 10pence halfpenny. Bread, quartern loaf, sometimes 5pence halfpenny, daily 6pence, weekly 3 shillings 6pence. Boiled salt beef, 3/4 of a pound or a half a pound daily, as happened, for 2 meals, 6pence per pound average, daily 4pence, weekly 2 shillings 4pence. Pickles or onions, daily a farthing, weekly a penny and 3 farthings. Butter, weekly a penny. Soap, weekly a penny. Total, weekly 13 shillings 2pence and a farthing. Perhaps this informant was excessive in his drink. I believe he was so, the others not drinking so much regularly. The odd 9pence, he told me, he paid to a snob, because he said he was going to send his half-boots to be mended. This man informed me he was a widder, having lost his old 'ooman, and he got all his meals at a beer or coffee shop. Sometimes, when he was a street sweeper by day and a nightman by night, he had earned 20 shillings to 22 shillings, and then he could have his pound of salt meat a day for 3 meals, with a baked tater or so when they was in. I inquired as to the apparently low charge of 6pence per pound for cooked meat, but I found that the man had stated what was correct. In many parts, good boiled brisket, fresh cut, is 7pence and 8pence per pound, with mustard into the bargain, and the cook-shop keepers, not the eating-house people, who sell boiled hams, beef, and so on in retail, but not to be eaten on the premises, vend the hard remains of a brisket, and sometimes of a round, for 6pence, or even less, also with mustard, and the scavengers like this better than any other food. In the brisk times, my informant sometimes had a hot cut from a shop on a Sunday, and a more liberal allowance of beer and gin. If he had any piece of clothing to buy, he always bought it at once, before his money went for other things. These were his proceedings when business was brisk. In slacker times his diet was on another footing. He then made his supper or second meal, for tea he seldom touched, on faggots. This preparation of baked meats costs a penny hot, but it is seldom sold hot, except in the evening,
and 3 farthings, or more frequently 2 for 1 halfpenny, cold. It is a sort of cake, roll, or ball, a number being baked at a time, and is made of chopped liver and lights, mixed with gravy, and wrapped in pieces of pig's caul. It weighs 6 ounces, so that it is unquestionably a cheap, and to the scavager a savoury meal, but to other nostrils its odour is not seductive. My informant regretted the capital faggots he used to get at a shop when he worked in Lambeth, superior to anything he had been able to meet with on the Middlesex side of the water. Or he dined off a saveloy, costing a penny, and bread, or bought a pennyworth of strong cheese and a farthing's worth of onions. He would further reduce his daily expenditure on cocoa, or sometimes coffee, to a penny, and his bread to 3/4 of a loaf. He ate, however, in average times, 1/4 of a quartern loaf to his breakfast, sometimes buying a halfpennyworth of butter, 1/4 or more to his dinner, the same to his supper, and the other, with an onion for a relish, to his beer. He was a great bread-eater, he said, but sometimes, if he slept in the daytime, half a loaf would stand over to the next day. He was always hungriest when at work among the street mud or night soil, or when he had finished work. On my asking him if he meant that he partook of the meals he had described daily, he answered no, but that was mostly what he had, and if he bought a bit of cold boiled, or even roast pork, what offered cheap, the expense was about the same. When he was drinking, and he did make a break sometimes, he ate nothing, and wasn't inclined to, and he seemed rather to plume himself on this as a point of economy. He had tasted fruit pies, but cared nothing for them, but liked 4 pen'orth of a hot meat or giblet pie on a Sunday. Batter pudding he only liked if smoking hot, and it was uncommon improved, he said, with an ingan. Rum he preferred to gin, only it was dearer, but most of the scavengers, he thought, liked Old Tom gin best, but they was both good. Of the drinking of these men I heard a good deal, and there is no doubt that some of them tope hard, and by their conduct evince a sort of belief that the great end of labour is beer. But it must be borne in mind that if inquiries are made as to the man best adapted to give information concerning any rude calling, especially, some talkative member of the body of these working men, some pothouse hero who has persuaded himself and his ignorant mates that he is an oracle, is put forward. As these men are sometimes, from being trained to, and long known in their callings, more prosperous than their fellows, their opinion seems ratified by their circumstances. But in such cases, or in the appearance of such cases, it has been my custom to make subsequent inquiries, or there might be frequent misleadings, were the statements of these men taken as typical of the feelings and habits of the whole body. The statement of the working scavager given under this head is unquestionably typical of the character of a portion of his co-workers, and more especially of what was, and in the sort of hereditary scavengers I have spoken of is, the character of the regular hands. There are now, however, many checks to prolonged indulgence in lush, as every man of the ruder street-sweeping class will call it. The contractors must be served regularly. The most indulgent will not tolerate any unreasonable absence from work, so that the working scavengers, at the jeopardy of their means of living, must leave their carouse at an hour which will permit them to rise soon enough in the morning. The beer which these men imbibe, it should be also remembered, they regard as a proper part of their diet, in the same light indeed as they regard so much bread, and that among them the opinion is almost universal that beer is necessary to keep up their strength. There are a few teetotalers belonging to the class. One man thought he knew 5, and had heard of 5 others. I inquired of the landlord of a beer shop frequented by these men as to their potations, but he wanted to make it appear that they took a half-pint now and then when thirsty. He was evidently tender of the character of his customers. The landlord of a public house, also frequented by them, informed me that he really could not say what they expended in beer, for labourers of all kinds used his tap, and as all tap-room liquor was paid for on delivery in his and all similar establishments, He did not know the quantity supplied to any particular class. He was satisfied these men as a whole drank less than they did at one time, though he had no doubt some (he seemed to know no distinctions between scavengers, dustmen, and nightmen) spent a shilling a day in drink. He knew one scavenger who was dozing about not long since for nearly a week, sleepy drunk, and the belief was that he had "found something." The absence of all accounts prevents my coming to anything definite on this head, but it seems positive that these men drink less than they did. The landlord in question thought the statement I have given as to diet and drink perfectly correct for a regular hand in good earnings. I am assured, however, and it is my own opinion after long inquiry, that 1/3 of their earnings is spent in drink. End of section 43. Section 44 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the influence of free trade on the earnings of the scavengers. As regards the influence of free trade upon the scavenging business, I could gain little or no information from the body of street sweepers, because they have never noticed its operation, and the men, with the exception of such as have sunk into street sweeping from better informed conditions of life, know nothing about it. Among all, however, I have heard statements of the blessing of cheap bread. Always cheap bread. "There's nothing like bread," says the men. "It's not all poor people can get meat, but they must get bread." Cheap food all labouring men pronounce a blessing, as it unquestionably is, but somehow, as a scavenger's carman said to me, "the thing ain't working as it should." In the course of the present and former inquiries among unskilled labourers, street sellers, and costermongers, I have found the great majority of the more intelligent declare that free trade had not worked well for them, because there were more labourers and more street sellers than were required for each man to live by his toil and traffic, and because the numbers increased yearly, and the demand for their commodities did not increase in proportion. Among the ignorant I heard the continual answers of, "I can't say, sir, what it's owing to, that I'm so bad off," or "Well, I can't tell anything about that." It is difficult to state, however, without positive inquiry, whether this extra number of hands be due to diminished employment in the agricultural districts since the repeal of the Corn Laws, or whether it be due to the insufficiency of occupation generally for the increasing population. One thing at least is evident, that the increase of the trades alluded to cannot be said to arise directly from diminished agricultural employment, for but few farm labourers have entered these businesses since the change from protection to free trade. If therefore free trade principles have operated injuriously in reducing the work of the unskilled labourers, street sellers, and the poorer classes generally, it can have done so only indirectly, that is to say, by throwing a mass of displaced country labour into the towns, and so displacing other labourers from their ordinary occupations, as well as by decreasing the wages of working men generally. Hence it becomes almost impossible, I repeat, to tell whether the increasing difficulty that the poor experience in living by their labour is a consequence or merely a concomitant of the repeal of the Corn Laws. If it be a consequence, of course the poor are no better for the alteration. If, however, it be a coincidence rather than a necessary result of the measure, the circumstances of the poor are of course as much improved as they would have been impoverished, provided that measure had never become law. I candidly confess I am as yet without the means of coming to any conclusion on this part of the subject. Nor can it be said that in the scavenger's trade wages have in any way declined since the repeal of the Corn Laws, so that, were it not for the difficulty of obtaining employment among the casual hands, this class must be allowed to have been considerable gainers by the reduction in the price of food, and even as it is, the constant hands must be acknowledged to be so. I will now endeavour to reduce to a tabular form such information as I could obtain as to the expenditure of the labourer in scavenging before and after
the establishment of free trade. I inquired, the better to be assured of the accuracy of the representations and accounts I received from labourers, the price of meat then and now. A butcher who for many years has conducted a business in a populous part of Westminster and in a populous suburb, supplying both private families with the best joints and the poor with their little bits, their block ornaments, meat in small pieces exposed on the chopping block, their purchases of liver and of beasts' heads. In 1845, the year I take as sufficiently prior to the free trade era, my informant, from his recollection of the state of his business and from consulting his books, which of course were a correct guide, found that for a portion of the year in question mutton was as much as 7d. halfpenny per pound, Smithfield prices. Now the same quality of meat is but 5d. This, however, was but a temporary matter, and from causes which sometimes are not very ostensible or explicable. Taking the butcher's trade that year as a whole, it was found sufficiently conclusive that meat was generally a penny per pound higher then than at present. My informant, however, was perfectly satisfied that, although situated in the same way, and with the same class of customers, he did not sell so much meat to the poor and labouring classes as he did 5 or 6 years ago. He believed not by 1/8, although perhaps pricers of his meat among the poor were more numerous. For this my informant accounted by expressing his conviction that the labouring men spent their money in drink more than ever, and were a longer time in recovering from the effects of tippling. This supposition, from what I have observed in the course of the present inquiry, is negatived by facts. Another butcher, also supplying the poor, said they bought less of him, but he could not say exactly to what extent, perhaps 1/8, and he attributed it to less work, there being no railways about London, fewer buildings, and less general employment. About the wages of the labourers he could not speak as influencing the matter. From this tradesman also I received an account that meat generally was a penny per pound higher at the time specified. Pickled Australian beef was 4 or 5 years ago very low, 3d. per pound, salted and prepared, and swelling in hot water. But the poor couldn't eat the stringy stuff, for it was like pickled ropes. "It's better now," he added, "but it don't sell, and there's no nourishment in such beef." But these tradesmen agreed in the information that poor labourers bought less meat, while one pronounced free trade a blessing, the other declared it a curse. I suggested to each that cheaper fish might have something to do with a smaller consumption of butcher's meat, but both said that cheap fish was the great thing for the Irish and the poor needlewomen and the like, who were never at any time meat-eaters. From respectable bakers I ascertained that bread might be considered a penny a quartern loaf dearer in 1845 than at present. Perhaps the following table may throw a fuller light on the matter. I give it from what I learned from several men, who were without accounts to refer to, but speaking positively from memory. I give the statement per week as for a single man, without charge for the support of a wife and family, and without any help from other resources. Rent before free trade 1s. 6d. After free trade 1s. 6d. Bread 5 loaves. Before free trade 2s. 11d. After free trade 2s. 6d. Saving since free trade 5d. Butter half a pound. Before free trade 5d. After free trade 5d. Tea 2 ounces. Before free trade 8d. After free trade 8d. Sugar half a pound. Before free trade 3d. After free trade 2d. Saving since free trade a penny. Meat 3 pounds. Before free trade 1s. 6d. After free trade 1s. 3d. Saving since free trade 3d. Bacon a pound. Before free trade 5d. After free trade 5d. Fish a dinner a day 6 days. Before free trade 3d. or 1s. 6d. weekly. After free trade 2d. or 1s. weekly. Saving since free trade 6d. Potatoes or vegetables, a halfpenny a day. Before free trade, threepence halfpenny. After free trade, threepence halfpenny. Beer, pot. Before free trade, threepence halfpenny. After free trade, threepence halfpenny. Total saving per week since free trade, 1s. 3d. In butter, bacon, potatoes and so on, and beer, I could hear of no changes, except that bacon might be a trifle cheaper, but instead of a good quality selling better, although cheaper, there was a demand for an inferior sort. In the foregoing table, the weekly consumption of several necessaries is given, but it is not to be understood that one man consumes them all in a week. They are what may generally be consumed when such things are in demand by the poor, one week after another, or one day after another, forming an aggregate of weeks. Thus, free trade and cheap provisions are an unquestionable benefit, if unaffected by drawbacks, to the labouring poor. The above statement refers only to a fully employed hand. The following table gives the change since free trade in the earnings of casual hands, and relates to the past and the present expenditure of a scavager. The man who was formerly a house painter said he could bring me 50 men similarly circumstanced as himself. Reader's note: the following table gives costs per week in 1845 and in 1851. End reader's note. Rent in 1845, 1s. 4d. In 1851, 1s. 8d. 5 loaves in 1845, 2s. 11d. 4 loaves in 1851, 2s. Butter in 1845, 5d. In 1851, 5d. Tea in 1845, 6d. In 1851, 5d. Meat 3 pounds, in 1845, 1s. 6d. In 1851, 1s. Potatoes in 1845, 3d. In 1851, 2d. Beer, a pot, in 1845, 4d. Beer, a pint, in 1851, 2d. Total in 1845 per week, 7s. 3d. In 1851 per week, 5s. 10d. Here then we find a positive saving in the expenditure of 1s. 5d. per week in this man's wages since the cheapening of food. His earnings, however, tell a different story. Earnings of 6 days, in 1845, 15s. Earnings of 3 days in 1851, 7s. 6d. Weekly income in 1845, 15s. In 1851, 7s. 6d. Expenditure in 1845, 7s. 3d. In 1851, 5s. 10d. Difference in 1845, 7s. 9d. In 1851, 1s. 8d. Thus we perceive that the beneficial effects of cheapness are defeated by the dearth of employment among labourers. It is impossible to come to precise statistics in this matter, but all concurrent evidence as regards the unskilled work of which I now treat shows that labour is attainable at almost any rate. Another drawback to the benefits of cheap food I heard of first in my inquiries, for the letters on Labour and the Poor in the Morning Chronicle, among the boot and shoemakers. Their rents had been raised in consequence of their landlord's property having been subjected to the income tax. Numbers of large houses are now let out in single rooms in the streets off Tottenham Court Road and near Golden Square, as well as in many other quarters, to men who, working for West End tradesmen, must live, for economy of time, near the shops from which they derive their work. Near and in Cunningham Street and other streets, 2 men, father and son, rent upwards of 30 houses, the whole of which they let out in 1 or 2 rooms, it is believed at a very great profit. In fact, they live by it. The rent of these houses, among many others, was raised when income tax was imposed, the subletters declaring, with what truth no one knew, that the rents were raised to them. It is common enough for capitalists to fling such imposts on the shoulders of the poor, and I heard scavengers complain that every time they had to change their rooms, they had either to pay more rent by 2d or 3d a week, or put up with a worse place.
One man who lived at the time of the passing of the Income Tax Bill in Shoe Lane found his rent raised suddenly 3d a week, a non-resident landlord or agent calling for it weekly. He was told that the advance was to meet the income tax. "I know nothing about what income tax means," he said, "but it's some roguery as is put on the poor." I heard complaints to the same purport from several working scavengers, and the letters of rooms are the most exacting in places crowded with the poor, and where the poor think or feel they must reside, to be handy for work. What connection there may be between the questions of free trade and the necessity of the income tax, it is not my business now to dilate upon, but it is evident that the circumstances of the country are not sufficiently prosperous to enable Parliament to repeal this temporary impost. From a better informed class than the scavengers, I might have derived data on which to form a calculation from account books and so on, but I could hear of none being kept. I remember that a lady's shoemaker told me that the weekly rents of the 10 rooms in the house in which he lived were 4s. 3d higher than before the income tax, which came to the same thing as an extra penny on over 50 loaves a week. It is certain that the great taxpayers of London are the labouring classes. I have endeavoured to ascertain the facts in connection with this complex subject in as calm and just a manner as possible, leaning neither to the protectionist nor the free trade side of the question, and I must again in honesty acknowledge that to the constant hands among the scavengers and dustmen of the metropolis, the repeal of the Corn Laws appears to have been an unquestionable benefit. I shall conclude this exposition of the condition and earnings of the working scavengers employed by the more honourable masters with an account of the average income and expenditure of the better paid hands, regular and casual, as well as single and married, and first of the unmarried regular hand. The following is an estimate of the income and expenditure of an unmarried operative scavenger regularly employed, working for a large contractor. Weekly income, constant wages, nominal weekly wages 16s, perquisites 2s, actual weekly wages 18s. Weekly expenditure, rent 2s, washing and mending 10d, clothes and repairing ditto 10d, butcher's meat 3s 6d, bacon 8d, vegetables 4d, cheese 4d, beer 3s, spirits 1s, tobacco 10d halfpenny, butter 7d halfpenny, sugar 4d, tea 3d, coffee 3d, fish 4d, soap 2d, shaving a penny, fruit 4d, keep of 2 dogs 6d, amusements as skittles and so on 1s 9d, total 18s. The subjoined represents the income of an unmarried operative scavenger, casually employed by a small master scavenger 6 months during the year at 15s a week, and 20 weeks at sand and rubbish carting at 12s a week. Casual wages. Nominal weekly wages at scavenging 16s for 26 weeks during the year, £20 16s. Perquisites 2s for 26 weeks during the year, £2 12s. Actual weekly wages for 26 weeks during the year, 16s. Nominal and actual weekly wages at rubbish carting, 12s for 20 weeks more during the year, £12. Average casual or constant weekly wages throughout the year, 15s 4d halfpenny. The expenditure of this man when in work was nearly the same as that of the regular hand, the main exceptions being that his rent was £1 instead of 2s, and no dogs were kept. When in work he saved nothing, and when out of work lived as he could. The married scavengers are differently circumstanced from the unmarried. Their earnings are generally increased by those of their family. The labour of the wives and children of the scavengers is not unfrequently in the capacity of sifters in the dust yards, where the wives of the men employed by the contractors have the preference, and in other but somewhat rude capacities. One of their wives I heard of as a dresser of sheep's trotters.
two as being among the most skilful dressers of tripe for a large shop, one as a cat's meat seller, her father's calling, but I still speak of the regular scavengers. I could not meet with one woman working a slop needle. One indeed I saw who was described to me as a feather dresser to an out-and-out nigger.
Reader's note, spelt N-E-G-U-R. End reader's note.
But the woman assured me she was neither badly paid nor badly off. Perhaps by such labour as an average on the part of the wives 9d. a day is cleared, and 1s. on tripe and such like. Among the casuals' wives there are frequent instances of the working for slop shirt-makers and so on, upon the coarser sorts of work, and at starvation wages, but on such matters I have often dwelt. I heard from some of these men that it was looked upon as a great thing if the wives' labour could clear the week's rent of 1s. 6d. to 2s. The following may be taken as an estimate of the income and outlay of a better paid and fully employed operative scavenger, with his wife and 2 children. Weekly income of the family. Nominal weekly wages of man, 16s. Perquisites, 2s. Actual weekly wages of man, 18s. Nominal weekly wages of wife, 6s. Perquisites in coal and wood, 1s. 4d. Actual weekly wages of wife, 7s. 4d. Nominal weekly wages of boy, 3s. Total, £1 8s. 4d. Weekly expenditure of the family. Rent, 3s. Candle, 3d halfpenny. Bread, 2s. and a penny. Butter, 10d. Sugar, 8d. Tea, 10d. Coffee, 4d. Butcher's meat, 3s. 6d. Bacon, 1s. 2d. Potatoes, 10d. Raw fish, 4d. Herrings, 4d. Beer at home, 2s. Beer at work, 1s. 6d. Spirits, 1s. Cheese, 6d. Flour, 3d. Suet, 3d. Fruit, 3d. Rice, a halfpenny. Soap, 6d. Starch, a halfpenny. Soda and blue, a penny. Dubbing, a halfpenny. Clothes for the whole family and repairing ditto, 2s. Boots and shoes for ditto, 1s. 6d. Milk, 7d. Salt, pepper and mustard, a penny. Tobacco, 9d. Wear and tear of bedding, crocks and so on, 3d. Schooling for girl, 3d. Baking Sunday's dinner, 2d. Mangling, 3d. Amusements and sundries, 1s. Total, £1 7s. and 6d. The subjoined, on the other hand, gives the income and outlay of a casually employed operative scavenger, better paid, with his wife and 2 boys in constant work. Weekly income of the family. Nominal wages of man at scavenging for 6 months at 16s. weekly, ditto at rubbish carting 3 months 12s. weekly. Average casual wages throughout the year, 15s. Nominal weekly wages of wife, 6s. constant. Perquisites in wood and coal, 1s. 4d. Actual weekly wages of wife, 7s. 4d. Nominal weekly wages of 2 boys, 7s. the 2. Perquisites for running on messages, 1s. the 2 constant. Actual weekly wages of the 2 boys, 8s. Total, £1 10s. 4d. Weekly expenditure of the family. Rent, 3s. 6d. Candle, 6d. Soap, 4d. Soda, starch and blue, 2d halfpenny. Bread, 2s. 6d. Butter, 9d. Dripping, 5d. Sugar, 8d. Tea, 8d. Coffee, 6d. Butcher's meat, 3s. 6d. Bacon, a shilling. Potatoes, a shilling. Cheese, 6d. Raw fish, 4d. Herrings, 3d. Fried fish, 3d. Flour, 3d. Suet, 2d. Fruit, 6d. Rice, a penny halfpenny. Beer at home, 2s. Beer at work, 1s. 9d. Spirits, 1s. Tobacco, 9d. Pepper, salt and mustard, a penny. Milk, 7d. Clothes for man, wife and family, 2s. Repairing ditto for ditto, 6d. Boots and shoes for ditto,
1s. 6d. Repairing ditto for ditto, 8d. Wear and tear of bedding, crocks, and so on, 3d. Baking Sunday's dinner, 2d. Mangling, 2d. Amusements, sundries, and so on, 1s. Total, £1 10s. 4d. End of section 44. Section 45 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the worst paid scavengers, or those working for scurf employers. Note, the Saxon scurfa, which is the original of the English scurf, means a scab, and scab is the term given to the cheap men in the shoemaking trade. Scab is the root of our word shabby, hence scurf and scab, deprived of their offensive associations, both mean shabby fellows. End note. There are in the scavenger's trade the same distinct classes of employers as appertain to all other trades. These consist of 1. The large capitalists, 2. The small capitalists. As a rule, with some few honourable and dishonourable exceptions, it is true, I find that the large capitalists in the several trades are generally the employers who pay the higher wages, and the small men those who pay the lower. The reasons for this conduct are almost obvious. The power of the capital of the large master must be contended against by the small one, and the usual mode of contention in all trades is by reducing the wages of the working men. The wealthy master has of course many advantages over the poor one. 1. He can pay ready money, and obtain discounts for immediate payment. 2. He can buy in large quantities, and so get his stock cheaper. 3. He can purchase what he wants in the best markets, and that directly of the producer, without the intervention and profit of the middleman. 4. He can buy at the best times and seasons, and lay in what he requires for the purposes of his trade long before it is needed, provided he can obtain it a bargain. 5. He can avail himself of the best tools and mechanical contrivances for increasing the productiveness, or economizing the labour, of his workmen. 6. He can build and arrange his places of work upon the most approved plan, and in the best situations for the manufacture and distribution of the commodities. 7. He can employ the highest talent for the management or design of the work on which he is engaged. 8. He can institute a more effective system for the surveillance and checking of his workmen. 9. He can employ a large number of hands, and so reduce the secondary expenses of firing, lighting, and so on, attendant upon the work, as well as the number of superintendents and others engaged to look after the operatives. 10. He can resort to extensive means of making his trade known. 11. He can sell cheaper, even if his cost of production be the same, from employing a larger capital and being able to do with a less rate of profit. 12. He can afford to give credit, and so obtain customers that he might otherwise lose. The small capitalist, therefore, enters the field of competition by no means equally matched against his more wealthy rival. What the little master wants in substance, however, he generally endeavours to make up in cunning. If he cannot buy his materials as cheap as a trader of larger means, he uses an inferior or cheaper article, and seeks by some trick or other to palm it off as equal to the superior and dearer kind. If the tools and appliances of the trade are expensive, he either transfers the cost of providing them to the workmen, or else he charges them a rent for their use. And so with the places of work, he mulcts their wages of a certain sum per week for the gas by which they labour, or he makes them do their work at home, and thus saves the expense of a workshop. And lastly, he pays his men either a less sum than usual for the same quantity of labour, or exacts a greater quantity from them for the same sum of money. By one or other of these means does the man of limited capital seek to counterbalance the advantages which his more wealthy rival obtains by the possession of extensive resources. The large employer is enabled to work cheaper by the sheer force of his larger capital.
he reduces the cost of production, not by employing a cheaper labour, but by economising the labour that he does employ. The small employer, on the other hand, seeks to keep pace with his larger rival, and strives to work cheap, not by the economy of labour, for this is hardly possible in the small way of production, but by reducing the wages of his labourers. Hence the rule, in almost every trade, is that the smaller capitalists pay a lower rate of wages. To this, however, there are many honourable exceptions among the small masters, and many as dishonourable among the larger ones in different trades. Messrs. Moses, Nicol, and Hyams, for instance, are men who certainly cannot plead deficiency of means as an excuse for reducing the ordinary rate of wages among the tailors. Those employers who seek to reduce the prices of a trade are known technologically as cutting employers, in contradistinction to the standard employers, or those who pay their workpeople and sell their goods at the ordinary rates. Of cutting employers there are several kinds, differently designated according to the different means by which they gain their ends. These are 1. Drivers, or those who compel the men in their employ to do more work for the same wages. Of this kind there are two distinct varieties: A. The long-hour masters, or those who make the men work longer than the usual hours of labour. B. The strapping masters, or those who make the men, by extra supervision, strap to their work, so as to do a greater quantity of labour in the usual time. 2. Grinders, or those who compel the workmen, through their necessities, to do the same amount of work for less than the ordinary wages. The reduction of wages thus brought about may or may not be attended with a corresponding reduction in the price of the goods to the public. If the price of the goods be reduced in proportion to the reduction of wages, the consumer of course is benefited at the expense of the producer. When it is not followed by a like diminution in the selling price of the article, and the wages of which the men are mulcted go to increase the profits of the capitalist, the employer alone is benefited, and is then known as a grasper. Some cutting tradesmen, however, endeavour to undersell their more wealthy rivals by reducing the ordinary rate of profit and extending their business on the principle of small profits and quick returns, the nimble ninepence being considered better than the slow shilling. Such traders, of course, cannot be said to reduce wages directly. Indirectly, however, they have the same effect, for in reducing prices, other traders, ever ready to compete with them, but unwilling or perhaps unable to accept less than the ordinary rate of profit, seek to attain the same cheapness by diminishing the cost of production, and for this end the labourers' wages are almost invariably reduced. Such are the characteristics of the cheap employers in all trades. Let me now proceed to point out the peculiarities of what are called the scurf employers in the scavenging trade. The insidious practices of capitalists in other callings, in reducing the hire of labour, are not unknown to the scavengers. The evils of which these workmen have to complain under scurf or slop masters are 1. Driving, or being compelled to do more work for the same pay. 2. Grinding, or being compelled to do the same or a greater amount of work for less pay. 1. Under the first head, if the employment be at all regular, I heard few complaints, for the men seem to have learned to look upon it as an inevitable thing, that one way or other they must submit, by the receipt of a reduced wage or the exercise of a greater toil, to a deterioration in their means. The system of driving, or in other words, the means by which extra work is got out of the men for the same remuneration, in the scavenger's trade is as follows. Some employers cause their scavengers, after their day's work in the streets, to load the barges with the street and house collected manure without any additional payment, whereas among the more liberal employers there are bargemen who are employed to attend to this department of the trade, and if their street scavengers are so employed, which is not very often, it is computed as extra work or over hours, and paid for accordingly. This same indirect mode of reducing wages by getting more work done for the same pay is seen in many piecework callings. The slop boot and shoemakers pay the same price as they did 6 or 7 years ago,
but they have knocked off the extras, as the additional allowance for greater than the ordinary height of heel and the like. So the slop Mayor of Manchester, Sir Elkanah Armitage, within the last year or two sought to obtain from his men a greater length of cut to each piece of woven for the same wages. Some master scavengers or contractors, moreover, reduce wages by making their men do what is considered the work of a man and a half in a week, without the recompense due for the labour of the half man's work. In other words, they require the men to condense 8 or 9 days' labour into 6, and to be paid for the 6 days only. This again is usual in the strapping shops of the carpenter's trade. Thus, the class of street sweepers do not differ materially in the circumstances of their position from other bodies of workers, skilled and unskilled. Let me, however, give a practical illustration of the loss accruing to the working scavengers by the driving method of reducing wages. A is a large contractor and a driver. He employs 16 men and pays them the regular wages of the honourable trade, but instead of limiting the hours of labour to 12, as is usual among the better class of employers, he compels each of his men to work at the least 16 hours per diem, which is 1/3 more, and for which the men should receive 1/3 more wages. Let us see, therefore, how much the men in his employ lose annually by these means. 4 gangers at 18 shillings a week for 9 months in the year. Some received per annum £140 8 shillings. Some they should receive £210 12 shillings. Difference £70 4 shillings. 12 sweepers at 16 shillings a week for 9 months in the year. Some received per annum £374 8 shillings. Some they should receive £499 4 shillings. Difference £124 16 shillings. Total wages per annum. Some received £514 16 shillings. Some they should receive £709 16 shillings. Difference £195. Here then we find the annual loss to these men through the system of driving to be £195 per annum. But A is not the only driver in the scavenger's trade. Out of the 19 masters having contracts for scavenging as cited in the table given at pages 213 and 214, there are 4 who are regular drivers, and making the same calculation as above, we have the following results. 26 gangers at 18 shillings a week for 9 months in the year. Some received per annum £912 12 shillings. Some they should receive £1,216 16 shillings. Difference £304 4 shillings. 80 sweepers at 16 shillings a week for 9 months in the year. Some received per annum £2,496. Some they should receive £3,328. Difference £832. Total sum received per annum £3,308 12 shillings. Some they should receive £4,544 16 shillings. Difference £1,136 4 shillings. Thus we find that the gross sum of which the man employed by these drivers are deprived is no less than £1,136 per annum. 2. The second or indirect mode of reducing the wages of the men in the scavenging trade is by grinding, that is to say, by making the men do the same amount of work for less pay. It requires nothing but a practical illustration to render the injury of this particular mode of reduction apparent to the public. B is a master scavenger, a small contractor, though the instances are not confined to this class, and a grinder. He pays a shilling a week less than the regular wages of the honourable trade. He employs 6 men. Hence the amount that the workmen in his pay are mulcted off every year is as follows. 6 men at 15 shillings a week for 9 months in the year. Some received per annum £175 10 shillings. Some they should receive £187 4 shillings. Difference £11 14 shillings.
Here the loss to the men is £11 14 shillings per annum, and there is but one such grinder among the 19 master scavengers who have contracts at present. 3. The third and last method of reducing the earnings of the men as above enumerated is by a combination of both the systems before explained, namely, by grinding and driving united. That is to say, by not only paying the men a smaller wage than the more honourable masters, but by compelling them to work longer hours as well. Let me cite another illustration from the trade. C is a large contractor and both a grinder and driver. He employs 28 men and not only pays them less wages, but makes them work longer hours than the better class of employers. The men in his pay, therefore, are annually mulcted of the following sums. Sums the men receive: 7 gangers at 16 shillings a week for 9 months in the year, £218 8 shillings. 21 sweepers at 15 shillings a week, £614 5 shillings. Total £832 13 shillings. Sums they should receive: 7 gangers at 18 shillings a week for 9 months in the year, £245 14 shillings. Overwork 4 hours per day, £61 8 shillings and sixpence. 21 sweepers at 16 shillings a week, 12 hours a day, £655 4 shillings. Overwork 4 hours a day, £163 6 shillings. Total £1,125 12 shillings and sixpence. Here the annual loss to the men employed by this one master is £292 19 shillings and sixpence. Among the 19 master scavengers there are altogether 7 employers who are both grinders and drivers. These employ among them no less than 111 hands. Hence the gross amount of which their workmen are yearly defrauded, no, let me adhere to the principles of political economy and say deprived, is as under. Sum the men annually receive: 28 gangers at 16 shillings a week, employed for 9 months in the year, £873 12 shillings. 83 sweepers at 15 shillings a week, employed for 9 months in the year, £2,427 15 shillings. Total £3,301 7 shillings. Sum they should annually receive: 28 gangers at 18 shillings a week, 12 hours a day for 9 months in the year, £982 16 shillings. Overwork 4 hours per day, £245 14 shillings. 83 sweepers at 16 shillings a week, 12 hours a day, £2,589 12 shillings. Overwork 4 hours per day, £647 8 shillings. Total £4,465 10 shillings. Here we perceive the gross loss to the operatives from the system of combined grinding and driving to be no less than £1,164 3 shillings per annum. Now let us see what is the aggregate loss to the working men from the several modes of reducing their wages as above detailed. Loss to the working scavengers by the driving of employers, £1,136 4 shillings. Ditto by the grinding, £11 14 shillings. Ditto by the grinding and driving of employers, £1,164 3 shillings. Total loss to the working scavengers per annum, £2,312 1 shilling. Now this is a large sum of money to be wrested annually out of the workmen. That it is so wrested is demonstrated by the fact cited at page 174 in connection with the dust trade. The wages of the dustmen employed by the large contractors, it is there stated, have been increased within the last 7 years from 6d. to 8d. per load. This increase in the rate of remuneration was owing to complaints made by the men to the Commissioners of Sewers that they were not able to live on their earnings. An inquiry took place, and the result was that the Commissioners decided upon letting the contracts only to such parties as would undertake to pay a fair price to their workmen. The contractors accordingly increased the remuneration of the labourers as mentioned. Now, political economy would tell us that the commissioners interfered with wages in a most reprehensible manner, preventing the natural operation of the law of supply and demand. But both justice and benevolence assure us that the commissioners did perfectly right. The masters in the dust trade were forced to make good to the men what they had previously taken from them, and the same should be done in the scavenging trade. The contracts should be let only to those masters who will undertake to pay the regular rate of wages and employ their men only the regular hours. For by such means, and by such means alone, can justice be done to the operatives. This brings me to the cause of the reduction of wages in the scavenging trade. The scurf trade, I am informed, has been carried on among the master scavengers upwards of 20 years, and arose partly from the contractors having to pay the parishes for the house dust and street sweepings, breeze, and street manure, at that period, often selling for 30 shillings the chaldron or load. The demand for this kind of manure 20 years ago was so great that there was a competition carried on among the contractors themselves, each outbidding the other, so as to obtain the right of collecting it, and in order not to lose anything by the large sums which they were induced to bid for the contracts, the employers began gradually to grind down their men from 17 shillings 6pence, the sum paid 20 years back, to 17 shillings a week, and eventually to 15 shillings and even 12 shillings weekly. This is a curious and instructive fact, as showing that even an increase of prices will, under the contract system, induce a reduction of wages. The greed of traders becomes, it appears, from the very height of the prices, proportionally intensified, and from the desire of each to reap the benefit, they are led to outbid one another to such an extent, and to offer such large premiums for the light of appropriation, as to necessitate a reduction of every possible expense in order to make any profit at all upon the transaction. Owing moreover to the surplus labour in the trade, the contractors were enabled to offer any premiums and reduce wages as they pleased, for the casually employed men, when the wet season was over and their services no longer required, were continually calling upon the contractors and offering their services at 2 shillings and 3 shillings less per week than the regular hands were receiving. The consequence was that 5 or 6 of the master scavengers began to reduce the wages of their labourers, and since that time the number has been gradually increasing, until now there are no less than 21 scurf masters, 8 of whom have no contracts, out of the 34 contractors, so that nearly 3/5 of the entire trade belong to the grinding class. Within the last 7 or 8 years, however, there has been an increase of wages in connection with the city operative scavengers. This was owing mainly to the operatives complaining to the commissioners that they could not live upon the wages they were then receiving, 12 shillings and 14 shillings a week. The circumstances inducing the change, I am informed, were as follows. One of the gangers asked a tradesman in the city to give the street sweepers something for beer, whereupon the tradesman inquired if the men could not find beer out of their wages, and on being assured that they were receiving only 12 shillings a week, he had the matter brought before the board. The result was that the wages of the operatives were increased from 12 shillings to 15 shillings and 16 shillings weekly, since which time there has been neither an increase nor a decrease in their pay. The cheapness of provisions seemed to have caused no reduction with them. Now there are but 2 efficient causes to account for the reduction of wages among the scurf employers in the scavengers' trade. 1. The employers may diminish the pay of their men from a disposition to grind out of them an inordinate rate of profit. 2. The price paid for the work may be so reduced that, consistent with the ordinary rate of profit on capital and remuneration for superintendence, greater wages cannot be paid. If the first be the fact, then the employers are to blame, and the parishes should follow the example of the commissioners of sewers, and let the work to those contractors only who will undertake to pay the regular wages of the honourable trade. But if the latter be the case, as I strongly suspect it is, though some of the masters seem to be more grasping than the rest, but in the paucity of returns on this matter, it is difficult to state positively whether the price paid for the labour of the working scavager is in all the parishes proportional to the price paid to the employers for the work, a most important fact to be solved. If, however, I repeat, the decrease of the wages be mainly due to the decrease in the sums given for the performance of the contract, then the parishes are to blame for seeking to get their work done at the expense of the working men. The contract system of work, I find, necessarily tends to this diminution of the men's earnings in a trade. Offer a certain quantity of work to the lowest bidder, and the competition will assuredly be maintained at the operative's expense. It is idle to expect that, as a general rule, traders will take less than the ordinary rate of profit. Hence, he who underbids will usually be found to underpay. This indeed is almost a necessity of the system, and one which the parochial functionaries, more than all others, should be guarded against, seeing that a decrease of the operative's wages can but be attended with an increase of the very paupers, and consequently of the parochial expenses, which they are striving to reduce. A labourer, in order to be self-supporting and avoid becoming a burden on the parish, requires something more than bare subsistence money in remuneration for his labour, and yet this is generally the mode by which we test the sufficiency of wages. "A man can live very comfortably upon that," is the exclamation of those who have seldom thought upon what constitutes the minimum of self-support in this country. A man's wages, to prevent pauperism, should include, besides present subsistence, what Dr. Chalmers has called his secondaries, namely a sufficiency to pay for his maintenance, first, during the slack season, second, when out of employment, third, when ill, fourth, when old. Note: these items wages must include to prevent pauperism, even with providence, but this is only on the supposition that the labourer is unmarried. If married, however, and having a family, then his wages should include, moreover, the keep of at least 3 extra persons, as well as the education of the children. If not, one of 2 results is self-evident. Either the wife must toil, to the neglect of her young ones, and they must be allowed to run about and pick their morals and education, as I have before said, out of the gutter, or else the whole family must be transferred to the care of the parish. End note. If insufficient to do this, it is evident that the man at such times must seek parochial relief, and it is by the reduction of wages down to bare subsistence that the cheap employers of the present day shift the burden of supporting their labourers when unemployed onto the parish, thus virtually perpetuating the allowance system or relief in aid of wages under the old poor law. Formerly the mode of hiring labourers was by the year, so that the employer was bound to maintain the men when unemployed. But now journey work, or hiring by the day, prevails, and the labourers being paid, and that mere subsistence money, only when wanted, are necessitated to become either paupers or thieves when their services are no longer required. It is, moreover, this change from yearly to daily hirings, and the consequent discarding of men when no longer required, that has partly caused the immense mass of surplus labourers, who are continually vagabondizing through the country, begging or stealing as they go, men for whom there is but some 2 or 3 weeks' work, harvesting, hop-picking, and the like, throughout the year. That there is, however, a large system of jobbing pursued by the contractors for the house dust and cleansing of the streets, there cannot be the least doubt. The minute I have cited at page 210 gives us a slight insight into the system of combination existing among the employers, and the extraordinary fluctuations in the prices obtained by the contractors would lead to the notion that the business was more a system of gambling than trade. The following returns have been procured by Mr. Cochrane within the last few days. Average yearly cost of cleansing the whole of the public ways within the City of London, including the removal of dust, ashes, and so on from the houses of the inhabitants, for 8 years, terminating at Michaelmas in the year 1850, £4,643. Square yards of carriageway estimated at 430,000. Square yards of footway estimated at 300,000. A more specific and later return is as follows. 1845. Received for dust, 0. Paid for cleansing and so on, £2,833 2s. Streets not cleansed daily. 1846. Received for dust, £1,354 5s. Paid for cleansing and so on, £6,034 6s. Streets cleansed daily. 1847. Received for dust, £4,455 5s. Paid for cleansing and so on, £8,014 2s. Streets cleansed daily. 1848. Received for dust, £1,328 15s. Paid for cleansing and so on, £7,226 1s. 6d. Streets cleansed daily. 1849. Received for dust, 0. Paid for cleansing and so on, £7,486 11s. 6d. Streets cleansed daily. 1850. Received for dust, 0. Paid for cleansing and so on, £6,779 16s. Streets cleansed daily. From the above return, says Mr. Cochrane, it may be inferred that the annual sums paid for cleansing in each year of 1844 and 1843 did not exceed £2,281, as this would make up the 8 years' average calculation of £4,643. Since the streets have been cleansed daily, it will be seen that the average has been £7,188. The smallest amount in 1846 was £6,034, and the largest in 1847, £8,014, which was a sudden increase of £1,980. Here then we perceive an immediate increase in the price paid for scavenging between 1846 and 1847 of nearly 33%, and since the wages of the workmen were not proportionately increased in the latter year by the employers, it follows that the profits of the contractors must have been augmented to that enormous extent. The only effectual mode of preventing this system of jobbing being persevered in, at the expense of the workmen, is by the insertion of a clause in each parish contract similar to that introduced by the Commissioners of Sewers, that at least a fair living rate of wages shall be paid by each contractor to the men employed by him. This may be an interference with the freedom of labour according to the economists' cant language, but at least it is a restriction of the tyranny of capital, for free labour means, when literally translated, the unrestricted use of capital, which is, especially when the moral standard of trade is not of the highest character, perhaps the greatest evil with which a state can be afflicted. Let me now speak of the scurf labourers. The moral and social characteristics of the working scavengers who labour for a lower rate of hire do not materially differ from those of the better paid and more regularly employed body, unless perhaps in this respect, that there are among them a greater proportion of the casuals, or of men reared to the pursuit of other callings, and driven by want, misfortune, or misconduct to sweep the streets. And not only that, but to regard the leave to toil in such a capacity a boon. These constitute, as it were, the cheap labourers of this trade. Among the parties concerned in the lower price scavenging are the usual criminations. The parish authorities will not put up any longer with the extortions of the contractors. The contractors cannot put up any longer with the stinginess of the parishes. The working scavengers, upon whose shoulders the burden falls the heaviest, as it does in all depreciated tradings, grumble at both. I cannot aver, however, that I found among the men that bitter hatred of their masters which I found actuating the mass of operative tailors, shoemakers, dressmakers, and so on, toward the slop capitalists who employed them. I have pointed out in what the scurf treatment of the labourers was chiefly manifested, in extra work for inferior pay, in doing 8 or 9 days' work in 6, and in being paid for only 6 days' labour, and not always at the ordinary rate, even for the lighter toil,
not 2 shillings 8pence, but 2 shillings 6pence, or even 2 shillings 4pence a day. To the wealthy, this 2pence or 4pence a day may seem but a trifling matter, but I heard a working scavager, formerly a house painter, put it in a strong light. "That 3pence or 4pence a day, sir, is a poor family's rent." The rent, I may observe, as a result of my inquiries among the more decent classes of labourers, is often the primary consideration. "You see, sir, we must have a roof over our heads." A scavager working for a scurf master gave me the following account. He was a middle-aged man, decently dressed, for when I saw him he was in his Sunday clothes, and was quiet in his tones even when he spoke bitterly. "My father," he said, "was once in business as a butcher, but he failed, and was afterwards a journeyman butcher, but very much respected, I know, and I used to job and help him. Oh dear, yes, I can read and write, but I have very seldom to write, only I think one never forgets it. It's like learning to swim that way. And I read sometimes at coffee shops. My father died rather sudden, and me and a brother had to look out. My brother was older than me, he was 20 or 21 then, and he went for a soldier, I believe to some of the Ingies, but I've never heard of him since. I got a place in a knacker's yard, but I didn't like it at all, it was so confining, and should have hooked it, only I left it honourable. I can't call to mind how long that's back, perhaps 16 or 18 years, but I know there was some stir at the time about having the streets and yards cleaner. A man called and had some talk with the governor, and says the governor, "If you want a handy lad with his besom, and he's good for nothing else," but that was his gammon, "here's your man." So I was engaged as a young sweeper at 10 shillings a week. I worked in Hackney, but I heard so much about railways that I saved my money up to 10 shillings and popped (pledged) a suit of mourning I'd got after my father's death for 22 shillings, and got to York both on foot and with lifts. I soon got work on a rail. There was great call for rails then, but I don't know how long it's since, and I was a navvy for 6 or 7 years or better. Then I came back to London. I don't know just what made me come back, but I was restless, and I thought I could get work as easy in London as in the country, but I couldn't. I brought 21 gold sovereigns with me to London, twisted in my fob for safeness in a wash leather bag. They didn't last so long as they ought to. I didn't care for drinking, only when I was in company, but I was a little too gay. One night I spent over 12 shillings in St Helena Gardens at Rotherhithe, and that sort of thing soon makes money show taper. I got some work with a rubbish carter, a regular scurf. I made only about 8 shillings a week under him, for he didn't want me this half day or that whole day, and if I said anything, he told me I might go and be damned. He could get plenty such, and I knew he could. I got on then with a gangsman I knew at street sweeping. I had 15 shillings a week, but not regular work, and when the work weren't regular, I had 2 shillings 8pence a day. I then worked under another master for 14 shillings a week, and was often abused that I wasn't better dressed, for though that there master paid low wages, he was vexed if his men didn't look decent in the streets. I've heard that he said he paid the best of wages when asked about it. I had another job after that at 15 shillings, and then 16 shillings a week with a contractor as at a wharf, but a black nigger slave was never slaved as I was. I've worked all night when it's been very moonlight in loading a barge, and I've worked until 3 and 4 in the morning that way, and then me and another man slept an hour or two in a shed as joint his stables, and then must go at it again. Some of these masters is ignorant, and treats men like dirt, but this one was always civil, and made his people be civil. But Lord, I hadn't a rag left to my back. Everything was worn to bits in such hard work, and then I got the sack. I was on for Mr. next. He's a jolly good un. I was only on for him temporary, but I was told it was for temporary when I went, so I can't complain. I'm out of work this week, but I've had some jobs from a butcher, and I'm going to work again on Monday. I don't know at what wages. The gangsman said they'd see what I could do. It'll be 15 shillings, I expect, and overwork if it's 16 shillings. Yes, I like a pint of beer now and then, and one requires it, but I don't get drunk. I dusted for a fortnight once while a man was ill, and got more beer and tuppences give me than I do in a year now, aye, twice as much. My mate and me was always very civil, and people has said, "There's a good fellow, just sweep together this bit of rubbish in the yard here and off with it." That was beyond our duty, but we did it. I have very little night work, only for one master. He's a sweep as well. I get 2s. 6d. a job for it. Yes, there's mostly something to drink, but you can't demand nothing. Night work's nothing, sir. No more ain't a knacker's yard. I pay 2s. a week rent, but I'm washed for and found soap as well. My landlady takes in washing, and when her husband, for they're an old couple, has the rheumatics, I make a trifle by carrying out the clothes on a barrow, and Mrs. Smith goes with them and sees to the delivery. I've my own furniture. Well, I don't know what I spend in my living in a week. I have a bit of meat, or a saveloy or two, or a slice of bacon every day, mostly when I'm at work. I sometimes make my own meals ready in my room. No, I keep no accounts. There'd be very little use or pleasure in doing it when one has so little to count. When I'm past work, I suppose I must go to the workhouse. I sometimes wish I'd gone for a soldier when I was young enough. I shouldn't have minded going abroad. I'd have liked it better than not, for I like to be about. Yes, I like a change. I go to chapel every Sunday night, and have regularly, since Mr. Blank, the butcher, gave me this cast-off suit. I promised him I would when I got the togs. Things would be well enough with me if I'd constant work and fair pay. I don't know what makes wages so low. I suppose it's rich people trying to get all the money they can, and caring nothing for poor men's rights, and poor men sometimes forced to undersell one another, 'cause half a loaf, you know, sir, is better than no bread at all. A proverb, by the way, which has wrought no little mischief. In conclusion, I may remark that although I was told in the first instance there was subletting in street sweeping, I could not hear of any facts to prove it. I was told indeed by a gentleman who took great interest in parochial matters with a view to reforms in them, that such a thing was most improbable, for if a contractor sublet any of his work it would soon become known, and as it would be evident that the work could be accomplished at a lower rate, the contractor would be in a worse position for his next contract. End of section 45. Section 46 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street sweeping machine and the street sweepers employed with it. Until the introduction of the machines now seen in London, I believe that no mechanical contrivances for sweeping the streets had been attempted, all such work being executed by manual labour, and employing throughout the United Kingdom a great number of the poor. The street sweeping machine, therefore, assumes an importance as another instance of the displacement or attempted displacement of the labour of man by the mechanism of an engine. The street sweeping machines were introduced into London about 5 years ago, after having been previously used under the management of a company in Manchester, the inventor and maker being Mr. Whitworth of that place. The novelty and ingenuity of the apparatus soon attracted public attention, and for the first week or two the vehicular street sweeper was accompanied in its progress by a crowd of admiring and inquisitive pedestrians, so easily attracted together in the metropolis. In the first instance, the machines were driven through the streets merely to display their mode and power of work, and the drivers and attendants not unfrequently came into contact with the regular scavengers, when a brisk interchange of street wit took place, the populace often enough encouraging both sides. At present, the street sweeping machine proceeds on its line of operation as little noticed, except by visitors, and foreigners especially, as any other vehicle. The body of the sweeping machine, although the sizes may not all be uniform, is about 5 feet in length and 2 feet 8 inches or 3 feet in width. The height is about 5 feet 6 inches or 6 feet, and the form that of a covered cart with a rounded top. The sides of the exterior are of cast iron, the top being of wood. At the hinder part of the cart is fixed the sweeping machine itself, covered by sloping boards which descend from the top of the cart, projecting slightly behind the vehicle to the ground. Under the sloping boards is an endless chain of brushes as wide as the cart, 16 in number, placed at equal distances,
and so arranged that when made to revolve, each brush in turn passes over the ground, sweeping the mud along with it to the bottom sloping board, and so carrying it up to the interior of the cart. The chain of brushes is set in motion over the surface of the pavement by the agency of 3 cog wheels of cast iron. These are worked by the rotation of the wheels of the cart, the cogs acting upon the spindles to which the brooms are attached. The spindles, brushes, and the sloped boards can be raised or lowered by the winding of an instrument called the broom winder, or the whole can be locked. The brooms are raised when any acclivity is to be swept, and lowered at a declivity. The vehicle must be watertight in order to contain the slop. When full, the machine holds about half a cartload or half a ton of dirt. This is emptied by letting down the back in the manner of a trap door. If the contents be solid, they have to be forked out. If more sloppy, they are shot out, as from a cart, the interior generally being roughly scraped to complete the emptying. The districts which have as yet been cleansed by the machines are what may be considered a government domain, being the public thoroughfares under the control of the Commissioners of the Woods and Forests, running from Westminster Abbey to the Regent Circus in Piccadilly, and including Spring Gardens, Carlton Gardens, and a portion of the West Strand, where they were first employed in London. They have been used also in parts of the city, and are at present employed by the parish of St. Martin in the Fields. The company by whom the mechanical street sweeping business is carried on employ 12 machines, 4 water carts, 19 horses, and 24 men. They have also the use, but not the sole use, of 2 wharfs and barges at Whitefriars and Millbank. The machines altogether collect about 30 cartloads of street dirt a day, which is equivalent to 4 or 5 barge loads in a week if all were boated. 2 barges per week are usually sent to Rochester, the others up the river to Fulham, and so on. The average price is £5 10s to £6 per barge load, but when the freight has been chiefly dung, as much as £8 has been paid for it by a farmer. The street sweeping machine seems to have commanded the approbation of the General Board of Health, although the board's expression of approval is not without qualification. Even that efficient and economical implement, says one of the reports, the street sweeping machine, leaves much filth between the interstices of the stones and some on the surface. One might have imagined, however, that an efficient and economical implement would not have left this much filth in its course, but the board, I presume, spoke comparatively. The reason of the circumscribed adoption of the machine, I say it with some reluctance, but from concurrent testimony, appears to be that it does not sweep sufficiently clean. It sweeps the surface, but only the surface, not cleansing what the scavengers call the nicks and holes, and the Board of Health the interstices in the pavement. One man is obliged to go along with each machine to sweep the ridge of dirt invariably left at the edge of the track of the vehicle into the line of the next machine, so that it may be licked up. In fine weather this work is often light enough. It is also the occupation of the accompanying scavenger to sweep the dirt from the sloping edges of the public ways into the direct course of the machine, for the brushes are of no service along such slopes. He must also sweep out the contents of any hole or hollow there may be in the streets, as is frequently the case when the pavement has been disturbed in the relaying or repairing of the gas or water pipes. But for this arrangement, I was told, the brushes would pass clean over such places, or only disturb without clearing away the dirt. Indeed, irregularities of any kind in the pavement are great obstructions to the efficiency of the street sweeping machine. There are some places, moreover, wholly unsweepable by the machine. In many parts of St. Martin's parish, for instance, there are localities where the machine cannot be introduced. Such are St. Martin's Court, the flagged ways about the National Gallery, and the approach alongside the church to the Lowther Arcade, the pavement surrounding the fountains which adorn the noblest site in Europe, and a variety of alleys, passages, yards, and minor streets, which must be cleansed by manual labour. In fair weather, again, water carts are indispensable before machine sweeping,
for if the ground be merely dry and dusty, the set of brooms will not bite. We now come to estimate the relative values of the mechanical and manual labour applied to the scavenging of the streets. The average progress of the street sweeping machine in the execution of the scavenger's work is about 2 miles an hour. It must not be supposed, however, that 2 streets, each a mile in length, could be swept in 1 hour, for to do this the vehicle would have to travel up and down those streets as many times as the streets are wider than the machine. The machines, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 or 4, follow alongside each other's tracks in sweeping a street, so as to leave no part unswept. Thus, supposing a street half a mile long and 9 yards wide, and that each machine swept a breadth of a yard, then 3 such machines, driven once up and once again down, and once more up such a street, would cleanse it in 3/4 of an hour. To do this by manual labour in the same or nearly the same time would require the exertions of 5 men. Each machine has been computed to have mechanical power equal to the industry of 5 street sweepers, and such, from the above computation, would appear to be the fact. I do not include the drivers in this enumeration, as of course the horse in the scavenger's cart and in the machine require alike the care of a man, and there is to each vehicle, whether mechanical or not, 1 hand, besides the carman, to sweep after the ordinary work. Hence every 2 men with the machine do the work of 7 men by hand. Having then ascertained the relative values of the 2 forces employed in cleansing the streets, let me now proceed to set forth what is the economy of labour resulting from the use of the sweeping machine. In the following table are given the number of men at present engaged by the machine company in the cleansing of those districts where the machine is in operation, as well as the annual amount of wages paid to the machine labourers. These facts are then collocated with the number of manual labourers that would be required to do the same work under the ordinary contract system, assuming every 2 labourers with the machine to do the work of 7 labourers by hand, as well as the amount of wages that would be paid to such manual labourers. And finally, the number of men and amount of wages under the one system of street cleansing is subtracted from the other in order to arrive at the number of street sweepers at present displaced by machine labour and the annual loss in wages to the men so displaced. Or to speak economically, the last column represents the amount by which the wage fund of the street sweepers is diminished by the employment of the machine. Table showing the difference between the number of men at present engaged in street sweeping by machines and the number that would be required to sweep the same districts by hand, together with the annual amount of wages accruing to each. Reader's note: this table gives the districts, the number of men employed to attend machines, and annual wages received by machine men calculated at 16 shillings a week. The number of men that would be required to sweep the streets by manual labour, and the annual wages that would be received by manual labourers at 15 shillings a week. And then the number of men displaced by machine work and annual loss in wages to manual labourers by machine work. End reader's note. St. Martin's in the Fields. Machine labour, number of men 8, annual wages £332 16 shillings. Manual labour, number of men 28, annual wages £1,092. Difference, number of men displaced 20, annual loss in wages £759 4 shillings. Regent Street and Pall Mall. See table page 214. Machine labour, number of men 12, annual wages received £499 4 shillings. Manual labour, number of men 42, annual wages £1,638. Difference, number of men displaced 30, annual loss in wages £1,138 16 shillings. Other places connected with woods and forests. Machine labour, number of men 4, annual wages received £166 8 shillings. Manual labour, number of men 14, annual wages £546. Difference, number of men displaced, 10. Annual loss in wages, £379 12. Total, machine labour, number of men, 24. Annual wages received, £998 8. Manual labour, number of men, 84. Annual wages, £3,276. Total difference, number of men displaced, 60. Annual loss in wages, £2,277 12. Hence we perceive that no less than 60 street sweepers are deprived of work by the street sweeping machine, and that the gross wage fund of the men is diminished by the employment of mechanical labour no less than £2,277 per annum. But let us suppose the street sweeping machine to come into general use, and all the men who are at present employed by the contractors, both large and small, to sweep the street by hand, to be superseded by it. What would be the result? How much money would the manual labourers be deprived of per annum, and how many self-supporting labourers would be pauperised thereby? The following table will show us. In the first compartment given below, we have the number of manual labourers employed throughout London by the large and small contractors, and the amount of wages annually received by them. Note, I have estimated the whole at 15 shillings a week the year through, gangers, honourable men, regular hands, and all, so as to allow for the diminished receipts of the casual hands. End note. In the second compartment is given the number of men that would be required to sweep the same districts by the machine, and the amount of wages that would be received by them at the present rate. And the third and last compartment shows the gross number of hands that would be displaced, and the annual loss that would accrue to the operatives by the substitution of mechanical for manual labour in the sweeping of the streets. Table showing the difference between the number of contractors' men at present employed to sweep the streets by hand, and the number that would be required to sweep the same districts by machine work, together with the amount of wages accruing to each. The districts at present swept by large contractors, see table page 214. Manual labour, number of men at present employed by contractors to sweep the streets, 262. Annual wages received by contractors' men for sweeping the streets at 15 shillings a week, £10,218. Machine labour, number of machine men that would be required to attend the street sweeping machines, 75. Annual wages that would be received by machine men at 16 shillings a week, £3,120. Difference, number of men that would be displaced by machine work, 187. Annual loss that would accrue to manual labourers by machine work, £7,098. Districts swept by small contractors. Manual labour, number of men at present employed, 13. Annual wages received, £507. Machine labour, number of machine men that would be required, 4. Annual wages that would be received, £166 8. Difference, number of men that would be displaced, 9. Annual loss that would accrue, £340 12. For manual labour, total number of men, 275. Total annual wages received, £10,725. For machine labour, total number of machine men that would be required, 79. Total annual wages that would be received, £3,286 8. Total number of men that would be displaced, 196. Total annual loss that would accrue, £7,438 12. Here we find that nearly 200 men would be pauperised, losing upwards of £7,000 per annum, if the street sweeping machine came into general use throughout London. But before the introduction of machines, the thoroughfares of St. Martin's parish were swept only once a week in dry weather, and 3 times a week in sloppy weather, and since the introduction of the machines, they have been swept daily, allowing therefore the extra cleansing to have arisen from the extra cheapness of the machine work, though it seems to have been the result of improved sanitary regulations, for in parts where the machine has not been used, the same alteration has taken place. Making such allowance, however, it may perhaps be fair to say that the same increase of cleansing would take place throughout London. That is to say, that the streets would be swept by the machines, were they generally used, twice as often as they are at present by hand. At this rate 158 machine men, instead of 79 as above calculated, would be required for the work, so that, reckoning with the increased employment which might arise from the increased cheapness of the work, we see that, were the street-sweeping machines used throughout the metropolis, nearly 120 of the 275 manual labourers now employed at scavenging by the large and small contractors would be thrown out of work and deprived of no less a sum than £4,680 per annum. This amount, of course, the parishes would pocket, minus the sum that it would cost them to keep the displaced scavengers as paupers, so that in this instance at least we perceive that, however great a benefit cheapness may be to the wealthy classes, to the poorer classes it is far from being of the same advantageous character, for just as much as the ratepayers are the gainers in the matter of street cleansing, must the labourers be the losers. The economy of labour in a trade where there are too many labourers already, and where the quantity of work does not admit of indefinite increase, meaning simply the increase of pauperism. Note the usual argument in favour of machinery, namely that, by reducing prices, it extends the market, and so causing a greater demand for the commodities, induces a greater quantity of employment, would also be an argument in favour of overpopulation, since this, by cheapening, labour must have the same effect as machinery on prices, and consequently, according to the above logic, induce a greater quantity of employment. But granting that machinery really does benefit the labourer in cases where the market, and therefore the quantity of work, is largely extensible, surely it cannot be but an injury in those callings where the quantity of work is fixed. Such is the fact with the sawing of wood, the reaping of corn, the threshing of corn, the sweeping of the streets, and so on, and hence the evil of mechanical labour applied to such trades. End note. The labour question, as connected with the sweeping machine work, requires but a brief detail, as it presents no new features. The majority of the machine men may be described as having been general unskilled labourers before they embarked in their present pursuits. Labourers for builders, brickmakers, rubbish carters, the docks, and so on. Among them there is but one who was brought up as a mechanic. The others have all been labourers, brickmakers, and what I heard called barrow workers on railways, the latter being the most numerous. Employment is obtained by application at the wharfs. There is nothing of the character of a trade society among the machine men, nothing in the way of benefit or sick clubs, unless the men choose to enrol themselves in a general benefit society, of which I did not hear one instance. The payment is by the week, and without drawback in the guise or disguise of fines or similar inflictions for the use of tools and so on. The payment, moreover, is always in money. The only perquisite is in the case of anything being found in the streets, but the rule as to perquisites seems to be altogether an understanding among the men. The disposal of what may be picked up in the streets appears, moreover, to be very much in the discretion of the picker-up. If anything be found in the contents of the vehicle when emptied, it is the perquisite of the driver, who is also the unloader. He, however, is expected to treat the men on the same beat, out of any such treasure trove, when the said treasure is considerable enough to justify such bounty. Odd sixpences, shillings, or copper coin, I was informed, were found almost every week, but I could ascertain no general average. One man some time ago found a purse inside the vehicle containing 20 shillings, and spent it out and out all on hisself in a carouse of 3 days. He lost his situation in consequence. The number of men employed by the company in this trade is 24, and these perform all the work required in the driving and attendance upon the machines in the street, in loading the barges, grooming the horses, and so on. There is indeed a 25th man, but he is a blacksmith, and his wages of 35 shillings weekly are included in the estimate as to wear and tear given below, for he shoes the horses and repairs the machines. The rate of wages paid by the machine company is 16 shillings a week, so that the full amount of wages is paid to the men. But though the company cannot be ranked among the grinders of the scavenging trade, they must be placed among the drivers. I am assured by those who are familiar with such labour that the 24 men employed by the machine masters do the work of upwards of 30 in the honourable trade, with a corresponding saving to their employers from an adherence to the main point of the scurf system, the overworking of the men without extra payment. It has been before stated that in dry weather the roads require to be watered before being swept, so that the brushes may bite. In summer, the machine men sometimes commence this part of their business at 3 in the morning, and at the other periods of the year sometimes at early morning when moonlight. In summer the hours of labour in the streets are from 3, 4, 5 or 6 in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon, in winter from light to light, and after street there may be yard and barge work. The saving by this scurf system then is 30 men, honourable trade, 16 shillings weekly, £1,248 yearly. 24 men, scurf trade, doing same work, 16 shillings weekly, £998 yearly. Saving to capitalist and loss to labourer, £250 yearly. It now but remains to sum up the capital, income and expenditure of the machine scavenging trade. The cost of a street sweeping machine is £50 to £60, with an additional £5 5s for the set of brooms. The wear and tear of these machines are very considerable. A man who had the care of one told me that when there was a heavy stress on it, he had known the iron cogs of the inner wheels go rattle, rattle, snap, snap, until it became difficult to proceed with the work. The brooms, too, in hard work and cloggy weather, are apt to snap short, and in the regular course of wear have to be renewed every 4 or 5 weeks. The sets of brooms are of bass, worked strongly with copper wire. The whole apparatus can be unscrewed and taken to pieces to be cleaned or repaired. The repairs, independently of the renewal of the brooms, have been calculated at £7 yearly each machine. The capital invested then in 12 street sweeping machines, in the horses and what may be considered the appurtenances of the trade, together with the yearly expenditure, may be thus calculated. Capital of street sweeping machine trade: 12 machines, £60 each, £720. 12 sets of brooms, £5 5s each set, £63. 19 horses, £25 each, £475. 4 water carts, £20 each, £80. 19 sets of harness, new, £7 each set, £133. 4 barges, £50 each, £200. Total, £1,671. Yearly expenditure: 24 men, 16 shillings weekly, £998. 120 sets of brooms for 12 machines, £4 per set, £480. Wear and tear and so on, 15%, £255. Keep of 19 horses, 10 shillings each weekly, £494. Rent, say, £150. Clerk, say, £100. Interest on capital at 10%, £170. Total, £2,674. Reader's note: Mayhew has incorrectly added this total. The total should read £2,647. End reader's note. In this calculation I have included wear and tear of the whole of the implements of the stock in trade, and so on, taking that of the brooms on the most moderate estimate. According to the scale of payment by the parish of St. Martin, which is now £1,000 per annum, the probable receipts of a single year will be: yearly receipts for hire of 12 machines, £2,500.
200 barge loads of manure, £5 15s. per barge, £1,150 10s. Total £3,650 10s. Yearly expenditure £2,674. Profit £976 10s. Reader's note: with the corrected yearly expenditure of £2,647, the profit will be £1,003 10s. End reader's note. End of section 46.